relationship is concerned, important engagements?
So when I look state-to-state relationship or engagements, then there will be bilateral with the Prime Minister of Japan, and there will be an intimate dinner between the two leaders, that is Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and the Japanese Prime Minister. So these are the two Japan-specific events from the government-to-government perspective. But there are other events with business. There are events with there is an event with the Indian diaspora, and in fact there is not enough time left to do anything else.
What kind of numbers we are looking at in terms of the bilateral relationship?
Just 2 months back, Japanese Prime Minister visited India, and the two leaders, between the two of them, have set a target for us to follow, which is 5 trillion Japanese yen in next 5 years of public, private and financial investment in India. That's a big ask. $8 billion a year on an average, or even more than $8 billion a year on an average, is not a small task given to us, considering that Japan has been investing close to about, say, $3.5 to $4 billion a year on an average. So I think all of us will pull up our socks and move ahead.
Any specific project? We talk about bullet train, which is on fast track, a lot of Japanese component there. Any other specifics? And if you could say something about the bullet train as well.
Bullet train is doing well. It's a very complicated project. And the complication is not only technology, its implementation is also complicated. The technology has to be taken from Japan to India, most of the technologies. India has to prepare the groundwork for getting the Shinkansen, which is the high-speed railways, working in India. So there are a lot of challenges, and these challenges are being tackled one by one. And looks like that, yes, we are a little delayed, but at the same time, we are also looking forward to probably having something running 2026-27.
News in brief, the INSACOG has confirmed the presence of BA4 and BA5 Omicron variants of COVID-19 in India, one case in Tamil Nadu and another in Telangana. Earlier, a South African national was reported positive for the BA4 subvariant of Omicron upon arrival at the Hyderabad airport. Opposing madrasa education for children, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma said on Sunday that schools should impart modern education so that students have the choice to do anything in the future and religious education can be given at home. Chief of Army Staff General Manoj Pandey, who is on a 2-day visit to Kashmir, visited forward areas along the line of control and formations in the hinterland on Sunday. During his visit, he was briefed by the local commanders on the existing security situation. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said that reading namaz on the road on the occasion of Eid has stopped since the BJP came to power in the state. The Chief Minister also highlighted the law and order situation in the state and said that there were no communal clashes on the occasion of Ram Navami in Uttar Pradesh. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has claimed that BJP has ended the culture of corruption in the Northeast and funds meant for development work under the get percolated to the last and meant for the development work now get percolated to the last man while middlemen siphoned off most of the amount during Congress rule. He said that the region has remained neglected during 50 years of Congress rule and also asserted that it came on the fast track of development only after Prime Minister came to power in 2014. Time for a very short break, viewers. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Chalisa face-off heats up Parliamentary Privileges Committee to record Rana submissions on alleged mistreatment. It's an all-out war on reduction of fuel prices as centre now mounts pressure on states.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week we saw the Supreme Court deliver its order, its views in the Gyanvapi case. The Supreme Court during the hearing made a passing observation on how the courts were seasoned at doing their job. But the courts of India, right from the lower courts to the highest court of law, have unfortunately been subject to attack, an unfortunate attack. Gyanvapi is a case study of how the lobby and a section of the politicians target our courts. But it is certainly not the only case. Whether it was Rafale or Shaheen Bagh or Ayodhya, there has been an attempt at casting aspersions on the judiciary. There has been an attempt to discredit our courts of law. And there has been an attempt to disregard their impartiality as and when a verdict doesn't go the lobby's way. But this pattern cannot go unchecked. On this Sunday edition of the debate, the question is simple. Is disrespect for courts becoming a pattern? And if it is, ladies and gentlemen, if it is, can it continue?
Prime Minister engages in the big ticket event of this visit, that is the Quad Leaders Meet, which is Tuesday morning, where he would be having summit talks with President Joe Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, and of course Prime Minister Albanese. After which there are bilateral talks also lined up with the same leaders, and that's how the visit really pans out and ends for the Prime Minister, after which he really flies down back to New Delhi. Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone.
Welcome back, viewers. Tracking all the developments with respect to the Quad Summit. The visuals that are coming to you live of US President Joe Biden, who is currently meeting the Japanese Prime Minister. executive editor Abhishek, who's reporting live from Tokyo. Abhishek, the scenes we are seeing on our screens right now, it shows the kind of connect, the Prime Minister shares with the masses in Tokyo, because this is the scene that was seen something when Prime Minister was in Nepal as well. Talk to us about, how the Prime Minister has touched a chord with the masses there in Tokyo.
Well, we were there, Samiksha, and this is just the beginning of the tour. He arrived at the hotel early in the morning, and see the kind of enthusiasm that is there within the Indian expat community here in Tokyo. About 40,000 of them in Japan, much of them in Tokyo, about half of them in Tokyo itself, a little more than half, in fact, in Tokyo itself. And despite that, and that's why you see those numbers there, and people there excited to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There was an extended welcome, in fact, Prime Minister, because everyone was waiting for him. He also decided to engage with them one-on-one. I spent time with them individually, interacted with children, spoke to women there, and the men, of course, and all of 20 minutes. I mean, despite the fact that he landed after an 8-hour long flight and headed to the airport, from the airport to the hotel. But then when he saw the enthusiastic crowds, he mingled with them, engaged with them, spoke to them. We have some sound bites. You can play in those after our phono. And then, of course, the 2-day long visit of Prime Minister that begins now. We'll take a short break, but on the other side, more pictures of the welcome Prime Minister was given in Tokyo.
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow douse the flames.
Police station which has been completely gutted in fire, and many important case diaries and documents which were related to various cases has been completely gutted down. The area where this incident has taken place has a very high crime record, and given that into consideration, the planned attack cannot be ruled out.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Prime Minister engages in the big ticket event of this visit, that is the Quad Leaders Meet, which is Tuesday morning, where he would be having summit talks with President Joe Biden.
New Australian PM Anthony Albanese sworn in ahead of Quad Summit on the 24th of May. Polish President Andrzej Duda becomes first foreign leader to address Ukraine's parliament since the beginning of the war. Taliban continues to impose restrictions on women, now enforces order for Afghan women TV anchors to cover their faces. World Health Organization holds annual assembly in Geneva. UN Chief Guterres and French President Macron address the assembly. Heavy rainfall causes massive floods in Bangladesh. Sylhet region majorly affected. Massive clash breaks out in Croatia. At least 35 injured after police fire warning shots. Hello and welcome to this edition of World This Morning. I'm Rukma, and now for all the top stories making headlines across the globe. Poland's president received a warm welcome in war-torn Ukraine. The Polish president visited Kyiv and became the first foreign leader to address the Ukrainian parliament since the beginning of Russia's war on Ukraine.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky led the country's warm welcome of his Polish counterpart Andrzej Duda before the lawmakers on Sunday. In an impassioned address to Parliament, Zelensky exalted most staunch foreign supporter of Ukraine during the war with Russia by making light of the recent Eurovision Song Contest controversy.
Я хочу подякувати польському Сейму за нещодавно прийнятий закон про допомогу громадянам України. Це абсолютно безпрецедентне рішення, за яким наші громадяни, які вимушено переїхали тимчасово, Анджей, тимчасово, до Польщі через агресію Російської Федерації, отримують майже такі самі права і можливості, як і громадяни Польщі.
The president also asked lawmakers to consider legislation to reply in kind to Polish support for Ukrainian refugees who fled to the neighboring nation to escape the fighting.
І між нами дійсно не має бути ніяких кордонів або бар'єрів. Українські і польські народи ментально вони давно не розділяють, тож ми дійшли згоди найближчим часом втілити це і у відповідній двосторонній угоді. Спершу щодо спільного прикордонно-митного контролю і згодом єдиного вже умовного кордону, коли Україна буде членом Європейського Союзу.
And after Duda's address, President Volodymyr Zelensky called Sunday's speech by Polish President in the Ukrainian parliament a historic moment. Agency report, Republic TV.
As part of the visit to war-torn Ukraine, the Polish president addressed the Ukraine parliament. The Polish president becomes the first foreign leader to address the Ukrainian parliament since the beginning of Russia's war on Ukraine.
Poland's president traveled to Kiev on Sunday to support the country's Western aspirations and became the first foreign leader to address the Ukrainian parliament in person since the start of the war. Ukrainian lawmakers stood to applaud the Polish president, Andrzej Duda, who said that the West was facing a test of credibility over how strongly it would back Kiev. He also criticized those who would suggest Ukraine should yield to Russian President Vladimir Putin's demand to end the war.
Kijów jest miejscem, z którego wyraźnie widać, że potrzebujemy więcej Ameryki w Europie, zarówno w wymiarze wojskowym, jak i w tym wymiarze gospodarczym. Niestety, w Europie w ostatnim czasie pojawiały i pojawiają się także niepokojące głosy z żądaniami, żeby Ukraina uległa żądaniom Putina. Chcę powiedzieć jasno, tylko Ukraina ma prawo decydować o swojej przyszłości.
Duda added that if Ukraine is sacrificed, it will be a huge blow not only for the Ukrainian nation, but for the entire Western community. Duda's second visit to Ukraine's capital since April came as Russian and Ukrainian forces engaged in battles scattered along a 551-kilometer wedge of the country's eastern industrial heartland.
To świat zachodni zdaje egzamin wiarygodności. Wiarygodności z tego, czy jego wartości naprawdę coś znaczą. Jeżeli dla świętego spokoju, interesów gospodarczych czy politycznych ambicji zostanie poświęcona Ukraina, choćby centymetr jej terytorium i kawałek suwerenności, będzie to olbrzymi cios nie tylko dla ukraińskiego narodu, ale dla całej wspólnoty Zachodu. Nie mam co do tego żadnych wątpliwości.
Ukraine's potential EU candidacy is set to be discussed at a Brussels summit in late June. The government in Warsaw is ramping up efforts to persuade other EU members that are more hesitant about accepting the war-ravaged country as a member. Poland has welcomed millions of Ukrainian refugees and became a gateway for Western humanitarian aid and weapons going into Ukraine. It is also a transit point into Ukraine for some foreign fighters, including from Belarus, who have volunteered to fight against the Russian forces. Agency report, Republic TV.
Russia has claimed to have captured Mariupol in what would be its biggest victory yet in its war with Ukraine, after a nearly 3-month siege that reduced much of the city to a smoking ruin.
While the fight for one of the biggest cities in Ukraine continues, Russia claims to have captured Mariupol in what would be the biggest victory yet in its war with Ukraine. Meanwhile, there has been no denial or confirmation from Ukraine. A complete takeover of Mariupol would give Putin an elusive military victory in the war that began on 24th February.
Территория металлургического комбината «Азовсталь» в Мариуполе, на которой с 21 апреля сего года была заблокирована группировка украинских боевиков нацистского формирования «Азов», полностью освобождена. Подземные сооружения предприятия, в которых прятались боевики, перешли под полный контроль российских вооруженных сил.
But military analysts say Mariupol's capture at this point holds more symbolic importance than anything else. The city was already effectively under Moscow's control, and most of the Russian forces that were tied down by the drawn-out fighting have already left. Russia had sought control of Mariupol on the coast of the Sea of Azov to complete a land corridor to the Crimean Peninsula, which it annexed from Ukraine in 2014. This would free up troops to join the growing battle for control of the wider industrial Donbass region, home to an 8-year-old Moscow-backed separatist rebellion. Mariupol endured some of the worst suffering of the war, with over 20,000 civilians feared dead. Constant bombardment has left behind shattered and charred buildings in row after row of destroyed apartments, blocks and ruined neighborhoods. Satellite images in April showed what appeared to be mass graves near Mariupol, where local officials accused Russia of concealing the slaughter by burying up the 9,000 civilians. The imagery showed graves stretching away from an existing cemetery in the town of Manhush outside the port city. With Russia controlling the city, Ukrainian authorities are likely to face delays in documenting evidence of alleged Russian atrocities in Mariupol. It's not the first time Moscow claimed to have captured Mariupol, but with Ukraine not issuing any statement, it is being seen if Putin's soldiers have captured Mariupol after nearly 3 months siege that reduced much of the city to a smoking ruin. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday arrived in Japan's Tokyo city amidst chants of Bharat Maa Ki Sher on a 2-day visit to attend the Quad Summit. The meeting of the Quad leaders will begin on the 24th of May and is aimed at further bolstering cooperation among the member nations of the influential grouping and discussing developments in the Indo-Pacific region.
Excited Indian community there welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he arrived in Tokyo just a while back. We are at the hotel where he's put up for the 2 days of visit. A group of women who were part of the welcome that the Indian community gave to the Prime Minister, and let's just have a small interaction with them. प्रधान मंत्री से आप लोग मिले, आपका इंटरेक्शन हुआ, आपने वेलकम किया, थोड़ा सा बताइए उसके बारे में।
हमने शेक हैंड किया और उन्हें देखा भी इतने पास से, तो हम बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हैं। हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
You can keep it Hindi English mix. आप बताएं what was your interaction with the Prime Minister?
हमें बहुत खुशी है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं और हम जैसे देखा जाए तो अभी 2 साल के बाद हम लोग इंडिया गए थे, तो हमने बहुत सारे चेंजेस देखे थे। हमारे लेडीज़ के लिए उन्होंने इतनी सारी प्रोविजंस बनाई है, इसलिए हमें वो सब कुछ देख के बहुत खुश हो चुके थे। क्योंकि यहाँ पे जब हम देखते हैं कि इतनी साफ़ सफाई है, ये कैसे हो सकता है, हम हमेशा सोचते हैं यहाँ पे इतनी क्लीनलीनेस है, इतनी सारी ये चीज़ें हैं, यहाँ पे कैसे होती है। तो मोदी जी ने वहाँ पे भी सारी चीज़ें की है और उतना मेंटेन किया है। सो वी आर वेरी हैप्पी दैट ही इज़ आवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर एंड वी लव हिम।
और कौन बात करना चाहेगा?
We are very happy to welcome Mr. Modi here, and we are proud of him. And we are from really early morning. We are waiting here to welcome him, and it was worth it.
Kids are here. बच्चों, आप लोगों ने किसी ने बात किया था? आपने हेलो बोला पीएम को?
बोला, उन्होंने हमें आशीर्वाद दिया और हमारे साथ हैंडशेक किया।
Really?
हाँ।
हैंडशेक किया? Do you have the picture?
नहीं।
किसी ने पिक्चर नहीं लिया आपका?
नहीं, मैंने लिया।
और आपने क्या किया?
उन्होंने मुझे हैंडशेक किया और आशीर्वाद भी दिया और मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई।
आप किस क्लास में पढ़ते हैं?
4th
में पढ़ते हैं। और आप पीएम के बारे में क्या जानते हैं?
पीएम के बारे में कि वो बहुत अच्छे हैं और देश के लिए बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं।
अच्छा, और आप बताएं पीएम के बारे में।
उन्होंने भारत को बहुत चेंज किया है और he changed the India by putting good stuff for other people, for people,
for everyone in India, and some more people here. आप बताएं, did you have interaction with the Prime Minister?
No, we didn't, but meeting PM itself, what to say actually? I'm speechless. Meeting him, this is the first time when I met him, and I took Ashirwad from him, and he is the one. He is going to everyone and he is meeting everyone here.
You are all Modi fans, right?
Exactly. मोदी जी हैं तो सब कुछ है। हमें लगता है मोदी जी जैसा कोई हो नहीं सकता। इंडिया में इतना चेंजेस हो रहा है, मतलब वो यहाँ पर आते हैं और बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है, मतलब। और
you got to interact with the PM, right? आपका फोटो है।
हाँ, उन्होंने मुझे आशीर्वाद दिया और मेरा नाम पूछा और मैं बहुत खुश थी।
Right. And were you prepared for some cultural event, cultural show also when the PM came?
हम लोग मोदी जी का
welcome Mr. Modi. The students, they came to welcome Mr. Modi.
Right. And did you offer some prayers at that time when the Prime Minister came or something? कैसे आपने प्रेयर किया था?
नहीं, काल भैरव अष्टक गाया था, लेकिन लर्न नहीं अभी हो देखिएगा।
अच्छा कोई बात नहीं, ठीक। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच। हाँ आप बोल चुकी मेरे साथ। अच्छा बोलिए। हाँ
मैं बोलना चाहूँगी कि मैं मोदी जी से पहले मिली हूँ और तब वो एक सीएम थे और ये मेरे लिए तब भी बड़े गर्व की बात थी कि मैं उनकी इतनी बड़ी फ़ैन होके उनके साथ मिली, क्योंकि मैंने पढ़ाई गुजरात से की। पर आज एक अलग ही ऑरा था कि प्रधानमंत्री से मिली। इंसान सेम था लेकिन ऑरा और भी ज़्यादा अद्वितीय था। इतनी अच्छी फीलिंग, इतना अच्छा एहसास कि जिसको व्याख्या नहीं कर पा रहे हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत टोक्यो में करने भारतीय समाज के समुदाय के ये लोग यहाँ न्यू ओटानी होटल टोक्यो में इकट्ठा हुए। प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आपका थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्शन हुआ, थोड़ा सा बताएं उसके बारे में, फिर बताएं।
प्रधानमंत्री आने से हम लोग 10 दिन पहले से एक्साइटेड हैं। वी ऑल आर अ ग्रुप ऑफ ए मेंबर ऑफ HSS एंड वी आर सो एक्साइटेड।
भारतीय समुदाय में एनर्जी आई है प्रधानमंत्री,
बहुत एनर्जी आ गई है। जब मोदी जी आते हैं तो एक ऑरा बन जाता है और जो ऊर्जा जो उनके अंदर है वो ऊर्जा सब भारतीयों में, ये विदेशों में सबके अंदर आ जाती है और वो जो ऊर्जा है हम सब जगह फैलाने चाहते हैं।
एक महिलाएं भी हैं यहाँ पे। आप मोदी जी आए, आप उनको हेलो कर पाए?
बिल्कुल, मोदी जी आए इस बार, सबसे मिलके गए हैं। उस तरफ आए, हमें लगा शायद हम नहीं मिल पाएंगे, बट हमें इतनी अच्छा लगा। मोदी जी फिर लास्ट में आते आते हमसे मिलके गए, छोटी बच्ची से भी मिले, उससे उसका नाम पूछा और हाथ मिलाया। इनसे मिले।
क्या बात हुई आपकी मोदी जी से?
मोदी नाम पूछा इससे उन्होंने।
क्या बोले मोदी?
मोदी जी ने मुझे कुछ बोला नहीं, बट आके हाथ मिलाया, वो बहुत बड़ी बात हुई। और मोदी को मैंने आशीर्वाद, वो बहुत अच्छा लगा। एक्चुअली वो फीलिंग ना प्राइम मिनिस्टर से वैसे मिलने का, आई कांट एक्सप्रेस।
मोदी जी पर्सनली मिलके आए,
मोदी जी
बोला हाथ लगा बेटा, दिया बहुत अच्छा लगा। मतलब मोदी जी से वंदे मातरम हम बोलेंगे, मोदी जी की जय हो, ही इज द बेस्ट पीएम ऑफ द वर्ल्ड।
आपने क्या किया? आपका नाम क्या है?
शिवांश।
आपने क्या किया जब मोदी जी आए?
उन्होंने वो इसलिए बोला कि द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड।
उनको
बोलने दीजिए। बोलो बेटा, आपने जो बोला।
मैंने बोला था यू आर द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड, और उन्होंने फिर मुझे आशीर्वाद दिया।
मोदी जी से बेहतर पीएम कोई हो ही नहीं सकता है।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी अपने होटल पहुंचे हैं अपने 2 दिवसीय जापानी दौरे पर, और उनका स्वागत भारतीय समुदाय ने यहाँ सुबह सुबह आकर किया है।
And coming up after this, the Taliban continues to impose restrictions on women, now enforces order for Afghan women TV anchors to cover their faces. Also, WHO holds annual assembly in Geneva. UN Chief Guterres and French President Macron addressed the assembly.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में, काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
As Prime Minister Narendra Modi travels to Japan to participate in the second only in-person Quad Leaders Summit, I, along with Rohit Vishwakarma, my video journalist, would bring to you all details in and around the top-billed diplomatic engagement from here in Tokyo, only on Republic Media Network. Keep watching.
First on Republic TV, you can see that Arjun Singh is coming here. Arjun Singh is there with TMC leaders.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives in Tokyo, the capital city of Japan, for a 2-day big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad Leaders Meet, second in-person meeting of the grouping that is taking place, where apart from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Joe Biden of the United States, Prime Minister Kishida of Japan and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese of Australia would be participating. The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down.
Afghanistan's Taliban rulers have begun enforcing an order requiring all female TV anchors in the country to cover their faces while on air. The move is part of a hardline shift, drawing condemnation from rights activists.
Afghanistan's Taliban rulers on Sunday began enforcing an order requiring all female TV anchors in the country to cover their faces while on air. The move is a part of a hardline shift drawing condemnation from rights activists. After the order was announced Thursday, only a handful of news outlets complied. But on Sunday, most female anchors were seen with their faces covered after the Taliban's Vice and Virtue Ministry began enforcing the decree.
قبل از امر و فرمان امارت اسلامی هم حجاب مراعات میکردیم و حجاب داشتیم هم دستگیرین و هم پس پرده، چونی یکی از مکلفیت های ما شکر مسلمان هستیم، اما این قسم حجاب و این قسم ماسک زدن نه توجیه اسلامی داره و نه هم در فرهنگ ما موجود است. یکی از فرهنگ های بیرون آمده سر ما تحمیل میشه، جبران سر ما ماسک زده میشه، دستگیرین بر ما مشکلات ایجاد میکنه.
The Information and Culture Ministry previously announced that the policy was final and non-negotiable. It is just an outside culture imposed on us, forcing us to wear a mask, and that can create a problem for us while presenting our programs, said Sonia Niazi, a TV anchor with Tolo News. During the Taliban's last time in power in Afghanistan from 1996 to 2001, they imposed overwhelming restrictions on women, requiring them to wear the all-encompassing burqa and barring them from public life and education. After they seized power again in August, the Taliban initially appeared to have moderated somewhat their restrictions, announcing to dress code for women. But in recent weeks, they have made a sharp hardline pivot that has confirmed the worst fears of rights activists and further complicated Taliban dealings with an already distrustful international community. Earlier this month, the Taliban ordered all women in public to wear the head-to-toe clothing that leaves only their eyes visible. Meanwhile, the Taliban leadership has also barred girls from attending school after the 6th grade, reversing previous promises by Taliban officials that girls of all ages would be allowed an education. Agency report for Republic TV.
The World Health Organization held its annual assembly in Geneva. United Nations Chief Guterres and French President Macron addressed the WHO assembly.
United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Sunday called on the global community to invest more in the World Health Organization to promote peace and security. Speaking at the first in-person health assembly since the start of the pandemic, Guterres said throughout the crisis, the WHO has been a steadfast source of open support for equitable COVID-19 vaccine access.
This year's World Health Assembly arrives at a time when global health continues to be challenged like never before. Climate change and pollution, conflicts, deepening poverty and inequality, stretched and underfunded health systems, and the third year of COVID-19. The pandemic is a stark reminder of the deep connections between human health and the health of our world, and the moral test that humanity is tragically failing because of inequitable access to vaccines and hoarding. But throughout this crisis, the World Health Organization has been a steadfast source of hope and support.
Hosted in Geneva, the yearly assembly is presented with the theme, with 2022 given the title, Health for Peace, Peace for Health. French President Emmanuel Macron, among other world leaders, contributed to the discussion of health challenges in Ukraine, where hospitals, ambulances, and treatment centers have been destroyed amid the Russian invasion. Macron called upon the members to support the resolution put forward by Ukraine, denouncing Russia's attacks on healthcare infrastructure. One of the UN Health Agency's priorities for a strategic roundtable discussion is creating investment for a sustainably financed WHO. Agency report, Republic TV.
And time now for a short break. Coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Modi touches down in Japan to attend Quad session next. Also coming up, Chalisa face-off heats up Parliamentary Privileges Committee to record Rana's submissions on alleged mistreatment.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। सीआईएसएफ की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics.
This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain.
Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
Headlines at 8 a.m. Prime Minister Modi touched down in Japan to attend Quad session next. Countdown to Quad Summit has now begun and Republic gets you minute-by-minute updates live from Tokyo. Chalisa face-off heats up Parliamentary Privileges Committee to record Rana submissions on alleged mistreatment. District and Sessions Judge to hear Gyanvapi case today. 4 states follow centre's lead. BJP questions opposition over reduction of VAT on fuel. It's an all-out war on reduction of fuel prices as centre now mounts pressure on states. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching the Morning Express. I'm Samisha Srivastava, tracking very closely the Quad Summit. Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Japan's Tokyo amidst chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and a 2-day visit that he will be attending as far as the Quad Summit is concerned. The meeting of the Quad leaders will begin on 24th of May and is aimed at further bolstering cooperation among the member nations of the influential grouping as well as discussing developments in the Indo-Pacific region. Executive Editor Abhishek, who is reporting live from Tokyo. Abhishek, good morning. Tell us what to expect in this Quad Summit, a host of issues that will be taken up in this summit.
Quad Summit is tomorrow, Samiksha. Today, of course, Prime Minister has busy day of engagements spread over the entire day, and by the time Prime Minister enplanes back for New Delhi tomorrow, he would have had maybe 35 odd bilateral, multilateral and one-on-one meetings. In fact, today, if you look at it, Prime Minister arrived at this Hotel New Otani in Tokyo about a couple of hours back, and now he begins his day. He was welcomed by the Indian community, the pictures of which we have shown. After that, he has been closeted with his officials and taking briefings as to how the day pans out. I can tell you it begins with one-on-one business meetings with top honchos of Japanese corporations like the SoftBank, like the Suzuki Motor Corporation, like the Uniqlo, and of course NEC. Prime Minister engages with these top CEOs and CMDs one-on-one, and then he goes to participate in the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum inauguration. Now, that's a platform which has been conceived by US President Joe Biden. He landed in Tokyo just a while back, almost at the same time as Prime Minister, and then he would be there sharing platform with President Biden and Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Kishida, and then he comes back again for a business forum meeting where about 2 dozen odd and more of top business leaders of Japan would be engaging with the Prime Minister. And then he caps the day with an engagement that he typically does when he travels outside of India. That's his address to the diaspora. And he uses that platform to really communicate what his government is doing, also to underscore how diaspora is an important soft power tool of India and how it can be leveraged. So that's how the day really pans out.
Well, absolutely. Abhishek, talking about the Quad Summit now, as you've rightly been pointing out, it is tomorrow. But talk to us about the issues that are going to be taken up, because what we understand is that Russia-Ukraine war is something that is also going to be featured in this particular Quad Summit.
Well, that's going to be very important. This is second in-person Quad Summit happening. The last one was in September in Washington, D.C. and now in Tokyo. Of course, fourth summit-level dialogue between the Quad leaders, two of them having happened virtually. So what is important is that this is happening in the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine war and the overall global economic crisis panning out essentially because of the pandemic aftershocks and the fuel and food shortages. Let's go to President Joe Biden, who's speaking at an event in Tokyo.
Thank you for welcoming me to Japan and my team, and of course for hosting the Quad Summit tomorrow. The two great democracies in Indo-Pacific are always looking for ways to do more together to bring us closer, and I'm looking forward to and talking to you more about these issues in the matters of the days ahead, but well beyond that time. Thank you. Thank you.
さらにこのように私のチームおよびこのクアッドの主催などをこのように開催していただき本当にありがとうございます。我々2国素晴らしい民主主義国家でありますけれども、インド太平洋において必ずこの先何かできないことがないのかということを模索しておりまして、これを今後一緒にさらに協力化していけることを楽しみにしております。またここ数日にわたり対話を深めていけるのも楽しみにしております。ありがとうございました。
はい、取材終了です。
As you can see in those visuals of President Joe Biden holding a meet with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, the visuals on your screens as well. So all eyes are on this Quad Summit, which will take place tomorrow. But ahead of that, important meetings lined up. And as you can see, President Biden, who is currently holding talks with Fumio Kishida. And just a short while back, we also got you visuals of Prime Minister's touchdown in Tokyo, where the Prime Minister was greeted with the Indian diaspora. He was given a rousing welcome. There were chants, Modi, Modi, that were in the air. And the visuals that are right now coming in are of US President Joe Biden, who's currently holding talks with Japanese Prime Minister in Tokyo. So a lot of issues, host of issues that will be taken up at the Quad Summit. If we talk about the Indo-Pacific region as well, that is also going to be taken up. In fact, we have another report filed by my colleague Abhishek, the senior executive editor. Let's take a look at that report from Tokyo.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत टोक्यो में करने भारतीय समाज के समुदाय के ये लोग यहाँ न्यू ओटानी होटल टोक्यो में इकट्ठा हुए। प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आपका थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्शन हुआ, थोड़ा सा बताएं उसके बारे में फिर बताएं।
प्रधानमंत्री आने से हम लोग 10 दिन पहले से एक्साइटेड हैं। वी ऑल आर अ ग्रुप ऑफ ए मेंबर ऑफ एचएसएस एंड वी आर सो एक्साइटेड।
भारतीय समुदाय में एनर्जी आई है प्रधानमंत्री,
बहुत एनर्जी आ गई है। जब मोदी जी आते हैं तो एक ऑरा बन जाता है और जो ऊर्जा जो उनके अंदर है वो ऊर्जा सब भारतीयों में, ये विदेशों में सबके अंदर आ जाती है और वो जो ऊर्जा है हम सब जगह फैलाने चाहते हैं।
मोदी महिलाएं भी हैं यहाँ पे। आप मोदी जी आए, आप उनको हेलो कर पाए?
बिल्कुल, मोदी जी आए इस बार सबसे मिलके गए हैं। उस तरफ आए, हमें लगा शायद हम नहीं मिल पाएंगे, बट हमें इतनी अच्छा लगा। मोदी जी फिर लास्ट में आते आते हमसे मिलके गए, छोटी बच्ची से भी मिले, उससे उसका नाम पूछा और हाथ मिलाया। इनसे मिले।
क्या बात हुई आपकी मोदी जी से?
मोदी नाम पूछा इससे उन्होंने।
क्या बोले मोदी?
मोदी जी ने मुझे कुछ बोला नहीं, बट आके हाथ मिलाया, वो बहुत बड़ी बात हुई। और मोदी को मैंने आशीर्वाद, वो बहुत अच्छा लगा। एक्चुअली वो फीलिंग ना प्राइम मिनिस्टर से वैसे मिलने का, आई कांट एक्सप्रेस।
मोदी जी पर्सनली मिलके आए,
मोदी जी
बोला हाथ लगा बेटा,
दिया
बहुत अच्छा लगा। मतलब मोदी जी से वंदे मातरम हम बोलेंगे, मोदी जी की जय हो, ही इज द बेस्ट पीएम ऑफ द वर्ल्ड।
आपने क्या किया? आपने क्या, आपका नाम क्या है?
शिवान।
आपने क्या किया जब मोदी जी आए?
उन्होंने वो इसलिए बोला कि द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड।
हाँ।
बोलो बेटा, आपने जो बोला।
मैंने बोला था यू आर द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड, और उन्होंने फिर मुझे आशीर्वाद दिया।
मोदी जी से बेहतर पीएम कोई हो ही नहीं सकता है।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी अपने होटल पहुंचे हैं अपने 2 दिवसीय जापानी दौरे पर, और उनका स्वागत भारतीय समुदाय ने यहां सुबह सुबह आकर किया है।
And Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, talk to us about this op-ed that Prime Minister has penned on the Indo-Japan ties.
Well, so this is an op-ed by the Prime Minister, Samiksha, and it's Prime Minister has tweeted about it, and he has written it on the platform Yomiuri Online. And if I could just give viewers a glimpse of what it says, it essentially kind of brings in his memories of his interaction with the Japanese since his days as Chief Minister of Gujarat, the development partnership that exists, the fact that Japan has been a preferred special partner of Vibrant Gujarat Summits since their inception. And then, of course, he goes on to narrate the historical, cultural relationship that has existed between the two sides from the days of Swami Vivekananda and Rabindranath Tagore and Justice Radha Binod Pal. And then, of course, the post-independence development relationship and economic partnership that has existed, a showcase example of which is the upcoming bullet train that is coming up in India between Ahmedabad and Mumbai, as Ambassador Sanjay Verma, had mentioned to us yesterday also, that the bullet train would be completed by 2026-27. So Prime Minister there essentially then narrating the significance of the two democracies as partners in Indo-Pacific, both India and Japan acting as very strong pillars of Quad to make sure that there is a rules-based international order, that there is a paradigm which respects rules in sea lanes, trade and other aspects of engagements that exist between various nations. So Prime Minister has in fact delved quite in detail about the security element within Quad, and that is something which I found interesting, Samiksha, while talking about Quad. And remember, generally it is believed that India does not want a security aspect to come in Quad, but the fact that Prime Minister has dedicated almost a para on security element within Quad, I think that underscores that India has no inhibitions of understanding that Quad, which began essentially as a Quad security dialogue, will at some stage have that element of defense cooperation as well. So I think that's my takeaway so far as Prime Minister's op-ed is concerned. There is, of course, he mentioned that Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who visited for the annual summit, who visited India in March this year itself, and the kind of understandings and the deepening and broadening of India-Japan special strategic and global partnership that was conceptualized and the cooperation that was conceptualized for the post-COVID world. I think Prime Minister there mentioning that when he meets Prime Minister Kishida later tomorrow, he would be taking it to the next level in terms of the understanding that was reached between the two leaders in March in New Delhi. So that's how the op-ed goes, Samiksha, as I mentioned, the Prime Minister beginning with the historical context and bringing it to the present, looking ahead to the future.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. And you know, it's been 70 years of diplomatic ties between the two countries. Talk to us about the kind of investment we've seen and the kind of relations between the two countries, particularly the investment of Japan in India.
Well, yes, that itself is a very important aspect of the relationship, because remember, of all the hundreds of corporations that exist, Japanese corporations that exist and do business in India, we have seen from the days of how Suzuki Motor Corporation has really meant mobility and freedom for the middle classes across our country, and many other Japanese corporations working in close tandem with private sector in India to bring in the latest in terms of technology, latest in terms of business practices. We have seen how SoftBank, for example, is an investor in hundreds of startups and established private sector companies in India, and how the two-way partnership that exists between the two sides. A benchmark was sort of set in March when Prime Minister Kishida visited New Delhi, and the two leaders set 5 trillion yen as a figure which should be reached in terms of Indian and Japanese trade investments or Japan's investment in India. So I think that's going to be a very important aspect so far as the bilateral component of this visit is concerned. But as I said, Prime Minister is of course is going to have a bilateral with President Joe Biden tomorrow. Prime Minister is going to have a bilateral with the newly elected Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and then the Quad, the big one, of course. So very important visit lined up, and Republic Network is going to bring you all details right from here, where Prime Minister is closeted now, and then of course at all the other places that he visits for the IPEF, for the Quad, for the bilaterals. All the details here on Republic Media Network. Samiksha.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek, and like you were talking about the investment of Japan, we understand that Prime Minister will hold talks with 30 Japanese CEOs. So if you could tell us more about the kind of deals we are looking at, the investments that are probably in the pipeline.
Well, so this is not more like an investment summit, but more investors and those corporations that are already engaging with India, they meeting the Prime Minister. He does that whenever he travels. He prefers not to, spend a single minute not working, and that's why you would see it's chock-a-block. He has come just about an hour and a half or 2 hours back. He's closeted with his officials already, and then after the briefings are over, he immediately starts those one-on-one meetings, 4 lined up with the Suzuki Motor Corporation, with the SoftBank Group, with the Uniqlo Group, and with NEC Limited. These are all big corporations of Japan, and they have substantial investments and existing partnerships with some Indian counterparts back there, back our home. So Prime Minister, after he finishes that, he goes for the IPEF, which is another very important aspect of Quad, another platform within Quad which is getting created or formally announced today, which is Indo-Pacific Economic Forum. It's a brainchild of President Joe Biden. The Americans have shared some details with India, and I think the Indian side is principally in agreement with it. That's why Prime Minister would be participating in the formal announcement of IPEF, which would be looking at, it's not a free trade area per se, but it does create a platform where all the nations that would be joining IPEF as a larger extension of Quad, so sort of a Quad plus, specific to economic issues and trade cooperation. So the Prime Minister would be going there, and then he comes back again. And then the business meeting that happens with the 30-odd corporate heads of Japan, essentially aimed at bringing better understanding of government policies, of Modi government's push by way of Atmanirbhar Bharat, how they can collaborate and contribute by way of all the PLI schemes that were launched by the Modi government as part of the post-COVID economic push, and even other changes that have been made recently to make sure that the economic shock that the global economy is facing, the damage of that is limited to India. So I think Prime Minister there on a communication outreach with all the stakeholders, the business community being one of them. Let's look at some of the ground reports that I have filed and then come back. Made a comment just a while back saying that President Biden would have a straightforward communication with Prime Minister Modi. This was in the context of our position on Ukraine, perhaps. You think that West's push to get India more neutral or perhaps more towards their side is still there, that pressure is still there?
India has a side, and it is its own side. So therefore, India will remain on its own side. It will take care of its own national interest. It will see where it should fit in, and then it will decide how to fit it in.
Quad Leaders Summit, fourth since last Jan when President Biden took over, second in person. Quad again becoming relevant, gaining some salience, and India on that diplomatic high table. How you see that vantage from here in Tokyo?
This is a wonderful news which is happening, and many of the issues which have been discussed, positive issues in particular, have been taken up by Quad leadership, all the four countries together, and they are working with other countries as well. So if I look at briefly, that peace, security, rule of law, and navigation, free navigation of seas is what it all makes Quad a success story. Here, it's not targeted against a country. It is basically an architecture which promotes the peace and security of the region. And this region happens to be Indo-Pacific.
The bilateral with President Biden, you said straightforward communication. And with Japan, what are the engagements lined up so far as India-Japan relationship is concerned? Important engagements.
So when I look state-to-state relationship or engagements, then there will be bilateral with the Prime Minister of Japan, and there will be an intimate dinner between the two leaders, that is Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and the Japanese Prime Minister. So these are the two Japan-specific events from the government-to-government perspective. But there are other events with business. There are events with there is an event with the Indian diaspora, and in fact there is not enough time left to do anything else.
What kind of numbers we are looking at in terms of the bilateral relationship?
Just 2 months back, Japanese Prime Minister visited India, and the two leaders, between the two of them, have set a target for us to follow, which is 5 trillion Japanese yen in next 5 years of public, private, and financial investment in India. That's a big ask. $8 billion a year on an average, or even more than $8 billion a year on an average, is not a small task given to us, considering that Japan has been investing close to about, say, $3.5 to $4 billion a year on an average. So I think all of us will pull up our socks and move ahead.
Any specific project? You know, we talk about bullet train, which is on fast track, a lot of Japanese component there. Any other specifics? And if you could say something about the bullet train as well.
Bullet train is doing well. It's a very complicated project. And the complication is not only technology, its implementation is also complicated. The technology has to be taken from Japan to India, most of the technologies. India has to prepare the groundwork for getting the Shinkansen, which is the high-speed railways, working in India. So there are a lot of challenges, and these challenges are being tackled one by one. And looks like that, yes, we are a little delayed, but at the same time, we are also looking forward to probably having something running 2026-27.
And so all eyes on that Quad summit. As you can see in those visuals, Prime Minister Modi being given a rousing welcome as he arrived in Tokyo. And at this, after Prime Minister's touchdown in Tokyo, the Indian diaspora greeted Prime Minister Modi. There were chants of Modi that were in the air. Remember, similar scenes were also seen when Prime Minister was in Nepal. And that only shows the kind of outreach Prime Minister Modi has across the globe with the visuals that we are showing to you. So all eyes on Prime Minister Modi, who will be holding several engagements as well in his 2-day visit. In fact, I'm told we have Abhishek back with us, who's joining us live from Tokyo. We will be shortly going across to him. Several issues that will also be taken up in the Quad summit. We have Abhishek back with us. Abhishek, if we talk about combating the Chinese aggression, do you see this as a common goal of the four nations, and do you also see it as a center of focus when we talk about the Quad summit which will take place?
Well, absolutely. It's a very good question, Samiksha. Let me just answer it in some detail. So China is essentially the elephant in the room. Remember Quad when it began in 2007 as conceived by Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of Japan at that time. It was called Quad Security Dialogue. So there was this anticipation that increasingly it would be difficult to handle China's belligerence. We have seen in this year alone, the Chinese have made full-scale air raids, so to say, in Taiwanese airspace, and every time using between 18 and 35 fighters and bombers. So it was almost like a military drill to see how the Taiwanese respond, and the apprehension is that this is being done because at some stage in very near future, China wants to do to Taiwan what the Russians have done in Ukraine, essentially take it over by force. But that's only one aspect of it. We have seen Chinese flexing their muscle in Okinawa, in the Japan Sea south of Okinawa Islands, trying to intimidate the Japanese. There was a flotilla, in fact, a naval flotilla of the Chinese that passed by those sea lanes just about 10 days back, making the Japanese scramble their own warships to show that they are prepared, their defense is prepared. So maybe the Chinese were watching, but that's a very elaborate answer I'll need to give. I have to take a short break, but we come back to this conversation on the Chinese threat, or Chinese being the elephant in the room when it comes to Quad.
मुबारक हो, बाप हुआ है, नाम है N, Scorpio N. The big daddy of SUVs is here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week we saw the Supreme Court deliver its order, its views in the Gyanvapi case. The Supreme Court during the hearing made a passing observation on how the courts were seasoned at doing their job. But the courts of India, right from the lower courts to the highest court of law, have unfortunately been subject to attack, an unfortunate attack. Gyanvapi is a case study of how the lobby and a section of the politicians target our courts. But it is certainly not the only case. Whether it was Rafale or Shaheen Bagh or Ayodhya, there has been an attempt at casting aspersions on the judiciary. There has been an attempt to discredit our courts of law, and there has been an attempt to disregard their impartiality as and when a verdict doesn't go the lobby's way. But this pattern cannot go unchecked. On this Sunday edition of the debate, the question is simple. Is disrespect for courts becoming a pattern? And if it is, ladies and gentlemen, if it is, can it continue?
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you were using? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Top headlines at at 8:30, Prime Minister Modi is touched down in Japan to attend Quad session next. Countdown to Quad Summit has now begun. Republic gets you minute-by-minute updates live from Tokyo. Chalisa face-off heats up. Parliamentary Privileges Committee to record Rana's submissions on alleged mistreatment. District and Sessions Judge to hear Gyanvapi case today. Four states follow centre's lead. BJP questions opposition over reduction of VAT on fuel. It's an all-out war on reduction on fuel prices as centre now mounts pressure on states. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching The Morning Express. I'm Samiksha Srivastava, tracking the big story that is coming in right now, with several claims and counterclaims on the discovery of shivling in the survey of Gyanvapi Mosque complex. The district and sessions judge will start hearing the Shringar Gauri Gyanvapi Mosque lawsuit today.
The district and sessions judge is all set to hear the Srinagar Gauri Gyanvapi Mosque lawsuit from today. The suit was transferred from the Civil Judge Senior Division to the district and sessions judge on May 21 on the order of the Supreme Court. The Apex Court observed that a slightly more mature hand should handle the Gyanvapi Mosque case given its sensitivity. While assuring that no aspersions were being cast on the civil judge, the Supreme Court had said that both parties would benefit from a seasoned hand and transferred the case to a senior and experienced judicial officer of the Uttar Pradesh Higher Judicial Service, the district and sessions judge.
लेकिन मेरी आस्था कोर्ट में नहीं है, मेरी आस्था कोर्ट में नहीं रखी हुई है, मेरी आस्था मेरे हृदय में रखी हुई है। और मैं एक हिंदू हूँ, मेरे लिए शिव महत्वपूर्ण है और काशी महत्वपूर्ण है। करोड़ों लोग वहाँ प्रतिवर्ष जा रहे हैं। हम तो मानते ही हैं कि वहाँ पर हमारा शिवलिंग था, हमारा भव्य मंदिर था, उसको तोड़ा गया और इतिहास में भी लिखा है। आज की स्थितियों के बारे में माननीय कोर्ट को फैसला लेना है, इसलिए मेरी आस्था पर कोई फैसला नहीं होना है। और ना वहाँ काशी विश्वनाथ एक भव्य द्वादश ज्योतिर्लिंगों में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है और काशी 3 लोक से न्यारी, इस पर कोई फैसला कहीं नहीं होना है। ये सब हमारे मन के अंदर है, हमारी आस्था में निहित है।
Meanwhile, a new video accessed by Republic shows visuals from Gyanvapi Mosque basement.
ये क्या व्यास तहखाने का वीडियो है जहां पर ये वीडियो लोग बांस बल्लियां रखी हुई हैं, लोग यहाँ पे, ये इसके बारे में बताइए, तहखाना कहाँ पे है और क्या है ये
तहखाना नंदी जी के सामने है, ठीक।
अच्छा।
उत्तरी तरफ जो है ये हमारे संरक्षण में, व्यास परिवार के संरक्षण में रखा जाता है। आज से नहीं, मतलब 60-70 वर्षों से जो है ये, हाँ, रखा जाता है। हमारे पूर्वजों के समय से ही जो है ये रामायण की बांस बल्ली जो है, ये कार्तिक में जो है ये रामायण होती है, सप्तमी से पूर्णिमा तक होता है।
सितंबर महीने में हर साल ये तहखाना खुलता है, अक्टूबर महीने में हर साल ये तहखाना खुलता है,
कार्तिक महीने में।
With Hindu side claiming that signs of Sanatan motifs like swastik, lotus and trishul were found on the pillars of the basement.
तो इस वीडियो के बारे में मैं कह सकता हूँ कि इसमें हमने पुराने में जो है कि पहले जो है कि किसी टीवी पे इंटरव्यू में मैंने दिया हुआ है कि बांस बल्ली उसमें रखी जाती है, और आपको भी मैंने बताया था कि इसमें बांस बल्ली का इसी वीडियो दिखाई दे रहा है। और इसके अंदर जो है कि दीवारों पे खंडित विग्रह भी हैं, चित्र भी बने हुए हैं, स्वास्तिक के, त्रिशूल के, ये सब चित्र वहाँ पे उभेरे हुए हैं दीवारों पे। और पिलर जो है वो वही पिलर है जिसके ऊपर मस्जिद का बेस टिका हुआ है। तो वहाँ पे जो पिलर है सबके ऊपर चित्र आकृतियाँ उभरी हुई हैं, साफ साफ आकृतियाँ देखी जा सकती हैं।
As the district court takes up the case today, it needs to be seen how the parties involved will react to the order.
The court will be hearing multiple suits in this regard. They will be hearing on the survey report of Ajay Mishra and Vishal Singh, on the conservation of fish in the Wazukhana, on the Hindu side's request that the wall between Nandi and the Wazukhana be demolished, on the Muslim side's plea about how the court could give the order to protect the site where the Shivling is being talked about without listening to the Muslim side. Also, request for regular prayers to be allowed to be performed at Sringar Gauri.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the latest on the Assam violence probe, the SIT will now probe the jihadi angle into the torching of the police station in Assam's Nagaon.
Nagaon district in Assam has seen a massive law and order situation with a police station being burnt down. This after the alleged custodial death of a fisherman. Assam government has already indicated that a strong investigation will be carried out. Sources within the Assam police have indicated that there are jihadi elements who could be behind this entire act.
Following the alleged custodial death of Safiqul Islam in Assam's Batadroba on May 20, a mob turned violent and angry locals vandalized the police station by setting it on fire and also assaulted cops.
That we have already ordered an inquiry by additional SP of a neighboring district. Further, what actually happened, that would depend on the inquiry conducted by that additional SP plus the post-mortem report. And the doctor during the post-mortem has ascertained that there is some certain things in his intestine which need examination. So for that purpose, viscera has been preserved and it is being sent to the forensic science laboratory. So the inquiry report, post-mortem report and the viscera report from the forensic science laboratory, that would establish whether there is any foul play or not. In case there is a foul play, then we will take the strongest possible action against any policeman who may be involved in that.
According to reports, Safiqul Islam was allegedly picked up by the police on May 20 when he was on his way to the market to sell fish.
There are several videos that have been accessed by Republic TV which goes on to indicate that there is a high possibility that this could be a premeditated attack.
Meanwhile, an eyewitness in the incident claimed that the family took the trader from the police station. The witness said that the family took the person home and later he was taken to hospital where he was declared dead.
शुक्रवार शाम 7 बजे वो बेहोश होकर बॉर्डर थाना से 3 किलोमीटर आगे घुमरागुड़ी गांव का सामने हाईवे के सामने गिरा है। तो बेहोश था, ड्रिंक्स करके एकदम बेहोश था। इसी समय गांव का सारा आदमी खड़ा हो गया। जब आदमी खड़ा हो गया तो इसी टाइम हमने थाना को इन्फॉर्मेशन दिया कि यहाँ पे एक लड़का ओवर ड्रिंक्स करके बेहोश होकर पड़ रहा है, क्या आप लोग आइए। तो इसके 15 मिनट बाद थाना से एक गाड़ी गया।
Speaking to Republic TV, Piyush Hazarika, a cabinet minister from Assam, essentially indicated that the investigation is underway. They are looking at the possible attempt by jihadi elements and jihadi groups who could be behind this attack, and also making a strong warning that this is for the last time that such an incident will take place in Assam. It will no longer be tolerated.
Bureau Report for Republic TV.
As Prime Minister Narendra Modi travels to Japan to participate in the second only in-person Quad Leaders Summit, I, along with Rohit Vishwakarma, my video journalist, would bring to you all details in and around the top-built diplomatic engagement from here in Tokyo, only on Republic Media Network. Keep watching.
Welcome back. Now, after the centre announced a major cut in excise duty on fuel, politics has erupted over the move, with the opposition parties drawing an alleged link between elections and price of petrol and diesel in the country.
Maharashtra has become the 4th state in India after Kerala, Rajasthan and Odisha to cut value-added tax or VAT in petrol and diesel. Now, petrol will cost 2 rupees 8 paise less, while diesel will cost 1 rupee 44 paise less in Maharashtra. The move comes by the Shiv Sena-led government after the centre's request to states to cut value-added tax after the centre itself had reduced excise duties on the fuel. However, Uddhav Thackeray says that the centre had already hiked taxes very greatly and now they were just reducing that. He said he was not happy with the cut in excise duties and they should be reduced further. His demand is that the prices of petrol and diesel should be brought back to where they were 6 to 7 years ago. On the 21st of May, the centre had reduced prices of petrol and diesel by cutting excise duty on them in order to ease consumer woes.
Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant welcomed the centre's decision to reduce the excise duty on petrol, diesel and urged non-BJP ruled states to reciprocate, citing that the BJP ruled states followed the centre's move.
केंद्र सरकार का निर्णय का मैं स्वागत करता हूं। माननीय मोदी जी का मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं और आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। जिस तरह से 9 रुपये और 7 रुपीज़ डीजल के ऊपर कम कर दिए, 9 रुपीज़ पेट्रोल के ऊपर कम कर दिए हैं, इस निर्णय का मैं बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। जो कॉमन पीपल हैं, इन लोगों का उसकी राहत मिलेगी डेफिनेटली। और 3 महीने के अंदर दूसरी बार ये निर्णय केंद्र सरकार ने लिया था। पहली बार जब ये निर्णय लिया था तभी सभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी रूलिंग स्टेट ने उसी वक्त यानी पेट्रोल और डीजल के ऊपर उतना ही दाम कम कर दिया था। मुझे लगता है कि इस बार कम से कम बिगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जितने सारे राज्य हैं उन लोगों ने कम से कम इस बार कॉमन पीपल के बारे में सोचना चाहिए और कम से कम कुछ तो रेट कम करके बाकी कॉमन लोगों को राहत देना ज़रूरी है। डेफिनेटली जो रेट कम किया है दूसरी बार केंद्र सरकार ने, इसलिए मैं माननीय मोदी जी का सभी लोगों की तरफ से मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। और डेफिनेटली जिस तरह से पेट्रोल और डीजल के ऊपर का दाम कम होने से जो महंगाई बढ़ रही है ऐसे बोल रहे हैं, उसकी राहत अभी सभी लोगों को मिलेगी। यानी महंगाई कम होने में भी डीजल की प्राइस मायने रखती है, तो डेफिनेटली इसका फ़ायदा पूरे देश भर में सभी लोगों को और ट्रांसपोर्टेशन वाली चीज़ में सभी लोगों को मिलेगा। इसका फ़ायदा सभी लोगों को मिलेगा।
Earlier, the Rajasthan government reduced the value-added tax on petrol by Rs 2.48 per litre and diesel by 1.16 per litre. With this, petrol will be cheaper by Rs 10.48 and diesel by Rs 7.16 per litre in the state. The Kerala government also cut taxes on petrol and diesel by Rs 2.41 and Rs 1.36 respectively. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has also said that his government will consider further cut in fuel tax. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Sparking a fresh controversy, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that the word madrasas should cease to exist. So a statement there by the Assam Chief Minister stirring a madrasa controversy, saying that the word madrasa should cease to exist. So a big statement there with regard to the madrasas. The Chief Minister there, Himanta Biswa Sarma, saying that the madrasas word should not exist.
जब तक ये मद्रासा दिमाग में घूमते रहेगा तब तक बच्चा को भी डॉक्टर इंजीनियर नहीं बन सकता है। अगर बच्चा को आप स्कूल में जाने का समय आप पूछ लेता है कि बेटा तुम मद्रासा जा रहा है, तुम जुनाब बनेगा, इस रास्ते से तुम डॉक्टर नहीं बनेगा, तो कोई बच्चा मद्रासा नहीं जाएगा। मद्रासा में तो दाखिल किया जाता है वायलेटिंग ह्यूमन राइट्स, किसलिए वो रास्ता बंद हो जाता है। तो आप जरूर कुरान पढ़ाइए, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा पढ़ाइए साइंस, मैथ्स, बायोलॉजी, बोटानी, जियोलॉजी। तो इसीलिए मद्रासा सब विलुप्त हो जाना चाहिए, नॉर्मल एजुकेशन होना चाहिए। और घर में आप खूब आपका धर्म पुथी पढ़ाइए, पूरा 2 to 3 घंटा धर्म पुथी पढ़ाइए, लेकिन स्कूल में ऐसा ही शिक्षा दीजिए जो शिक्षा से आपका बेटा डॉक्टर और इंजीनियर बन सकता है, प्रोफेसर बन सकता है, साइंटिस्ट बन सकता है जी। और भाई साहब और एक बात है, मैं आपको बताता हूं, कोई जो आप बोल रहे हैं मुसलमान लोग कुरान कंठस्थ कर रहा है तो इसलिए उनमें बहुत ज्यादा मेरिट होता है, ये सारा मुसलमान भाई हिंदू था, कोई एज ए मुसलमान ये धरती में नहीं आया, भारत का धरती में सब हिंदू ही था। तो आई विल गिव क्रेडिट, अगर कोई मुसलमान बच्चा बहुत ज्यादा मेरिटेरियस है, आई विल ऑल्सो गिव ए पार्ट ऑफ क्रेडिट टू हिज हिंदू पास्ट। ये मद्रसा शब्द ही विलुप्त हो जाना चाहिए। जब तक ये मद्रसा दिमाग में घूमते रहेगा तब तक बच्चा को भी डॉक्टर इंजीनियर नहीं बन सकता है। अगर बच्चा को आप स्कूल में जाने का समय आप पूछ लेता है कि बेटा तुम मद्रसा जा रहा है, तुम जुनाब बनेगा, इस रास्ते से तुम डॉक्टर नहीं बनेगा, तो कोई बच्चा मद्रसा नहीं जाएगा। मद्रसा में तो दाखिल किया जाता है वायलेटिंग ह्यूमन राइट्स, किसलिए वो रास्ता बंद हो जाता है। तो आप जरूर कुरान पढ़ाइए, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा पढ़ाइए साइंस, मैथ्स, बायोलॉजी, बोटानी, जियोलॉजी। तो इसीलिए मद्रसा सब विलुप्त हो जाना चाहिए, नॉर्मल एजुकेशन होना चाहिए। और घर में आप खूब आपका धर्म पुथी पढ़ाइए, पूरा 2 to 3 घंटा धर्म पुथी पढ़ाइए, लेकिन स्कूल में ऐसा ही शिक्षा दीजिए जो शिक्षा से आपका बेटा डॉक्टर और इंजीनियर बन सकता है, प्रोफेसर बन सकता है, साइंटिस्ट बन सकता है। जी। और भाई साहब और एक बात है, मैं आपको बताता हूं, कोई जो आप बोल रहे हैं मुसलमान लोग कुरान कंठस्थ कर रहा है तो इसलिए उनमें बहुत ज्यादा मेरिट होता है, ये सारा मुसलमान भाई हिंदू था। कोई एज ए मुसलमान ये धरती में नहीं आया, भारत का धरती में सब हिंदू ही था। तो आई विल गिव क्रेडिट, अगर कोई मुसलमान बच्चा बहुत ज्यादा मेरिटेरियस है, आई विल ऑल्सो गिव ए पार्ट ऑफ क्रेडिट टू हिज हिंदू पास्ट।
And we have VHP's Vinod Bansal also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, if you heard the soundbite of the Assam Chief Minister saying that the word madrasa should cease to exist, how would you respond to that?
Definitely, it is a need of the hour, and since community is being divided on the religious lines actually. आप देखिए कि मदरसा में आखिर का जो एजुकेशन के केंद्र हैं वो बच्चों की सर्वांगीण विकास करना चाहिए, न कि एक कट्टरपंथ की एक फैक्ट्री बननी चाहिए। ये जो मदरसा में जिस तरह से पिछले दिनों में काफी ऐसे केसेस आए बॉम्ब विस्फोट के और इलीगल एक्टिविटीज के और इसके उसके, और ये वास्तविकता है कि देखिए जितने भी भारत में रहते हैं वो सारे है तो भारतीय है ना, मूल रूप से है तो हिंदू ही, वो मजबूरी बस लोग कचोट हो गए थे। अब मैं कहता हूँ उनको वापस धर्म में आए, अपने संस्कार में जुड़े और अपनी जो परंपरा है इसको सम्मान करना सीखे। ये जो अलगाववादी प्रवृत्ति जो बनती है ना, ये मदरसों की शिक्षा के कारण ही बनती है। और जो शर्मा जी ने जो बात कही है बड़ी गंभीर बात है, और ये जो मदरसा एजुकेशन है इसको एट पार करना चाहिए जो गवर्नमेंट एजुकेशन है। अलग से हमें कोई रिलीजियस लाइन्स पर उसकी व्यवस्था क्यों करनी चाहिए, वो सरकारी फंडिंग से।
जी विनोद बंसल, थैंक्स हमसे बात करने के लिए। वी ऑल्सो हैव रतन शारदा ऑफ द RSS also joining us on the phone line. Ma'am, if I can take your reaction on the same Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma saying that the word madrasa should not exist. Your response to his statement?
See, Himanta Biswa Sarma speaks in a very clear-cut manner. He has very clear thinking. See, madrasas are a cocoon system. They are so cocoon that you learn only Urdu. Major portion of the teaching is Quran. Quran, Urdu, and a few subjects don't make a completely educated, complete person. So naturally, we need a system where you find a modern Muslim reading modern subjects and not getting caught in orthodoxy. And if we are only giving religious teaching and some smattering some other knowledge, then it is naturally time that these madrasas stop being treated as schools and Muslims should go to schools. If they want to integrate with the society rather than live a cocoon life as if they exist on some other planet, then naturally madrasas are one of the major point which makes them isolated, makes them feel they are in a different island and don't need to mix up with other people. So this sense of isolation, alienation is the result of madrasa teaching, and that is to go.
All right. So that was RSS Ratan Sharda as well as Vinod Bansal who spoke to us and gave us their response. We have, I'm told, AIMIM spokesperson as well on the phone line. Asim Wakar also joining us. Sir, how would you want to respond to the statement by the Assam Chief Minister saying that the word madrasa should cease to exist?
नहीं, मैंने उनका बयान सुना और मैं उनको मशवरा दूंगा, एक मुख्यमंत्री किसी भी स्टेट का हो वो जाहिल नहीं हो सकता, उसको काबिल होना चाहिए। इतना काबिल तो होना ही चाहिए कि वो आम आदमी की भाषा को समझ सके और उसको जवाब दे सके। तो मैं हेमंत शर्मा साहब से कहता हूं कि थोड़ा पढ़िए, अंदर की अज्ञानता को निकालिए और ज्ञानी बनिए। उन्होंने कहा मदरसा स्कूल नहीं हो सकता, उनको ये पता ही नहीं है कि जो क्रिश्चियन धर्म है इसमें जो क्रिश्चियनों के शिक्षा संस्थान है उसे बोलते हैं कॉन्वेंट। जहाँ क्रिश्चियनिटी ईसाइयत पढ़ाई जाए इसको कॉन्वेंट बोलते हैं। इस्लाम में मदरसा बोलते हैं और हिंदुज्म में विद्यापीठ। तीनों का मतलब अगर निकाला जाए एक ही इंग्लिश में या एक सार निकाला जाए, अर्थ निकाला जाए तो उसका मतलब होता है शिक्षा संस्थान, स्कूल। ये बात पता नहीं है हेमंत शर्मा जी को। हेमंत शर्मा जी को चाहिए कि थोड़ा ज्ञान ले लें और बेहतर मुख्यमंत्री बने।
Well, Asim Wakar, thanks for speaking to us. But the statements that were made by Himanta Biswa Sarma very clearly stated that botany, physics and other such texts should also be taught to the students who are being taught the religious scriptures in the madrasas. Thanks for speaking to us. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest live coverage from Tokyo as Prime Minister's touchdown in Japan to attend Quad session next.
Well, as the Delhiwalas get a respite due to the rains, but a very, very big problem of waterlogging persists. Coming up on the other side, only on Republic Media Network.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics.
This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain.
Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
As Prime Minister Minister Narendra Modi travels to Japan to participate in the second only in-person Quad Leaders Summit. I, along with Rohit Vishwakarma, my video journalist, would bring.
Now, a news break coming in from Alipua, where shocking sloganeering was heard using kids by the PFI group. So there you can see the visuals as well of the PFI raising slogans using kids as tools. A very shocking incident coming to light from Alipua. And in fact, in this particular visual, we are told the PFI raised slogans using kids. As you can, we'll pull out those visuals as well of the PFI using kids to raise slogans. This particular incident coming to light from Alipua. And we will go across to Ashwin as well to get us more information. But the visuals on your screens, you can see how the PFI is using kids to raise slogans, using kids as tools. This particular incident coming to light from Alipua. And that's a very shocking sloganeering that is being done by the PFI using kids. Well, I'm told we have Ashwin also on the phone line. Ashwin, if you could quickly tell us what is being said by these kids which the PFI are using as tools to raise slogans.
This shocking slogan was said during the Sammelan that was held on 21st of May at Alapura in Kerala, where you can clearly see a kid on the shoulder of a adult raising such provocative slogans. The slogan essentially says that Hindus and Christians
Inshallah, inshallah, ortu bachcho sangigale. Inshallah, inshallah, ortu bachcho sangigale. Pakistanil babula, Bangladeshil babula. Pakistanil babula, Bangladeshil babula. Babugiyane, already mandil babulu.
You can see in those visuals on your screens the PFI using kids as tools and raising slogans in Kerala's Alapua. And as Ashwin was telling us, this particular incident in which the kids can be seen raising slogans in which they are heard saying that we won't go to Pakistan or Bangladesh, but we will go down 6 feet under. But before going, hear me Sanghis, we will take you and only then we will go. That's the kind of slogans that were being raised by the PFI using the kids there in Alapua. A very short break, a lot lined up for you on the other side. It's an all-out war on reduction of fuel prices as centre now mounts pressure on states.
Prime Minister engages in the big ticket event of this visit, that is the Quad Leaders Meet, which is Tuesday morning, where he would be having summit talks with President Joe Biden, Prime Minister Kishida and of course Prime Minister Albanese. After which there are bilateral talks also lined up with the same leaders, and that's how the visit really pans out and ends for the Prime Minister, after which he really flies down back to New Delhi. Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum, he of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in Japan to attend Quad session next. Countdown to Quad Summit begins. Republic gets you minute-to-minute updates live from Tokyo. Shocking video emerges from Kerala. Did PFI allegedly use skid to issue threat? Chalisa face-off heats up Parliamentary Privileges Committee to record Rana's submissions on alleged mistreatment. District and Sessions Judge to hear Gyanvapi case today. It's an all-out war on reduction of fuel prices as centre now mounts pressure on states. National capital comes to a standstill as heavy rains continue to lash Delhi. And heavy rains lash national capital Delhi, bringing down temperatures, but flooding and waterlogging seen in many areas. Welcome to Live and Breaking on Republic TV. Well, the national capital was brought to a standstill this morning as heavy rains continue to lash Delhi NCR. Well, these are visuals of the heavy rains lashing Delhi NCR since early this morning. Even before dawn, clouds and thunder clouds gathered and thunder was heard. Meanwhile, waterlogging reported in many areas. We are bringing you visuals there from Janpath, from Vijay Chowk. As you can see, as the rains continue, waterlogging reported in many parts. And joining us now is Mr. Mahesh Ehlawat
To discuss more on the situation in Delhi, heavy rains bringing some respite from the overpowering heat, Mr. Helawat. But when we talk about water logging, how can this be the scene anytime there is a heavy downpour? How can this happen in the national capital?
My name is Mahesh Palawat, not Helawat. Yes, this downpour happened today morning because a weather system was developing over, you can say, northwest India as a cyclonic circulation, and a trough was extending from this cyclonic circulation up to eastern parts of the country. So moisture feed was available from Bay of Bengal. That's why this heavy rainfall occurred over many parts of Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, and western parts of Uttar Pradesh, leading to waterlogging over Delhi and NCR, as well as over Faridabad, Noida, Ghaziabad. All these areas are waterlogged due to heavy downpour, and wind speed was around 60 to 70 km per hour, uprooting many trees. So we can say, you know that Delhi is developing very fast, but the infrastructure to handle such downpour is not up to the mark. And whenever it rains 40 to 50 millimeter, Delhi come to standstill, and there is no proper sanitation in Delhi and NCR. That's why we can see the traffic jam across the city. Yeah.
Well, when we talk about this kind of weather, you were telling us about the causes for this, for the sudden rains. Are they just a flash in the pan, or can we expect that, are these pre-monsoon showers? How would you describe them? Also, how long can we expect them to continue?
See, these are pre-monsoon showers. We have not seen any significant rain activity in the month of March. Was almost dry, and in the month of April, only 21st and 25th of April, there was mild dust storm activity. And we have not seen any significant weather activity in the May also, but this can be termed as first strong pre-monsoon shower. And these rain activities may continue over Delhi and NCR for another hour or so, and thereafter the sun will be out and temperature will start rising. Today, Delhi has recorded a lowest minimum of the decade in the month of May, that is 17.2 degree. Our record is of 15.2 degree, which was on May 2nd in 1982. Now, weather will clear up by afternoon, and again a short spell is anticipated during late evening or night hours, and tomorrow also, because moisture is still in the atmosphere. Therefore, we can see that yes, one or two short spells of rain or thunder shower activities may happen tomorrow also. Yeah.
Well, many thanks, Mr. Palawat, for joining us there and for sharing with us all those details. So the weather improving greatly, but as Mr. Palawat says, these are pre-monsoon showers, and well, good news also, temperatures dipping to record lows. Joining us is Ananya. Ananya, it's over to you. Waterlogging reported in many areas of Delhi. It's as if life has come to a standstill in Delhi NCR with this sudden shower.
Well, yes, Rukma, I'm currently at Saket in South Delhi area of the national capital, and you can see the situation of waterlogging. And last, my camera person Parvez ji to show you as to how the life has come to a standstill. People are facing struggles, in fact, to move out, because remember that it is a Monday morning and everybody wants to rush to their offices. But then you can clearly see how a massive traffic jam has emerged out due to this whole waterlogging situation in the national capital. Remember that how the MET department has clearly stated that it is the century's lowest, in fact, after a very, very long time, that temperature of 17 degrees, because remember that Delhi people were facing the wrath of the sun for quite a long time now, but it is coming out as a breather for the Delhi walas when we talk about the temperatures. But then this problem of waterlogging crops up, wherein this is majorly due to the damaged sewer system and not a maintained sewer system. You can see it's somewhere or the other discloses how the Delhi roads are built, and you can clearly see how people are struggling to go out to their offices, to wherever they want to travel, because it's a Monday morning, everybody is out, and people are definitely facing problems. People might also get late due to the long traffic jam that are occurring due to this whole area issue. You see, we saw the visuals from across the capital, whether it's Vijay Chowk, whether it's somewhere in central, north, south or southeast Delhi. we can see everywhere the problem of waterlogging is persisting, and there is no solution to it per se, but the people are facing the wrath of the rains, though these are the pre-monsoon showers, as we say, and a strong one, in fact, that are coming up. In fact, as the MET officials were also telling us that this would remain the situation till at around 1:30 p.m. But after that, the sun would start to rise and the situation might improve. But as of now, you can see how these massive traffic jams are taking place here. And in fact, people are facing a lot of problem in traveling. In fact, we also spoke to some of the people who clearly say that they are facing a lot of problems in traveling, because the students who come to Delhi, because Delhi is a hub of coaching centers for UPSC, for medical, and when students like these who have classes lined up get late, they lose out on a lot of things, and hence now we can see how the situations are deteriorating and how the Delhi roads are. So definitely a big problem of the waterlogging is persisting into the national capital, and now we'll have to wait and watch as to what is the solution to it. Studios.
Right, the hope is that the sun will come out, although these rains do bring a respite. The heavy traffic snarls tell another story when it comes to Delhi NCR. Ananya, also tell us about the flights that have been diverted. Have railway services and other national highways also, how are they impacted by these sudden heavy rains?
Well, yes, definitely the sudden rains affect the railway system as well, because remember that the railway tracks, if they get a lot wet, then there is an issue that the tracks might submerge, and in fact the trains might face a lot of problems in running, and hence the railway is also looking after the situation and might cancel out some of the trains, because every time we see a heavy rainfall in the national capital, we see that trains are being cancelled. Studios.
Keep your eyes on that story. And breaking news now, Republic has accessed this shocking video from Kerala. In the video, PFI leaders are seen allegedly using a child at their rally.
Inshallah, Pakistanil Mogula, Bangladeshil Mogula, Pakistanil Mogula, Bangladeshil Mogula, Poguyane, Aradi Mandil Pogolo, Poguyane, Aradi Mandil Pogolo, Pogumnumbe, Sangini, Gekolo, Pogumnumbe, Sangini, Gekolo, Sangi, Ninne Monte, Yangalange Pogolo, Sangi, Ninne Monte, Yangalange Pogolo, Sangi, Ninne Monte, Assalam, 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 Ya Shaheed, Assalam, Ya Shaheed, Assalam, Shaheed Shan, 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 Assalam, 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 Ya Shaheed, Assalam, Ya Shaheed, Assalam, Shaheed Zubair, Assalam, Shaheed Zubair, Assalam, Shaheed Zubair, Assalam, Shaheed Zubair, Assalam, Ya Shaheed, Assalam, Ya Shaheed.
Joining us now is our correspondent Ashwin to explain this shocking video of a child leading the sloganeering at a rally organized by the PFI. Ashwin, a very good morning to you. Could you explain what the sloganeering is about? What are they saying?
Good morning, Rukma. Again, yet another provocative, shocking video has emerged, that of PFI. And what is despicable about this video is that a child has been clearly used, as this video is seen. A child, a minor, has been used to give such provocative slogans, which essentially says that Sangees beware, even if we go 6 feet under, we will take you along. Now that is a kind of statement that has been made. The child also goes on to say that they will do special prayers at Babri and also at Gyanvapi as well. So this is clearly shows, the video clearly shows that this child has been groomed, extremely groomed to make such provocative statement. But clearly a young child like that, a minor like that, will not make such statement without being groomed. So there are a lot of sections of the law which can be used against in the view of these videos that has emerged, but it seems like no cases have been filed so far. The rally was conducted in Alapura by the PFI members. More than 1,000 people had gathered in this rally, and this was just part of the rally, and you can clearly see a child leading and people are repeating whatever he is saying. And the content of it is also very problematic, because we have accessed more videos in which the child also says that Hindus and Christians, be aware, keep your death rituals, all the things required for your death ritual ready, because your god of death has arrived. These are the kind of statements that is emerging from a young child's mouth, a minor's mouth, and clearly this is a clear video that a child has been groomed to say extremely provocative things, and that is very problematic. What needs to be seen, Rukma, is whether the law enforcement will notice this, whether the law enforcement use an iron fist to clamp down on further grooming of such children to make such dangerous comments which are against the constitution of this country.
Well, Ashwin, when we talk about the PFI, apparently it had held a rally yesterday. And how did that go down? Because, well, we are seeing a video in which clearly anti-national sentiments are being expressed, threatening to other sections of the community, threatening to other sections of society and state as well.
Rukma, absolutely. This is not something surprising. We have seen over the years, Republic Media Network has always exposed such videos we have emerged. If you remember, in Kannur also a similar video had emerged, and after which there was a killing that was done. Now, Alapura especially is a very extremely sensitive zone. In fact, before the rally was conducted, there was a rally by the Bajrang Dal in Alapura. Now, PFI made this rally as a response to that particular rally done by the Bajrang Dal in Alapura. So the situation was very tense and volatile in Alapura. However, there was a few of the people even filed, complaint that all the rallies must be cancelled. But the police and the law enforcement and the lawmakers of the country of the state didn't look into it. They allowed all this rally to take place. And what is the content of the rally is what is now been exposed. What is also shocking is the fact that a child has been used, a minor child has been used to say words which clearly intends that they will kill another community. This is what this video allegedly says. And from this video that we have accessed, we have also confirmed from sources that this is actually from the rally that was held on 21st of May at Alapura. And this clearly shows that a child has been groomed. And problematic thing is that the content of the slogans is so dangerous. As you rightly said, it is anti-national, because we can hear the Intifada salute. Yeah, Intifada salute has been made by a minor in this country, and that too people echoing the same sentiments. The Intifada salute has been done openly on the street, where police was also there controlling the mob. So clearly what needs to be seen is whether any actions will be taken. But what is definitely prima facie, it is true that section 153A is definitely attracted. Juvenile Justice Act was definitely enacted if a case has been filed, but all this are yet not been done. We need to see whether any cases are being filed in after this video has emerged, whether the law enforcement will take cognizance of the fact that a minor has been used to make provocative statements that is against the interest of the country.
So clearly, as we're seeing in these visuals, it would seem that a child, and perhaps many children like this boy, has been tutored to voice slogans against India, against other members of the community. Ashwin, has there been no response to this? Well, we'll have to leave it at that for now. Ashwin, you keep your eyes on that story. Moving on now, well, in Purnia, in Bihar, breaking news coming in. 8 people dead after a truck overturns near a Kali temple in Jalalgarh area. So 8 people have been reported dead so far. A truck overturning in this massive road accident. A huge tragedy there. 8 people are reportedly dead in this accident. Breaking news coming in from Purnia in Bihar. We are trying to get more details of the incident. And well, whether it was the truck that hit them or they were traveling on it. But clearly a truck has overturned. We can see that rescue operations and cleanup operations are on there with the cranes. Road rescue team at the spot. But we are hearing that so far that there are 8 casualties in this accident in Bihar, in Purnia, as a truck overturns. More details awaited regarding the incident, but as of now it's been a fatal accident for 8 people. Moving on to other news now. Even as a rift with the JDU continues to widen, BJP MP and close Nitish aide has now said that no matter what happens, Nitish Kumar will not join the RJD, as the Bihar Chief Minister and Lalu Yadav are poles apart.
आपको क्या लगता है कि नीतीश जी को फिर से लालू यादव के पास जाना चाहिए या नहीं जाना चाहिए?
क्यों जाएंगे? मुझे तो ये समझ में ही नहीं आता है कि नीतीश जी की पूरी राजनीति आज तक लालू यादव की विरोध की राजनीति रही है। 92 या 93 में जब वो समता पार्टी का उन्होंने गठन किया और तब से वो लगातार लालू यादव का, जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस, नीतीश कुमार, उनकी पूरी पार्टी। और बिहार की राजनीति के अंदर जो 2 ध्रुव हैं उसमें एक ध्रुव नीतीश कुमार और एक ध्रुव लालू प्रसाद यादव।
तो गए ना 2015 में तो साथ गए 4 साल
गए, तो उसके
ऐसी क्या गारंटी है कि दोबारा नहीं जा सकते?
देखिए, गारंटी तो कोई किसी की नहीं ले सकता है, लेकिन मैं उनको जानता हूँ कि वो दोबारा कभी नहीं जाएंगे। जो
तो उस समय भी तो आप जानते ही थे, तो वो कैसे चले गए? आपको सैक कर दिया था उन्होंने।
ठीक है, जो उस समय हुआ,
जी के साथ जाने के लिए आपको सैक किया था,
जो भी उस समय की परिस्थिति बनी हो। लेकिन मैं जानता हूं कि नीतीश कुमार एक बार चले गए होंगे और मेरे शब्दों के अंदर वो उनकी गलती थी वहां जाना। अब वो गलती दोबारा वो दोहराने वाले नहीं है।
उस समय गलती किया था
वो तो खुद स्वीकार करते हैं बातचीत में, बाकी में। और 3 साल जो साथ में रहे तो किस से लालू यादव का दबाव झेलना पड़ता था।
वो तो ये भी बोले थे विधानसभा के पटल पर कि मिट्टी में मिल जाऊंगा, भाजपा के साथ नहीं जाऊंगा। तो वो तो बात बदलते रहते हैं।
बयान दिया एक बात है, लेकिन 3 साल या 2.5 साल जो रहे वो आरजेडी के साथ, तो सरकार चलाना कितना कठिन हो गया था उनके लिए, वो खुद इस बात को जानते हैं।
आप क्या सलाह देंगे नीतीश जी को, पुराने सहयोगी के नाते, कि बिहार के हित में क्या वो राजद के साथ नहीं जाएं?
मैं कौन हूँ तो सलाह देने वाले, लेकिन सवाल ही नहीं उठता जानने का। ये तो एक हाइपोथेटिकल बातचीत मीडिया के अंदर, और ये सारा प्लांट कहीं न कहीं आरजेडी के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। कल जब रेड हुआ तो क्या कर रहा आरजेडी कि चूँकि जदयू आरजेडी नज़दीक आ रही थी इसलिए रेड करवाया गया, कि जातीय जनगणना करवा रही थी इसलिए आया गया। तो ये कोई बयान है? करे
मोदी जी, आप भी जानते हैं तथ्य के अलावा पॉलिटिक्स जो है परसेप्शन पे चलता है। तो परसेप्शन ये बन रहा था कि नीतीश जी जो आज तक आरजेडी के इफ्तार पार्टी में नहीं गए, पैदल चल के अपने आवाज से निकल के एक मैसेज देने के लिए बीजेपी को चले जाते हैं। उसके बाद
And coming up in a short while, Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in Japan to attend Quad session next.
Prime Minister engages in the big ticket event of this visit, that is the Quad Leaders Meet, which is Tuesday morning, where he would be having summit talks with President Joe Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, and of course Prime Minister Albanese. After which there are bilateral talks also lined up with the same leaders, and that's how the visit really pans out and ends for the Prime Minister, after which he really flies down back to New Delhi. Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए. जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है.
हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं. CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं. Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command.
Breaking news now on Republic TV. The TRF has threatened to attack the Amarnath Yatra, trying to justify possible attacks on the Yatra by saying it is being used for demographic and political gains. The terror group has threatened the Amarnath Yatra, the peaceful pilgrimage that takes place annually, where thousands make the long, hard trek to seek the blessings of Lord Amarnath. And the TRF has threatened to attack the Yatra now. Well, Gursimran joins us with the latest detail on this. Gursimran, what can you tell us about this latest threat that has come from the TRF?
See, this threat has been issued by the designated terror group TRF, which is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Kashmir Valley, and now they have threatened to carry out a terror attack on Amarnath Yatra. See, they have tried to justify those attacks in the coming days by saying that we will be attacking those who will be trying to use the Yatra for their purpose. But the main thing that remains very clear that this is a plot of Pakistan, that the conspiracy has been hatched. We have seen the threat of the sticky bombs that looms over the Amarnath Yatra. We have also seen senior officials of the CRPF saying that all the Jawans have been sensitized about this threat, because this is going to one of the key challenges, the drone and the sticky bomb threat. And that's why all forces are prepared for the same. But this threat coming from the designated terror group, the Resistance Front, which is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Toiba, so as to give terrorism in Kashmir Valley a local color, is what they have planned. And now this threat is being taken really very serious by the concerned agencies. All the adequate arrangements are being made by the security forces. 2 days earlier, Army Chief was in Kashmir Valley himself to review the arrangements. He was there for 2 long days, wherein he reviewed the operational preparedness, including that for the Yatra, because Indian Army, CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, they all play a very vital role in management of the security for Amarnath Yatra.
And coming up in a short while from now, shocking video emerges from Kerala. Did the PFI allegedly use a child to issue threats? Also coming up, District and Sessions Judge to hear Gyanvapi case today.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what
is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week we saw the Supreme Court deliver its order, its views in the Gyanvapi case. The Supreme Court during the hearing made a passing observation on how the courts were seasoned at doing their job. But the courts of India, right from the lower courts to the highest court of law, have unfortunately been subject to attack, an unfortunate attack. Gyanvapi is a case study of how the lobby and a section of the politicians target our courts. But it is certainly not the only case. Whether it was Rafale or Shaheen Bagh or Ayodhya, there has been an attempt at casting aspersions on the judiciary. There has been an attempt to discredit our courts of law. And there has been an attempt to disregard their impartiality as and when a verdict doesn't go the lobby's way. But this pattern cannot go unchecked. On this Sunday edition of the debate, the question is simple. Is disrespect for courts becoming a pattern? And if it is, ladies and gentlemen, if it is, can it continue?
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow cross down the flames.
Top headlines this morning. Prime Minister's touchdown in Japan to attend Quad session next. Countdown to Quad Summit has now begun. Republic gets you minute-to-minute updates live from Tokyo. Hemanta's big takedown of madrasa system says the word madrasas should cease to exist. Shocking video emerges from Kerala. Did PFI allegedly use kids to issue threat? Chalisa face-off heats up. A parliamentary privileges committee to record Rana's submissions on alleged mistreatment. District and Sessions judge to hear the Gyanvapi case today. It's an all-out war on reduction of fuel prices as centre now mounts pressure on states. National capital comes to a standstill as heavy rains continue to lash the national capital. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Tracking the big story from Tokyo, Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Tokyo amidst chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. He is on a two-day visit to attend the Quad Summit. The meeting of the Quad leaders will begin on 24th of May and is aimed at further bolstering cooperation among the member nations of the influential grouping and discuss developments in the Indo-Pacific region. So all eyes on the Quad Summit, and Prime Minister who has reached Tokyo and was greeted by the Indian diaspora in Tokyo.
का स्वागत टोक्यो में करने भारतीय समाज के समुदाय के ये लोग यहाँ न्यू ओटानी होटल टोक्यो में इकट्ठा हुए। प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आपका थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्शन हुआ, थोड़ा सा बताएं उसके बारे में फिर बताएं।
प्रधानमंत्री आने से हम लोग 10 दिन पहले से एक्साइटेड हैं। वी ऑल आर अ ग्रुप ऑफ ए मेंबर ऑफ HSS एंड वी आर सो एक्साइटेड।
भारतीय समुदाय में एनर्जी आई है प्रधानमंत्री,
बहुत एनर्जी आ गई है। जब मोदी जी आते हैं तो एक ऑरा बन जाता है और जो ऊर्जा जो उनके अंदर है वो ऊर्जा सब भारतीयों में, ये विदेशों में सबके अंदर आ जाती है और वो जो ऊर्जा है हम सब जगह फैलाने चाहते हैं।
एक महिलाएं भी हैं यहाँ पे। आप मोदी जी आए, आप उनको हेलो कर पाए?
बिल्कुल, मोदी जी आए इस बार सबसे मिलके गए हैं। उस तरफ आए, हमें लगा शायद हम नहीं मिल पाएंगे, बट हमें इतनी अच्छा लगा। मोदी जी फिर लास्ट में आते आते हमसे मिलके गए, छोटी बच्ची से भी मिले, उससे उसका नाम पूछा और हाथ मिलाया। इनसे मिले।
क्या बात हुई आपकी मोदी जी से?
मोदी नाम पूछा इससे उन्होंने।
क्या बोले मोदी?
मोदी जी ने मुझे कुछ बोला नहीं, बट आके हाथ मिलाया, वो बहुत बड़ी बात हुई। और मोदी को मैंने आशीर्वाद, वो बहुत अच्छा लगा। एक्चुअली वो फीलिंग ना प्राइम मिनिस्टर से वैसे मिलने का, आई कांट एक्सप्रेस।
मोदी जी पर्सनली मिलके आए।
मोदी जी
बोला हाथ लगा बेटा,
दिया,
बहुत अच्छा लगा। मतलब मोदी जी से वंदे मातरम हम बोलेंगे, मोदी जी की जय हो, ही इज द बेस्ट पीएम ऑफ द वर्ल्ड।
आपने क्या किया? आपने क्या, आपका नाम क्या है?
शिवान।
आपने क्या किया जब मोदी जी आए?
उन्होंने वो इसलिए बोला कि द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड। बोलो बेटा, आपने जो बोला।
मैंने बोला था यू आर द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड और उन्होंने फिर मुझे आशीर्वाद दिया।
मोदी जी से बेहतर पीएम कोई हो ही नहीं सकता है।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी अपने होटल पहुंचे हैं अपने 2 दिवसीय जापानी दौरे पर और उनका स्वागत भारतीय समुदाय ने यहाँ सुबह सुबह आकर किया है।
And our senior executive editor Abhishek, who is in Tokyo tracking the Quad summit very closely, also spoke to the Indian envoy of Japan. Let's take a look at that exclusive conversation.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has made a comment just a while back saying that President Biden would have a straightforward communication with Prime Minister Modi. This was in the context of our position on Ukraine, perhaps. You think that West's push to get India more neutral or perhaps more towards their side is still there, that pressure is still there?
India has a side and it is its own side. So therefore India will remain on its own side. It will take care of its own national interest. It will see where it should fit in and then it will decide how to fit it in.
Quad Leaders Summit, 4th since last Jan when President Biden took over, 2nd in person. Quad again becoming relevant, gaining some salience, and India on that diplomatic high table. How you see that vantage from here in Tokyo?
This is a wonderful news which is happening, and many of the issues which have been discussed, positive issues in particular, have been taken up by Quad leadership, all the 4 countries together, and they are working with other countries as well. So if I look at briefly, that peace, security, rule of law, and navigation, free navigation of seas is what it all makes Quad a success story. Here, it's not targeted against a country. It is basically an architecture which promotes the peace and security of the region. And this region happens to be Indo-Pacific.
The bilateral with President Biden, you said straightforward communication. And with Japan, what are the engagements lined up so far as India-Japan relationship is concerned? Important engagements.
So when I look state-to-state relationship or engagements, then there will be bilateral with the Prime Minister of Japan, and there will be an intimate dinner between the 2 leaders, that is Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and the Japanese Prime Minister. So these are the 2 Japan-specific events from the government-to-government perspective. But there are other events with business. There are events with there is an event with the Indian diaspora, and in fact there is not enough time left to do anything else.
What kind of numbers we are looking at in terms of the bilateral relationship?
Just 2 months back, Japanese Prime Minister visited India, and the 2 leaders, between the 2 of them, have set a target for us to follow, which is 5 trillion Japanese yen in next 5 years of public, private and financial investment in India. That's a big ask. $8 billion a year on an average or even more than $8 billion a year on an average, is not a small task given to us, considering that Japan has been investing close to about, say, $3.5 to $4 billion a year on an average. So I think all of us will pull up our socks and move ahead.
Any specific project? We talk about bullet train, which is on fast track of a lot of Japanese components.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
As Prime Minister Narendra Modi travels to Japan to participate in the second only in-person Quad Leaders Summit, I, along with Rohit Vishwakarma, my video journalist, would bring to you all details in and around the top-built diplomatic engagement from here in Tokyo, only on Republic Media Network. Keep watching.
The first on Republic TV. First on Republic TV, you can see that Arjun Singh is coming here. Arjun Singh is there with TMC leaders.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives in Tokyo, the capital city of Japan, for a 2-day big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad Leaders Meet, second in-person meeting of the grouping that is taking place, where apart from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Joe Biden of the United States, Prime Minister Kishida of Japan and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese of Australia would be participating.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down and
Newsbreak coming in. A fresh intervention application has been filed before the Supreme Court in the Gyanvapi issue. The plea states that the places of worship cannot govern the Gyanvapi issue. So that's a fresh plea that has been filed before the Supreme Court. And tracking the story very, very closely is my colleague Ananya, who's joining us live with the latest. Ananya, if you can hear me, give us the details of this fresh plea that has been filed in the Supreme Court with respect to the Gyanvapi case.
Well, yes, Samiksha, a fresh intervention application has been filed by Advocate Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay, who claims clearly that he is a regular worshipper of Lord Adi Visheshwar and Ma Shankar Gauri, and in fact Shringar Gauri in fact, and what is persistently mentioned into this IAS Samiksha is that the Places of Worship Act doesn't govern the Gyanvapi mosque issue, because it is a temple where this whole site has been made, and the 1991 Act, the Places of Worship Act, does not prohibit from ascertaining the religious character of a place. And in fact, it has also been mentioned that a mosque which is built on a temple's land, it cannot be considered as a mosque, because it is not only against the Islamic laws, but once a land is devoted to a deity, then it is of the deity's land itself, and the religious character of a temple only changes.
Well, Ananya, I'll have to interrupt you there. We are being joined by the petitioner Ashwini Upadhyay, who has filed this plea in the Supreme Court. Sir, talk to us about this plea that you have filed in the Supreme Court with respect to the Gyanvapi case.
My submission is the mosque is simply a place of prayer. And that's why in the Gulf countries, this is the birthplace of Islam. Mosques are demolished, shifted, even for making road, school, hospital and public offices. On the other hand, this law, which is cited by the Muslim side, its name is the Places of Worship Act. So temple is the places of worship. Mosque is the place of prayer. So law which deals with the place of worship cannot be cited by the Muslim side because mosque is the place of prayer, not the place of worship.
Yes. Yes.
That's why if we see this mosque, particularly Gyanvapi, if we test the Gyanvapi character on the Mohammedan law side, the Islamic law, then still it does not fall, does not suit, does not qualify the test of Islamic law because it was neither owned, neither donated, the land was not donated, neither the land was purchased, and also there was already a structure. So according to Islamic law, mosque cannot be built on a temple or any other structure. On the other hand, because Visarjan was not done the Shivlinga. If there is a pran pratishtha, then temple is always a temple. Until there is this Shivlingam is the place with another place, place at another place with the proper Visarjan Kriya. So Visarjan, because Visarjan was not there, so it's always a temple. It was in a temple in 1957. It's a temple today also.
Yes. And sir, if I may ask you another question, if we talk about, the kind of visuals that we've accessed, which only go on to prove that there was a shivling in this particular place, contentious place that we're talking about here, what are your demands at this point in time with you having filed this plea in the Supreme Court now?
मेरा ये मानना है कि अगर वास्तव में इस देश में हम फ्रेटर्निटी कायम करना चाहते हैं, इस देश में वास्तव में भाईचारा बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, तो जिन स्थानों का जिक्र चारों वेद, 18 पुराण, वाल्मीकि रामायण, तुलसी कृत रामचरितमानस और भगवत गीता में है, जिनका जिक्र वेद, पुराण, गीता, रामायण और रामचरितमानस में है, उसको अपने आप छोड़ देना चाहिए. उससे देश का भाईचारा बढ़ेगा, आपसी भाईचारा बढ़ेगा, आपसी प्यार बढ़ेगा. अगर कोर्ट के जरिए लड़के लेंगे, कोर्ट के जरिए ही हिंदुओं को अपना स्थान मिलेगा, तो उससे भाईचारा एहसान थोड़ी होगा. अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने राष्ट्रपति का जजमेंट दे दिया तो उसके बाद किसी का एहसान थोड़ी हुआ. ज्ञानवापी भी लड़के तो किसी का एहसान नहीं होगा. इसलिए ये मानना है जिनका जिक्र कुरान और हदीस में है वो मस्जिद है, लेकिन उसको रख लें मुस्लिम भाई, लेकिन जिनका जिक्र वेद, पुराण, गीता, रामायण में है उसको छोड़ दें.
All right. So, thank you, sir, for speaking to us. That was petitioner Ashwani Upadhyay, who has filed a fresh application in the Supreme Court with respect to the Gyanvapi case. And on to more news breaks coming in, this one also relating to the Gyanvapi case. As the Gyanvapi debate continues to rage on, the Muslim side has now claimed that they will seek legal action against those who leaked the Gyanvapi report. So, the Muslim side there saying that they will seek legal action against those who leaked the Gyanvapi report. That's the statement that is coming in from the Muslim side at this point in time. If I can go across we will go across to Ananya to get us more details, but those are the details we are getting to you right now. The Muslim side demanding legal action after the Gyanvapi report was leaked, and several detailed information that was also out with regard to the shivling that is being said to be there in the Gyanvapi mosque.
प्रोसेस जो होगा वो कोर्ट के जो प्रोसीजर है, कोर्ट का प्रोसीजर उसी के अनुसार ही होगा. देखिए, इसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बहुत ही साफ दिशा निर्देश दे दिया है. इस केस को सिविल जज के यहाँ से ट्रांसफर कर दिया गया डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज साहब को, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कल के आदेश में स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि अंजुमन इंतजामिया की तरफ से जो एप्लीकेशन पहले दी गई थी, ये सूट मेंटेनेबल नहीं है और 711 उसको रिजेक्ट कर दिया जाए, उसको सिविल जज साहब ने बाईपास कर दिया था. उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, पहले कमीशन हो जाए. जबकि लॉ ये है कि अगर आदेश 7 नियम 11 में कोई एप्लीकेशन दी जाती है, वो एप्लीकेशन इस आशय की दी जाती है कि यह सूट एज ए होल प्राइमरली वो मेंटेनेबल ही नहीं है, ये चलने लायक ही नहीं है. इसमें किसी वकील कमिश्नर की रिपोर्ट, किसी साक्ष्य, किसी सबूत, किसी जय, किसी बहस की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है. तो पहले अब ये तय हो ये मुकदमा चलेगा या नहीं चलेगा, यह मेंटेनेबल है कि नहीं मेंटेनेबल है। अब उस पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि इस बिंदु को डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज प्रायोरिटी बेसिस पर सुनेंगे। तो कल हम लोग ऑनरेबल कोर्ट से यही कहेंगे कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा दिए गए दिशा निर्देश के अनुसार
We are also joined by the Hindu side lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain. Sir, if I can get your response on the Muslim side now saying that a legal action will be sought after the Gyanvapi report was leaked. My question to you is that when the judiciary, when the Supreme Court has already given an order, the case has been passed to the district and sessions judge. Why do you think the judiciary won't be respected here? Because the Muslim side there opposing in many ways the kind of order that has been passed by the Supreme Court if you talk about the Gyanvapi case.
See, first of all, so far as the issue of leakage is concerned, I strongly believe that all these things are just a delay tactic. Because if there is a leakage, first of all, Mr. Abhay Yadav must know, he is a lawyer, he must know that this is a public document. So there is no question of any leakage. It's not a secret document that it is leaked. That is number one. Second of all, if there is any leakage which has been done, who has done the leakage, it must be seen. The parties, the plaintiffs, the counsels for the plaintiffs, no one has spoken anything to the media about the survey for past 3 days. And Mr. Ram Prasad Singh, who had spoken to the media, has already been removed by the court, and because of him, the court commissioner has been removed. And the third thing is, which is very important, what is this concept of leakage in a case like this where everything is a public document? If the leakage, the concept of leakage comes when something is a secret document. Now, is there any, you must ask this question from Mr. Abhay Yadav, because you are casting aspersions on the media that there's a leakage. Everything is played by the media as a responsible media, and leakage happens when there is a gag order by the court. If court has passed a gag order that no, nothing will be published in the media with regard to this, it is only at that point of time that the media can't play anything. But once it's a public document, it is in public domain, everything can be spoken about. That is number one. Second of all, the issue of maintainability, now I'm coming on the merits. When the question of merits comes, we are saying that you are saying that our case is not maintainable. Now, as per the CPC, the plain averments have to be seen at this stage. And we have categorically...
All right, sir, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. We will continue with this discussion again. But that was the Hindu side lawyer speaking to Republic after the Muslim side has said that they will seek legal action after the report was allegedly leaked. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest from the national capital where heavy rains continue to lash Delhi.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital. नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉन होमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
tracking all the developments in the Gyanvapi case very closely. It's a mega Republic exclusive. We've accessed the visuals of the wall inside the Gyanvapi mosque that the Hindu side wants demolished. So those are the visuals, the exclusive visuals we've accessed of the wall inside the Gyanvapi mosque, and that is a wall which the Hindu side wants to be demolished. So that's the exclusive visual that we've accessed. Remember, the district and sessions judge will be taking up the case today. And the latest, what we're told, is that the Muslim side is also opposing, will seek legal action after the alleged leakage of the Gyanvapi report. But those are the fresh visuals we've accessed of the wall inside the Gyanvapi mosque that the Hindu side wants to be demolished. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the shocking video that has emerged from Kerala's Alappuzha. Did PFI allegedly use kids to issue threat?
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you were using? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Minister engages in the big ticket event of this visit, that is the Quad Leaders Meet, which is Tuesday morning, where he would be having summit talks with President Joe Biden, Prime Minister Kishida and of course Prime Minister Albanese. After which there are bilateral talks also lined up with the same leaders, and that's how the visit really pans out and ends for the Prime Minister, after which he really flies down back to New Delhi. Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control. Prime Minister arrived at this hotel New Otani in Tokyo. Prime Minister engages with top CEOs and CMDs one-on-one, and then he goes to participate in the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum inauguration. He would be there sharing platform with President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida. Then he comes back again for a business forum meeting, and then he caps the day with an engagement. That's his address to the diaspora.
Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in Japan to attend Quad session next. Countdown to Quad summit has now begun. Republic gets you minute-to-minute updates live from Tokyo. Himanta's big takedown of madrasa system says the word madrasa should cease to exist. Shocking video emerges from Kerala. Did the PFI allegedly use a child to issue threats? District and Sessions judge to hear Gyanvapi case today. It's an all-out war on reduction of fuel prices as centre now mounts pressure on states. national capital comes to a standstill as heavy rains continue to lash Delhi. Hello and welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday arrived in Japan's Tokyo city amidst chants of Bharat Maa Ka Sher on a two-day visit to attend the Quad summit. The meeting of the Quad leaders will begin on the 24th of May and is aimed at further bolstering cooperation among the member nations of the influential grouping and discussing developments in the Indo-Pacific region. Abhishek now joins us with the latest. Abhishek, rousing welcome there for the Prime Minister as he touches down in Tokyo. What would be India's expectations from this second in-person Quad summit, that the countdown for which has already begun?
Well, absolutely, Rukma. So the countdown has begun. Prime Minister has landed. Parallelly, President Joe Biden of the United States landed in Tokyo, and the Quad summit happens tomorrow. But a very important event that is there planned today, later in the day, is the inauguration of the IPEF, which is Indo-Pacific Economic Forum. It's a platform conceived by President Joe Biden essentially to focus on the economic aspects of the Quad grouping and to include other nations which are not part of Quad into this free trade area kind of concept, which is not exactly free trade area, is going to have those elements. So the Prime Minister is going to be there. Now, the importance is that between the four nations, Quad constitutes almost 40% of global GDP between India, US, Japan and Australia at about $34 trillion. And that's something which gives jitters to China. And that's why Chinese have thrown the gauntlet, so to say, on the Americans by taking a little belligerent position today when the foreign ministry spokesperson there was addressing the press conference in Beijing. But what is important is that Quad has shaped up over a decade and more as a grouping which began with security into focus, but then has broadened its horizon and now includes security with the economy, trade, science and technology and other aspects of development taken together. So for example, over the last 1 year, the single biggest contribution of Quad has been the manner in which the nations have coordinated to focus on providing vaccines to the region as a whole, and to that extent supporting India in its vaccine program. We have seen that panning out over the last 1 year, and the leaders in their second only in-person meeting would be reviewing the performance of Quad and the mechanisms that have been put in place, be it on science and technology, be it on COVID management or the post-COVID economic recovery. And as I said, the IPEF, which is being inaugurated today, the details are still a little sketchy, but what is important is that it's going to incorporate some elements of a free trade area and include other nations in Indo-Pacific and let them engage with Quad in some manner. So that's how the day is. But then Prime Minister today is going to have many non-diplomatic assignments also, so to say. He's arrived at this hotel a couple of hours back, and he's already closeted in meetings with his officials, taking briefings as to how the visit really pans out till late evening tomorrow. But apart from that, he's going to have business meetings one-on-one with top Japanese corporations, and then he also is going to have a full business summit with the business community, the industrialist community of Japan in terms of scaling up India-Japan partnership on economy, trade and development. To that extent, the fact that in the last annual summit which happened in New Delhi just a couple of months back in March, in fact, when Prime Minister Fumio Kishida had travelled to India, the two leaders had set a benchmark of reaching 5 trillion yen of India-Japan economic and trade partnership. just to give you an idea of how ambitious this is, in dollar terms, this is about $350 billion or $400 billion. The trade as of now between the two nations is about $15 to $20 billion. So that's the kind of ambition that exists between the two sides. And the Prime Minister there giving it a very personal push with all the meetings that he's going to have. By the time he emplanes for New Delhi tomorrow late evening, Rukma, Prime Minister would have had as many as 35 to 40 meetings between this hotel and the other places he goes. And of course today, later in the day, in fact, he caps the day with an engagement with the Indian diaspora that's present in Tokyo. Every time he travels out of India, he does that. Every nation he travels, he does that. He sees the Indian community present outside as a very important soft power tool, and he likes to call them as individual ambassadors of India's culture and soft power. So to that extent, he would be engaging with the Indian community as well, and that's how the day really pans out so far as today is concerned. Tomorrow, of course, the big one, the Quad and the bilateral engagements that he's going to have with the leaders individually, with President Joe Biden, Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Albanese from Australia, of course. Kurukma.
Right, Abhishek, and when we talk about, well, as you just mentioned, all eyes on those meetings with top corporate leaders, the round table that you've been telling us that he will be having with CEOs of top corporations in Japan. Already we feel in India that we have set the stage with Prime Minister Modi's government promoting ease of doing business. What about corporations there? How do they feel? How eager are they to come to India?
30 to 40 of them would be meeting the Prime Minister here. Is in of itself a marker, Rukma, of the interest that is there and the ambition I gave you in figures, the kind of ambition that exists to scale up the engagement that exists between the two sides. It's not for the first time that the Japanese are getting interested. For long, it's been a very durable and enduring partnership that exists by way of business enterprise, by way of development partnership, by way of government-to-government cooperation through the JICA platform, which is Japanese International Cooperation organization that exists. Japan has funded, n number of projects in India, and the returns that they have got, both in terms of money and in terms of social development impact that those projects have had, I think the Japanese believe that engaging with India is a win-win proposition, and that's why you are going to see these meetings that are going to take place in terms of the two sides coming together. But for Prime Minister, this is a communication outreach occasion which he is going to use to push all the government schemes and enabling policies that have been put in place. So for example, when we say, or Prime Minister's government says, that India is focusing on Atmanirbhar Bharat in its Diamond Jubilee year of independence, what it means? Does it mean that India is going to become introvert? No, if not introvert, then how do you dovetail, as Japanese industrialists and businessmen and entrepreneurs, how do they dovetail their business enterprises into India's Atmanirbhar project by making in India, and thus making their projects compatible with Make in India, among other things. The kind of policy push that the government has given to make sure that the post-pandemic economic recovery that we are seeing, it does not get hampered, it does not get slowed down. It survives the shocks, global shocks we are seeing because of the 3 C's, COVID, climate change and conflict, as in the case of Russia, Ukraine. So that's going to be very important. Outreach in terms of communicating government's policies and the continuity of hand-holding that the government believes it is doing to make sure that the investments that come in from the Japanese side have a smooth run. And to that extent, these meetings are very important. And the fact that almost 30 to 40 of them are coming and meeting the Prime Minister essentially underscores the kind of interest that is there in the ambition that has been collectively put between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Kishida in their last annual summit in New Delhi in March. Rukma.
Right, Abhishek, yesterday in your conversation with India's envoy to Japan, Mr. Verma, well, he said that he mentioned transfer of technology, and Well, transfer of technology, as we all know, is one of the major aspects of Atmanirbhar Bharat, of Make in India. That's what India wants, that the work should be done in India. He mentioned bullet trains, but he also said that there were many challenges that were being handled step by step. So, could you elaborate on that point further?
Good that you picked it up, Rukma. The fact is the challenges are local in terms of land acquisition issues that we have seen. 90% of it is already complete. So I think whatever little remains would be sorted out in some time. And that's why Ambassador Verma gave a clear deadline that by 2026, max 27, India would have its bullet train running. That's a very showpiece. Classic example of transfer of technology that's happening, because the Shinkansen bullet trains, a glimpse of which we gave to the viewers yesterday from Tokyo here, are essentially a very Japanese, original Japanese technology and project which has not been replicated anywhere in the world except for Chinese, who have a very different technology platform. So I think that is a classic example of how the Japanese have collaborated in terms of transfer of technology. We have seen it earlier happening in the case of mobility by way of Suzuki Motor Corporation. I mean, as Indians, we know what coming of Maruti really meant to Indian middle class in terms of freedom of movement. The Prime Minister, in fact, in an op-ed that he has written today on his arrival, ahead of his arrival in Tokyo, mentions the sophistication of technology of the Japanese and the forthrightness with which they share it with us is a marker of the kind of trust and the durability that exists between India and Japan. It has to be taken to the next level. So sort of a review of the summit level talks and the conclusions that were drawn in March between the two sides. The bilateral would happen tomorrow between the two prime ministers, but a build-up has already happened with the kind of very grand welcome he was given when Prime Minister arrived at Hotel New Otani a couple of hours back with the Indian community. Absolutely excited to welcome Prime Minister in Japan.
Right, Abhishek, many thanks for joining us there and for filling us in on all the latest from Tokyo. The countdown has begun for the Quad Summit. Many thanks for joining us. And back home, more breaking news. A youth tries to scale the wall of the Srinivasa Sagara Dam in Chikkabalapur and falls 30 feet to the ground. This comes despite instructions from the local administration to not climb the walls. Locals objecting to the youth who began to climb. After climbing over halfway, he seemed to lose his balance and he falls to the ground. The youth was seriously injured and rushed to Bangalore for treatment. Cops have registered a case. So breaking news coming in, those visuals there of a careless, shocking attempt by a man despite the authorities' warnings, despite locals warning him. He climbs the wall of the Srinivasa Dam there in Chikbalapur. He's now in hospital. More details are awaited about the kind of injuries that he suffered. He falls down 30 feet. So shocking video there emerging of a man falling 30 feet down a dam. This is a Srinivasa Dam, Srinivasa Sagara Dam in Chikbalapur in Karnataka. The man is now in hospital. We do not know the extent of his injuries, and it's a shocking video of, well, the question is, what was he trying to do? Locals there had told him, had warned him not to climb the walls. There's a strict warning from authorities prohibiting anyone to climb the walls. Despite this, he climbed and fell down 30 feet.
है क्या
आधे फिर देना है
And strong winds and rains pounded Delhi and neighbouring states, causing massive waterlogging while leaving a trail of destruction. Here's a report.
Strong winds and rain slashed parts of the national capital, bringing respite to citizens from the intense heat. The strong winds uprooted trees in parts of Delhi. In New Motibagh, a tree collapsed on a car. The car occupants who were present inside the vehicle at the time of the incident managed to get out of the car safely. An uprooted tree also blocked the road near the Delhi cantonment area, causing inconvenience to commuters travelling on the road. The same situation could also be seen in other parts of the national capital. Uprooted trees could be seen on the road stretch in Dhaula Kuan. With Delhi experiencing a break-in spell of intense heat, early morning visuals from Janpat and Vijay Chowk show the rainfall on roads. Strong winds and rainfall lashed Ghaziabad and different parts of the state of Uttar Pradesh this morning. In Noida, several trees were uprooted after a spell of rains and strong winds, while commuters in Moradabad had to drive the early morning showers. In Haryana, several parts of Gurugram faced waterlogging following the rainfall this morning. Gurugram Traffic Police tried to facilitate traffic flow after massive waterlogging was reported on NH48 at Narsinghpur near Signature Tower and DLF Phase.
And breaking news now, SP leader Azam Khan arrives in the assembly. Visuals there of Azam Khan, SP leader arriving in the assembly after his release on interim bail just a few days ago, when he had expressed his relief at and his happiness at being allowed to go free on bail. But there have been rumors about his estrangement from the SP leadership. SP leader Azam Khan in the UP Assembly. He is the MLA from Rampur constituency, where his popularity continues despite the many cases against him. He comes to the assembly after more than 2 years of incarceration in Sitapur jail. Azam Khan in the assembly. And breaking news now. Himanta Biswa Sharma, Chief Minister of Assam, sparking a fresh controversy, says that the term madrasa should not exist. The NC asks, does he know the meaning of madrasa? So a mega political controversy over Himanta Biswa Sharma's remark, and the NC asking, does Himanta know the meaning of madrasa? Well, he sparked a fresh controversy now. The Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma saying the word madrasa should cease to exist. The NC has hit back, asking what Himanta even knows about the meaning of the word. So a mega political controversy has erupted over Himanta Biswa Sharma's remark about madrasas.
असम के मुख्यमंत्री हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा ने मदरसों को बंद करने इस शब्द को हटाने को लेकर एक बयान दिया और उसके साथ उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि जो भी मुस्लिम हैं वो हिंदू धर्म से आए हुए हैं भारत में। ऐसी स्टेटमेंट उनकी तरफ से दी गई है। हमारे साथ नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के प्रोविंशियल सेक्रेटरी शेख बशीर मौजूद हैं। बशीर साहब, किस तरह देखते हैं ये जो स्टेटमेंट असम के मुख्यमंत्री हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा की तरफ से आया?
ये इस तरह के स्टेटमेंट्स जो हैं ये बिल्कुल ही अनफॉर्चुनेट स्टेटमेंट्स हैं। हिमंत बस्सू जी क्या कहते हैं, पहले समझना चाहिए कि मदरसा लफ्ज़ क्या है। मदरसा जिस तरह स्कूल जो है, अंग्रेज़ी लफ्ज़ में स्कूल है। एक ज़माने में जब हम स्कूल में दाखिल हुए तो उस वक़्त जो टीचर था उसको उर्दू में मदरस कहते थे और मदरस आज भी कहते हैं। मदरस होता है पढ़ाने वाला, और जहाँ पढ़ाया जाता है वहाँ मदरसा होता है। ये उर्दू लफ्ज़ हैं। तो ये क्यों किसी को मुश्किल पेश कर रहे हैं? ये कहाँ से निकला है ये सारा? यूपी के अंदर एक स्कूल में लपे आती है दुआ बन के तमन्ना, लपे आती है दुआ बन के तमन्ना मेरी ज़िंदगी हो शम्मा की सूरत खुदाया मेरी, ये गाया जा रहा था। तो वहाँ की मिनिस्ट्री ने उस स्कूल के हेडमास्टर को सस्पेंड कर दिया। ये जो गज़ल है ये सब स्कूलों में, गवर्नमेंट के स्कूलों में गाई जाती थी। क्यों तकलीफ़ हो रही है? क्यों, किस चीज़ को ये इस मुल्क को क्यों तोड़ना चाहते हैं? इस मुल्क में हर धर्म के आदमी को रहने का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने इख्तियार दिया है। वो कैसे रहता है, क्या लगाता है, क्या खाता है, ये उसके ऊपर कोई पाबंदी नहीं है। इस तरह से ये इस मुल्क को तोड़ना चाहते हैं, ये धर्म की जंग सियासत में लाना चाहते हैं। तो ये बदकिस्मती की बात है। ऐसी बातें करके मैं आपके माध्यम से चाहूँगा कि इस तरह से हिंदुस्तान को फ़ायदा नहीं होगा, भारत को फ़ायदा नहीं होगा। और दूसरा ये है कि मुसलमान कब बना, कैसे बना, ये उनको पता ही नहीं है। और ये एक चीज़ मैं और कहना चाहता हूँ कि कुरान शरीफ को जिसने मताला किया है वो कभी कुमनल हो ही नहीं सकता। उसमें तो ये लिखा है कि एक आदमी जो है अगर वो मुसलमान है, सच्चा मुसलमान है, तो उसके साथ में अगर नॉन मुस्लिम है तो उसकी प्रॉपर्टी का, उसकी ज़िंदगी का वो ज़िम्मेदार है। तो ये जो सारी चीज़ें हैं ये एक कन्फ्यूजन फैलाने की कोशिश।
And coming up next, shocking video emerges from Kerala. Did the PFI allegedly use a child to issue threats? Also coming up, District and Sessions Judge to hear Gyanvapi case today. And countdown to Quad Summit begins. Republic gets you minute-to-minute updates live from Tokyo.
मुबारक हो, बाप हुआ है, नाम है एन, स्कॉर्पियो एन, the big daddy of SUVs is here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week we saw the Supreme Court deliver its order, its views in the Gyanvapi case. The Supreme Court during the hearing made a passing observation on how the courts were seasoned at doing their job. But the courts of India, right from the lower courts to the highest court of law, have unfortunately been subject to attack, an unfortunate attack. Gyanvapi is a case study of how the lobby and a section of the politicians target our courts.
But it is certainly not the only case. Whether it was Rafale or Shaheen Bagh or Ayodhya, there has been an attempt at casting aspersions on the judiciary. There has been an attempt to discredit our courts of law. And there has been an attempt to disregard their impartiality as and when a verdict doesn't go the lobby's way. But this pattern cannot go unchecked.
And in live and breaking news now, SP leader Azam Khan to be sworn in today as MLA in the UP Assembly. Azam Khan, a short while back, as we showed you, arriving there at the Assembly to take oath as an MLA. He is a long-time MLA from Rampur constituency. Just a few days ago, Azam Khan was released on bail by the court in a case lodged by UP police against him. On to other breaking news, a 6-year-old boy lost his life falling into a borewell. Police case has been registered against Satvir Singh for negligence. An FIR under section 3048, 279 and 188 of the IPC has been registered against Satvir Singh. 6-year-old Ritik fell into the 100-feet borewell. He was rescued after 8 hours of an operation, but he died during treatment. Police have launched further investigation after registering an FIR. And coming up next, Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in Japan to attend Quad session. Next.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में, काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
As Prime Minister Narendra Modi travels to Japan to participate in the second only in-person Quad Leaders Summit, I, along with Rohit Vishwakarma, my video journalist, would bring to you all details in and around the top-billed diplomatic engagement from here in Tokyo, only on Republic Media Network. Keep watching.
The first on Republic TV. First on Republic TV, you can see that Arjun Singh is coming here. Arjun Singh is there with TMC leaders.
Modi arrives in Tokyo, the capital city of Japan, for a 2-day big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meet, second in-person meeting of the grouping that is taking place, where apart from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Joe Biden of the United States, Prime Minister Kishida of Japan and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese of Australia would be participating.
Top headlines this morning. Prime Minister's touchdown in Japan to attend Quad session next. Countdown to Quad Summit has begun and Republic gets you minute-by-minute updates live from Tokyo. Himanta's big takedown on madrasa system, says the word madrasas should cease to exist. Shocking video emerges from Kerala. Did PFI allegedly use kids to issue threat? District and Sessions judge to hear Gyanvapi case today. It's an all-out war on reduction of fuel prices as centre now mounts pressure on states. National capital comes to a standstill as heavy rains continue to lash Delhi. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Our big story this hour coming from Kerala. Republic has accessed a shocking video from Kerala's Alappuzha. In the video, the PFI leaders are seen allegedly using kid at their rally. That's the shocking visual, in fact, video that has come to light from Kerala's Alappuzha. We'll be going across to Ashwin as well to give us detailed information on this exclusive visual that we've accessed, in which we can see how the PFI allegedly used kids for sloganeering in a rally.
Pakistan'ın babula, Bangladesh'in babula. Pakistan'ın babula, Bangladesh'in babula. Already mandil babolo.
And we have Ashwin joining us to give us more information. Ashwin, what more can you tell us about this particular video that has surfaced from Alappuzha? And if you could translate it for us, what exactly is this kid saying in this video?
This shocking video which has emerged is from a PFI rally that was conducted in Alappuzha. There was also a Bajrang Dal rally. As a response to that, PFI had organized a similar rally in Alappuzha where thousands of people had gathered. And this video is from that rally, where we can clearly see a minor who's sitting on the shoulders of an adult is leading the rally, where he clearly says provocative statements where he says that we will not go to Pakistan, we will not go to Bangladesh, we may go 6 feet under, but before going we will take you down. This is that is made by young kid. Now, there has been 1 or 2 more videos which also emerged, which will also give sum and bonum of this whole video is that a kid, a minor of this country, has been groomed to speak provocative speeches, and also this kid has said some inflammatory statements, something which is never seen in television before, something that has never come out in public domain before. Now PFI has gone to the next level of taking kids to make inflammatory, provocatory statements that even bring unity of country, attacking other communities as well. So this is This kid has clearly seen saying in this video, he says that no matter what, even if we go 6 feet under, we will take down Sangis and go. So the word Sangi is being used now. That is a very, as we all know, it's a very broad term. What is that definition of it? But what is shocking is the fact that a kid has been allowed to lead a rally with such provocative and inflammatory statement. We are going to get more details about this, the whereabouts of this particular minor, and we will also be following this story closely to see whether the law enforcement in the country, in the state, whether they will take cognizance of this grave offense that has been committed. A kid has been groomed and has said something inflammatory. So it attracts Section 153A and other, Juvenile Justice Act. So all that.
All right. So, Ashwin, as Ashwin was pointing out, it remains to be seen the kind of response we get from from the state government as well, the Pinarayi Vijayan-led government in Kerala. But moving on for now to more stories, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Tokyo as part of his 2-day visit to Japan. He received a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora in Tokyo. The Indian diaspora in Tokyo welcomed Prime Minister Modi by chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram slogans, as well as the Indian Premier entered Tokyo for the Quad Summit.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत टोक्यो में करने भारतीय समाज के समुदाय के ये लोग यहाँ न्यू ओटानी होटल टोक्यो में इकट्ठा हुए। प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आपका थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्शन हुआ, थोड़ा सा बताएं उसके बारे में, फिर बताएं।
प्रधानमंत्री आने से हम लोग 10 दिन पहले से एक्साइटेड हैं। वी ऑल आर अ ग्रुप ऑफ ए मेंबर ऑफ HSS एंड वी आर सो एक्साइटेड।
भारतीय समुदाय में एनर्जी आई है प्रधानमंत्री,
बहुत एनर्जी आ गई है। जब मोदी जी आते हैं तो एक ऑरा बन जाता है और जो ऊर्जा जो उनके अंदर है वो ऊर्जा सब भारतीयों में, ये विदेशों में सबके अंदर आ जाती है और वो जो ऊर्जा है हम सब जगह फैलाने चाहते हैं।
मोदी महिलाएं भी हैं यहाँ पे। आप मोदी जी आए, आप उनको हेलो कर पाए?
बिल्कुल, मोदी जी आए, इस बार सबसे मिलके गए हैं। उस तरफ आए, हमें लगा शायद हम नहीं मिल पाएंगे, बट हमें इतनी अच्छा लगा। मोदी जी फिर लास्ट में आते आते हमसे मिलके गए, छोटी बच्ची से भी मिले, उससे उसका नाम पूछा और हाथ मिलाया। इनसे मिले।
क्या बात हुई आपकी मोदी जी से?
मोदी नाम पूछा इससे उन्होंने।
क्या बोले मोदी?
मोदी जी ने मुझे कुछ बोला नहीं, बट आके हाथ मिलाया, वो बहुत बड़ी बात हुई। और मोदी को मैंने आशीर्वाद, वो बहुत अच्छा लगा। एक्चुअली वो फीलिंग ना प्राइम मिनिस्टर से वैसे मिलने का, आई कांट एक्सप्रेस।
मोदी जी पर्सनली मिलके आए।
मोदी जी
बोला हाथ लगा बेटा, दिया बहुत अच्छा लगा। मतलब मोदी जी से वंदे मातरम हम बोलेंगे, मोदी जी की जय हो, ही इज द बेस्ट पीएम ऑफ द वर्ल्ड।
आपने क्या किया? आपका नाम क्या है?
शिवान।
आपने क्या किया जब मोदी जी आए?
उन्होंने वो इसलिए बोला कि द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड।
उनको
बोलने दीजिए। बोलो बेटा, आपने जो बोला।
मैंने बोला था यू आर द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड और उन्होंने फिर मुझे आशीर्वाद दिया। मोदी जी से बेहतर पीएम कोई हो ही नहीं सकता है।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी अपने होटल पहुंचे हैं अपने 2 दिवसीय जापानी दौरे पर, और उनका स्वागत भारतीय समुदाय ने यहाँ सुबह सुबह आकर किया है।
And the Prime Minister today arrived in Tokyo City amid chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai on his 2-day visit to attend the Quad Summit. The meeting of the Quad leaders will begin on 24th of May, tomorrow, and is aimed at further bolstering cooperation among the member nations of the influential grouping, and discussing developments in the Indo-Pacific region as well.
नारा एक ही नाम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। एक ही नारा, एक ही नाम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। एक ही नारा, एक ही नाम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। भारत माता की जय। मोदी, 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 मोदी,
And as you can see in those visuals of Prime Minister Modi receiving a rousing welcome by the Indian diaspora there in Tokyo, this also goes on to show the kind of connect that the Prime Minister shares with the Indian diaspora in Tokyo. You can see how Bharat Mata ki Jai chants, as well as the people there hailing the Prime Minister there in Tokyo. The kind of scenes that were also seen when Prime Minister embarked was in Nepal for his visit, and now similar scenes being seen of course in Tokyo as well. So all eyes on the Quad Summit, which will take place tomorrow. Before that, Prime Minister has a packed schedule today as well. He will be meeting several business leaders as well in Tokyo. So all eyes on Prime Minister Modi's engagements today that will happen. The visuals on your screens, of course, the rich visuals we are getting to you of Prime Minister there interacting with the Indian diaspora. You can see how the children are interacting with Prime Minister Modi. We have Abhishek live with us. Abhishek, before we talk about the packed schedule of Prime Minister today, if you could elaborate, on the kind of connect that the Prime Minister shares with the masses there in Tokyo. We saw there the rousing welcome that Prime Minister received upon his arrival to Tokyo.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. So you saw some glimpse, some pictures when he arrived. Early in the morning, the Indian community, some of them at least, came here and welcomed him at the hotel. And then, of course, the big ticket event, that is Prime Minister's address to the Indian community later in the evening at about 7:30 p.m. at the Imperial Hotel. But the day is jam-packed with meetings. Today essentially is focused on the economic aspect of the India-Japan partnership, and that's why I have with us a group of Indian entrepreneurs. They are based out of Tokyo and they are running very successful businesses. Some are in the IT sector, some are running restaurants, and some are doing manpower management businesses based out of Tokyo with India. And they have some views. Remember, it's an ambitious target put by Prime Minister with his Japanese counterpart Kishida at about $350 to $400 billion of two-way trade between the two sides. And these people are going to play an important role at whatever level they are working. So let's just get an idea of their mind, and as Indian entrepreneurs, what works, what does not work. Welcome, Mr. Anil Raj, right?
Yes, Anil Raj.
All right, I saw you in the morning.
Yeah.
And just for the viewers, give us an idea of the scale of business involvement of the Indian community based out of Tokyo, and which sector you work in.
Yeah, I work in multiple sectors. I am founder of Raj Group. We work in manpower area, we work in education, we work in IT, and we work in the hospitality industry. We have chain of restaurants also. So basically now my main focus is in IT, and we would like to do manpower, because there's a lot of manpower shortage in Japan, and we have manpower surplus in India. So that is a good combination.
So what sectors do you get manpower for Japan from India?
Right now in 2017, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan had opened up a manpower, had done the MOU between India and Japan for blue collar jobs.
Right.
So now the blue collar jobs, if the policy.
What are the numbers we are looking at for the kind of people who can come in?
Yeah, right now the current numbers are 40,000 Indians here, and if the policies are right, this could be the next Gulf.
Right. So the policies have to change in Tokyo or in Delhi?
In Delhi. The policies have to change, in the sense policies have to be aligned towards Japan.
All right.
Right. Now there is no alignment towards Japan, but the policies are good.
Right. One more entrepreneur with us. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Amitabh.
Okay. And what sector of industry you work in?
My sector is the hospitality business.
Okay.
And I'm also running a chain of restaurant in Tokyo, in Japan also.
Indian restaurants?
Indian restaurant.
How many Indian restaurants in Tokyo?
Typical. I think it's more than 5,000 Indian restaurants in Japan.
5,000 Indian restaurants in Tokyo alone?
Not only Tokyo, all over the
entire Japan.
Entire Japan.
And do you cater to Japanese visitors also? Japanese?
Our main client is the Japanese.
Main clientele is Japanese?
Are Japanese, yeah. Because the Indian population is 40,000, and the very few Indians, but it's okay. Now it's growing because of the our Prime Minister visiting Japanese Prime Minister to Japan, India, and our Prime Minister. It means.
You mean to say popularity of Indian food has increased after a lot of visits by the Prime Minister Modi?
Definitely, there is no doubt about it. Because if the Prime Minister is coming, our Prime Minister in Japan is like a festival in Japan.
Right.
In Tokyo, everywhere see people are so crazy to welcoming our Prime Minister.
Right.
So it's a very good opportunity. So we have to continue our business and hope for the best.
Right. Thank you. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Jishnu Madhavan. I am founder and director of Nehan Technologies. It's an IT venture in Japan and subsidiary in India.
All right. So India is essentially seen as the software capital of the world. And we are the back-end office of the world. So that sense, it's an area of strength you are working in,
Yes.
where Indians, as a nation, as a society, excel. So what are the complementarities between Japan and India, for example, in the IT sector?
Japan has technology and needs a lot of technical talent. India has the talent. So we have to bring them to Tokyo, Japan. That's the most important thing. And
All right. So you see, the IT sector, restaurant business, and education and manpower management. If I could have just one more question on education.
Yes.
What brings India and Japan together?
I think the what you call perception of Japanese about Indian style of education is that they think, not only they think, it is because maths and science we are very strong.
Right.
And that's why you can see the Indian schools coming up in Japan. And we also have plans to start up another Indian school.
You mean to say Japanese want to study in Indian schools?
Yes. If you look at the strength in Indian schools, there are plenty of Japanese now coming up to study maths and science. Yeah. So all around 40-50% is Japanese students.
All right. So there's an important feedback coming in. If you engage with the Indian entrepreneur community, and the sense is that there is still a lot of scope of people-to-people contact, increasing number of Indians in Japan because they are short of manpower and we have so much of that. Let's, on that note, go to President Joe Biden, who is having an engagement here in Tokyo itself, and then come back to continue the conversation.
普遍的な価値を共有する我が国にとって唯一の同盟国です。日米同盟が我が国の外交安全保障政策の要であることは言うまでもありません。その上でこの度の日米首脳会談は2つの意味でこれまでになく重要であると考えています。一つには、現在、我々がロシアによるウクライナ侵略という国際秩序の根幹を揺るがす危機に直面しているからです。法の支配に基づく自由で開かれた国際秩序を断固として守るべく、今ほど同盟国や同志国の結束が求められている時はありません。もう一つは、インド太平洋地域の平和と繁栄をいかに確保していくかという課題こそ、国際社会にとって最も重要な戦略的課題であり、日米が主導的役割を果たしていくことが求められているからです。その意味で、この度のバイデン大統領の訪日は、米国の
Now 40 hours and 23 engagements, it's a packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi as he kickstarts his Japan visit. But ahead of the jam-packed agenda, what was a treat to the eyes is this rousing welcome that Prime Minister received by the Indian diaspora in Tokyo.
पांचवी कक्षा में पढ़ता हूँ। जापान में आपका बहुत स्वागत है।
Abhishek, our senior executive editor, who is reporting live from Tokyo, continues to be with us. Abhishek, tell us more about the engagements we are expecting to get today. In fact, just a short while back, we also saw President Biden holding talks with the Japanese Prime Minister. Tell us more about that also.
Well, so President Joe Biden is on his first Asia visit. Now, that's in itself very interesting because he has been to Europe twice in his term since January, so almost halfway through, and this is the first time he's coming to Asia. So, in a way, gives an idea of how the Americans have been a little more busy with the European theater, not just because of the Russia-Ukraine war, but otherwise because of COVID and other issues as well. So President Biden, when he's in Japan, and just before this he was in South Korea, essentially wants to underscore that the Americans have not forgotten Asia, and their very closest Asian partners and friends in South Korea and Japan, and that's why he's making this tour. Tomorrow, of course, the big one, the Quad Summit. Today, it's a bilateral component between United States and Japan. President Biden came early in the morning, just around the time when Prime Minister Modi landed, has had a courtesy call on Emperor Naruhito of Japan, and then has had a bilateral with the Prime Minister Kishida, following which there is a presser, which we just saw, a presser between the two sides for their respective press teams and media. What is important is that a couple of hours from now, President Joe Biden, along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Kishida, would be inaugurating the IPEF, and that's a big one, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. We'll come live with those pictures to you, but then we have to take a short break and be right back. Be there. Prime Minister engages in the big ticket event of this visit, that is the Quad Leaders Meet, which is Tuesday morning, where he would be having summit talks with President Joe Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, and of course Prime Minister Albanese. After which there are bilateral talks also lined up with the same leaders, and that's how the visit really pans out and ends for the Prime Minister, after which he really flies down back to New Delhi. Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए. जो बॉनहोमी है, ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है. हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं. CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं. Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac.
Getting in breaking news right now, Congress leader Navjot Singh Sidhu has been hospitalized. The latest what we are told is that he has been taken to Rajinder Hospital in Patiala after complaining about health-related conditions. Remember, Navjot Singh Sidhu, who has been sentenced to 1 year jail term with respect to the road rage case. And the latest what we are told is that Navjot Singh Sidhu has been rushed to the hospital after he complained about his health condition. And he has been taken to the Rajinder Hospital in Patiala is the latest what we are getting to know. Getting you news in brief, strong winds and rains lashed parts of national capital, bringing respite to citizens from intense heat. The strong winds uprooted trees and blocked roads in several parts of the national capital. Due to bad weather, flight operations at Delhi airport have also been affected. Delhi airport, meanwhile, has requested passengers to get in touch with the airline concerned for updated flight information. A massive fire broke out in Manpara area of Thane district at Priyanka Trading Company and Yamaha bike showroom. As soon as the information about the fire was received, 6 fire tenders rushed to the spot and brought the fire under control. While no one was injured in this incident, the fire caused heavy damage. Wading into another controversy, the Karnataka Education Minister has decided to include a lesson by Chakravarti Sulebele, who is the founder of Yuva Brigade and a strong BJP supporter. The lesson authored by him, Mother Bharti's Immortal Sons, is now part of the non-detailed text. The move has drawn a lot of flack by netizens who have now criticized the saffronization of education. Some allege the state government is using textbooks as their party manifesto. BJP MP Sushil Modi has said that Nitish Kumar won't ever ally with the RJD, as last time he allied with RJD for 2.5 to 3 years. He was under pressure and was difficult to run the government. Sushil Modi said that RJD was trying to create rumors to spread confusion in Bihar. A very short break. The countdown to Quad Summit has now begun. Republic gets you minute-by-minute updates live from Tokyo. And Himanta's big takedown of madrasa assistants says the word madrasas should cease to exist.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
Police station which has been completely gutted in fire, and many important case diaries and documents which were related to various cases has been completely gutted down. The area where this incident has taken place has a very high crime record, and given that into consideration, the planned attack cannot be ruled out.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again.
Content of the slogans is so dangerous. As you rightly said, it is anti-national because we can hear the Intifada salute, and that too people echoing the same sentiments. The Intifada salute has been done openly on the street where police was also there controlling the mob.
तो सब विधानसभा के अंदर आ ठीक सर। अब सर थोड़ी देर से सर देंगे थोड़ा सा संसद
High drama in the Uttar Pradesh Assembly. The maiden session of the UP Assembly begins today, and we believe our reporter is telling us that there's high drama in the Uttar Pradesh Assembly. Breaking news now. Earlier we had seen, we had shown you visuals of Azam Khan, recently released on bail, entering, and he's to be sworn in today. So high drama in the Uttar Pradesh Assembly, where members have gathered for a maiden session. Vivek, our reporter, now joins us. Vivek, क्या है ताज़ा अपडेट? What is the situation? UP Assembly में situation कैसा है? We believe high drama हो रहा है वहाँ पे।
देखिए अभी 11 बजे से सत्र की शुरुआत होनी है। अभी जो कि आज 18 विधानसभा का पहला सत्र है ये, और अभी राज्यपाल अभी विधानसभा पहुंची हैं और उन्होंने गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर लिया है। अब उसके बाद राज्यपाल अंदर सदन में जा रही हैं। सबसे पहले राज्यपाल जब अंदर पहुंचेंगी तो उसके बाद दोनों सदनों में उनका अभिभाषण होगा और उसके बाद आगे की कार्यवाही जो है वो आगे बढ़ेगी। आज 18 विधानसभा का पहला सत्र है उत्तर प्रदेश का। अभी फिलहाल की जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं वो तमाम जो विधायक हैं वो सदन में पहुंचे हुए हैं और सब अपनी सीट फिलहाल ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि राज्यपाल के पहुंचने के बाद ही जो आज की कार्रवाई है वो शुरू होगी। राज्यपाल जब पहुंच करके वो अपना अभिभाषण देंगी। सरकार की जो
So breaking news now. Navjot Singh Sidhu shifted to hospital. The former cricketer turned politician and leader of the Congress has been sentenced to a one-year jail term. Amandeep, our correspondent, joins us. Amandeep, we're getting visuals. Navjot Singh Sidhu shifted to hospital. What is the information you can give us?
Navjot Singh Sidhu has complained about his health conditions, and that is the reason he has been shifted to the hospital. And meanwhile, Navjot Singh Sidhu has also filed an application before CJM in Patiala, and in fact the court has ordered to make a board of the doctors to prepare a report regarding the health condition of Navjot Singh Sidhu. And even by today, that team of doctors will file a report regarding the health conditions of Sidhu before the Patiala court, and accordingly they will take the decision. Just because remember on Friday, before Navjot Singh Sidhu surrendered before Patiala court, he has already filed an application before Supreme Court citing his health reasons that give him some time. And meanwhile, the same application was moved in the CJM Patiala court citing his health conditions. And today itself he complained about his health conditions in the morning, and following his complaint, jail authorities has been shifted him to the Rajendra Hospital in Patiala, where the treatment is underway. And meanwhile, a team of doctors are also preparing a report regarding the health condition and complaints of Sidhu to file that report before the CJM. Just because from the very first day Sidhu landed in jail on Friday, Sidhu didn't had a single meal, just because he complained that he has some kind of allergy from the wheat, due to which he is not able to consume the proper or normal food which is provided in the jail. And in fact, there are certain other complaints regarding his health that Navjot Singh Sidhu has already filed. But today, yes, Navjot Singh Sidhu, after 3 days, all of a sudden rushed to the hospital following his health condition, and a team of doctors is preparing a report regarding the condition of Navjot Singh Sidhu that will be filed before the CJM court Patiala today. Yes.
Well, when we talk about his being in the jail, there was a medical checkup before Navjot Singh Sidhu was hospitalized. Did anything emerge there? clearly he did not share details about this allergy that he has.
Well, exactly. The moment Navjot Singh Sidhu surrendered before Patiala court, he was taken for the medical examination, and in fact in that medical examination nothing was clearly identified by the doctors, and they did not recommend anything to the jail authorities. But Navjot Singh Sidhu has filed a separate complaint and a request to jail authorities that he has some kind of kidney allergy from the wheat, and that is the reason he will not be able to consume the normal food in the jail, so provide him according to his health. So this application was separate, but nothing has been found or surfaced in the medical examination of Navjot Singh Sidhu that was conducted by the civil hospital in Patiala after he surrenders. But now all of a sudden, following the complaint of Navjot Singh Sidhu, he was rushed to the hospital, and a team of doctors will prepare a detailed report about the health condition of Navjot Singh Sidhu, that either he was seriously suffering from some kind of allergy, in fact a wheat allergy, or it was something else. So that will everything would be emerged in that detailed report that will be filed today, and accordingly court will order regarding the Navjot Singh Sidhu's health conditions, and accordingly the directions would be released to the jail authorities to provide him such kind of facilities. So now Navjot Singh Sidhu is in Rajendra Hospital presently, and in fact just 3 days has been passed in the jail, and even Navjot Singh Sidhu complained about his health conditions. Yes.
Well, many thanks, Amandeep. Stay on that story. We'll be back with you throughout the day for more. And moving on to other top news, taking a dig at his ally Akhilesh Yadav, SBSP chief Om Prakash Rajbhar advised him to meet more people from his constituencies rather than sitting in air-conditioned rooms. Take a look.
SBSP chief has raised eyebrows over his comments against Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav. He claimed Yadav was too used to air-conditioned rooms and advised him to venture out more often to meet people. This was also being felt by his own party leaders, he added.
नहीं, उनको निकलना चाहिए, क्षेत्र में जाना चाहिए, उनको भी मीटिंग करना चाहिए, उनको भी अपने नेताओं से मिलना चाहिए, ये मेरे कहने का तात्पर्य है। अरे अब निकलना है, अब उनको निकालने की हम जाएंगे तो ना, बिल्कुल निकालेंगे, कैसे नहीं निकलेंगे।
While he defended his comments, he also advised Akhilesh to change his style of politics so as to strengthen the party from the grassroots rather than listening to his close aides only. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And back-to-back shocking videos emerge from Kerala. A third PFI video has now emerged. A shocking video in which we had shown you how a child was raising slogans, leading a sloganeering charge, raising questions about the PFI's methods of radicalization, using children now to lead sloganeering campaigns. Republic has accessed the third PFI video. The PFI already known for its fundamentalist views and clearly threatening sloganeering being taught to children so that they can lead campaigns of this kind, hate campaigns of this kind. Republic has accessed the third PFI video, and since this morning we've been showing you clippings from that, in which we see a child leading a sloganeering campaign.
അയ്യമലയും വാങ്ങിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തു വെച്ചോളൂ.
ഒന്നുകൂടെ മറന്നടാ, ഒന്നുകൂടെ മറന്നടാ,
ഒന്നുകൂടെ മറന്നടാ, ഒന്നുകൂടെ മറന്നടാ.
കുന്തിരിക്കം വാങ്ങിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തു വെച്ചോളൂ.
കുന്തിരിക്കം വാങ്ങിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തു വെച്ചോളൂ.
കുന്തിരിക്കം വാങ്ങിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തു വെച്ചോളൂ.
കുന്തിരിക്കം വാങ്ങിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തു
വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തു വെച്ചോളൂ.
അരിമലയും വാങ്ങിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തു വെച്ചോളൂ.
ഒന്നുകൂടെ മറന്നടാ, ഒന്നുകൂടെ മറന്നടാ,
ഒന്നുകൂടെ മറന്നടാ, ഒന്നുകൂടെ മറന്നടാ.
കുന്തിരിക്കം വാങ്ങിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തു വെച്ചോളൂ.
കുന്തിരിക്കം വാങ്ങിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തു
So the Republic has accessed this video allegedly of the PFI in Alapura, where a rally was held yesterday, and these are visuals that raise serious questions about the PFI's methods of radicalization. In this sloganeering campaign, in which slogans of a call to the god of death, threatening slogans being raised, and a child also part of the sloganeers, raising serious questions about the PFI's methods of radicalization. The PFI, a fundamentalist organization in Kerala, held a rally yesterday in Alapura in Kerala. And this video accessed by Republic shows a child among the participants clearly voicing and in fact leading that sloganeering campaign with threatening calls. And as our reporter Ashwin had just said earlier in the day, threatening death. At the Quad Summit that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is attending. Those are live visuals there of the Prime Minister in Tokyo. The countdown has begun for the Quad Summit. The Prime Minister today meeting top leaders of various countries as well as corporations. The all-important Quad Summit and the Prime Minister's visit to Japan this time around is 5th in 8 years. This Quad Summit is especially significant, coming in the backdrop of the entire world emerging out of the pandemic, as well as for the entire Indo-Pacific region, where new alliances are being made. President Joe Biden also to participate in this particular Quad Summit, the second in-person summit in years. Just last month, Prime Minister of Japan Fumio Kishida had visited India, and the two had discussed boosting ties, both economic and strategic, between the two countries. So Prime Minister in Tokyo for the Quad Summit, meeting with Chairman of the NEC Corporation, a very crucial and important meeting there. The Prime Minister is also expected to meet other corporate honchos during a round table that will be held for the same. These are the first exclusive visuals we are getting you from Tokyo of the Prime Minister's meeting with Chairman of NEC Corporation, Dr. Nobuhiro Endo. The Prime Minister appreciated NEC's role in India's telecommunications sector and discussed opportunities. Abhishek, our correspondent, our senior editor in Tokyo, who's covering this event, will be telling us more about the significance of this particular meeting. Abhishek, it's over to you.
Well, yes, so this is just the beginning of the one-on-one meets that are taking place between Prime Minister and top corporations of Japan, essentially aimed at giving yet a push to the larger India-Japan business partnership, trade partnership, and to bring in more money and investments. Remember, the ultimate objective is about $350 to $400 billion of investment over the next 5 years. And these corporations like the NEC, which already employs about 6,000 engineers from India in their various facilities, not just in India but around the world, there is a scope for improving it further, bringing in more money, bringing in more talent, more skill, and that's what the conversation was about. In fact, the NEC chairman, when he was going out, and we are going to get you a soundbite of him just in a bit. In fact, I can tell you that we have got some, and outside of Prime Minister's office here in Tokyo said that Prime Minister has a very larger view of not just India-Japan partnership, but how the two nations can come together and contribute to overall development of the global community as a whole. And Prime Minister has now tweeted, I can tell you that he met Nobuhiro Endo, the chairman of NEC Corporation. Mr. Endo spoke about opportunities in India in areas such as smart cities, emerging technologies, and an innovative effort to encourage learning of Japanese in India. So that is one area. Another area which is under focus of bringing in more people-to-people connect by way of developing the language skills, in this case Japanese. Prime Minister has also tweeted that PM highlighted India's reform trajectory. He talked about opportunities in areas such as digital learning, fintech, infra, and logistics. Remember that Prime Minister always talks about how in the last 1 year alone there have been so many unicorns, startups turning into unicorns in India, and that in itself is a success story predominated by fintech, but in other areas and sectors as well. And we have to continue to focus on the growth aspect of India in terms of the development story, and Japan is an important partner. In fact, of all the fintechs that have turned unicorns, a great majority of them are in fact supported by Japanese investment firm called SoftBank, and in fact SoftBank chairman is next in line who would be meeting Prime Minister in the one-on-one conversations that are going on between him and the Japanese side, Japanese corporate side, aimed at giving infrastructure and investment push to the India-Japan partnership as we speak.
Well, slowly, Abhishek, are we seeing a shift away from other preferred destinations, a shift towards India, largely in part because of the immense human resource potential that India has, and the Prime Minister has always touted in each and every one of his foreign visits, that as also the various measures that have been put in place by the Indian government under Prime Minister Modi to ensure that companies find it easier to come here?
Well, absolutely. So when it comes to technology transfer, when it comes to having sustainable policies, when it comes to giving support by way of removing encumbrances, procedural encumbrances, and those things, the government is making a lot of changes within Indian establishment, and Prime Minister's objective is to communicate all those things by way of this outreach, the time for which he squeezes out in his busy schedule. In fact, he has essentially come for a Quad Summit, but then since he was coming here, he thought that let him include all these business meets. In fact, later in the day, he would be addressing a joint business summit sort of meeting as well, where he would be again making a communication push and an outreach to tell the Japanese investors community and the industrialists and corporations about what all changes are happening in India to make their investments safer and give them better returns by way of policy sustainability, among other things, and policy continuity. So I think, be it the Atmanirbhar Bharat program that the government has now launched, how the corporations from Japan dovetail their own objectives with the larger Atmanirbhar Bharat project, for that matter, how they can incorporate transfer of technology mechanisms within them.
And breaking news coming in now. Details emerge about the Vismaya case. Kiran Kumar has been convicted in the case. Visuals there of the Vismaya case in which Kiran Kumar has been convicted. And that's breaking news coming in first on Republic TV. All eyes were on the court which was to pronounce its verdict today at the Additional District and Sessions Court.
ഇതിന്റെ പിന്നിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ച ഒട്ടനവധി പോലീസ് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥരുണ്ട്. അവരുടെ ശ്രമങ്ങളെ ഒട്ടും ചെറുതായി നമുക്ക് കാണാൻ കഴിയില്ല.
It's about how Vismaya committed suicide, allegedly due to domestic violence, and the court has found her husband Kiran Kumar guilty.
എഴുതി ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി വന്നു. അതിന് എന്നെ സഹായിച്ച പോലീസ് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥരോട് എല്ലാവരോടും അതൊരു സമഫലമായ ഒരു ജോലിയായിരുന്നു. അത് വളരെ
ഇപ്പം ഈ കൂടുതൽ ഡീറ്റെയിൽ തെളിവ് സെക്കൻഡറി തെളിവുകളായിരുന്നല്ലോ, അത് ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാകും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കോടതി പരിഗണിക്കുമെന്നുള്ള പൂർണ്ണ വിശ്വാസം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു?
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും. കാര്യം അതിന് 1968 മുതൽ വിധികളുണ്ട്. അത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും കോടതി പരിഗണിക്കുമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് ഉറപ്പുണ്ട്.
പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും സന്തോഷത്തിലാണല്ലേ? മുഖമാണ് പറയുന്നത്.
പൂർണ്ണമായും സന്തോഷത്തിലാണ്. കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു വർഷക്കാലത്തെ ഒരു അധ്വാനം ഉണ്ടായി. അത് തീർച്ചയായും ആ കേസുണ്ടായ ദിവസം തൊട്ട് ഈ സമയം വരെ അതിൻ്റെ പുറകിൽ തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഫുൾ സപ്പോർട്ട്, എൻ്റെ കൂടെയുള്ള പോലീസ് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥരായിട്ടുള്ള സുരേഷ് കുമാർ, മോഹൻദാസ്, അതുപോലെ ചരച്ചൻ ഉണ്ണിച്ചാൻ, ഷാപ്പി, ആരുടെയൊക്കെ കടുത്ത വർക്കാണ്. സാറ് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ തന്നെ ഈ മഹേഷ്, സൈബർ സെൽ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥൻ മഹേഷ് കുമാർ, അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ അവരെല്ലാം ഇത് റിട്രീവ് ചെയ്ത്, അതായത് ചാർജ് കൊടുത്തതിന് ശേഷം ആ വോയിസ് എല്ലാം ഒന്ന് ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് അതൊന്ന് കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന രീതിയിലേക്ക് എത്തിപ്പിക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു വലിയ വർക്ക് തന്നെയാണ്. അതെല്ലാ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിനും നന്ദി പറയുന്നു. മിനിമം സമയം കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ 5 ലക്ഷത്തിലധികം ഫയൽ സൈബർ ഫോറൻസിക്കിൽ നിന്ന് റിട്രീവ് ചെയ്തെടുത്ത.
Right now, the advocate is speaking to the media. He's stating that there has been a very good, the entire charge sheet was filed properly. The police has done a good job. It was easy for the prosecution to prove that Kiran Kumar was guilty of the crime that he was committed. So that's a breaking news over here. As you can see outside the Sessions Court in Kollam, Kiran Kumar, the husband of Vismaya, has been found guilty under several charges, section 398A, section 306, as well as section 498A, as well as 2 other sections which related to dowry harassment. Under all these sections, he has been charged. But because of the Supreme Court mandate that the entire how much what the total number amount of years that he will, all the life imprisonment, all that will only be told by the court only tomorrow. But as of now, in over 5 sections, Kiran Kumar has been found guilty, especially abetment to suicide is one of the main charges. Section 398A has been confirmed. The court has found him guilty of under section 398A, 306, as well as 498A, along with a few other sections. So which essentially means that it's under
dowry death, 498A, harassment, and 306 abetment of suicide has been found, and accused was found guilty for these offences, and his bail bond stand cancelled. Question on hearing will be conducted tomorrow, and only thereafter we can know what is the sentence.
എന്നെ ഒന്ന് വിളിക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന്.
Sir, who was the investigation officer? What is your reaction right now? Now the court find Kiran Kumar is guilty.
തീർച്ചയായും നമ്മൾ ഈ സമയം കോടതി പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്ന ഈ ശിക്ഷാവിധികളെല്ലാം തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ ആദ്യമേ കണ്ടെത്തിയ ആ വകുപ്പ് പ്രകാരമുള്ള കുറ്റകൃത്യം തന്നെയാണ് എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ ഒരു സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. തീർച്ചയായും നല്ലൊരു ജഡ്ജ്മെന്റ് തന്നെയാണ്. അത് കോടതി പറയുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്, ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. താങ്ക് യു.
ഇപ്പോൾ അജിംഷാദ് ഈ കേസിന്റെ അന്വേഷണ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥനായിട്ടുള്ള നമ്മുടെ ശാസ്താംകോട്ട DYSP രാജ്കുമാർ പുരുഷോത്തമൻ, അദ്ദേഹം ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ കേസിൽ ഏറ്റവും ഒരു
So Ashwin, well, justice for Vismaya in this particular case, her husband Kiran Kumar declared guilty by the court and his sentence is still awaited, but truly all credit to the courage of this girl and her family and also the authorities.
On June 21st, 2021, Vismaya had committed suicide, and she was found in a mysterious circumstance in the in-laws' house. It took 11 months right now. The trial court had finished all the hearing on May 17th, and today it has made a very important judgment. Now, why Vismaya case is important to Kerala society at large?
Coming up next, in the Vismaya case, Himanta Biswa Sharma of Chief Minister of Assam stirs Madarsa Rao, says that the term should be removed.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
इतने मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
As Prime Minister Narendra Modi travels to Japan to participate in the second only in-person Quad Leaders Summit, I, along with Rohit Vishwakarma, my video journalist, would bring to you all details in and around the top-billed diplomatic engagement from here in Tokyo.
"40 hours and 23 engagements. It's a packed agenda for Prime Minister as he kickstarts his Japan visit. But ahead of the jam-packed agenda, what was a treat to the eyes is the rousing warm welcome hosted by the Indian diaspora for what they call Bharat Maa Ka Sher. Take a look.
पांचवी कक्षा में पढ़ता हूँ। जापान में आपका बहुत स्वागत है।
Coming up next, Gyanvapi debate intensifies. And in the fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court, the plea mentions places of worship cannot govern issue.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। are just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. Now, Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troop. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
Top headlines at 11:30 after Prime Minister's touchdown in Japan to Prime Minister to attend Quad session next. 40 hours and 23 engagements. It's a jam-packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo. Countdown to Quad Summit has now begun and Republic gets you minute-by-minute updates live from Tokyo. Himanta's big takedown of madrasa system says the word madrasas should cease to exist. Mega political controversy erupts over madrasa comment. AIMIM and NC hit back. Back-to-back shocking videos emerged from Kerala. Did PFI allegedly use kid to issue threat? Crucial Gyanvapi hearing in District Court today. Gyanvapi debate intensifies. Fresh plea filed in Supreme Court. Plea mentions places of worship cannot govern issue. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Getting in the breaking news right now. Big controversy that has now broken out over Assam Chief Minister Himanta's madrasa remark after the NC and AIMIM. Congress has now hit back at the Assam Chief Minister. Remember, this comes after the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said that the word madrasas should cease to exist. So a mega political controversy that has now erupted over the Assam Chief Minister's remark, and the latest being the Congress that has now hit back at Himanta Biswa Sarma after the NC and the AIMIM.
On the statement of Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, as he is saying, he has been always advocating for non-existence of madrasas.
Then of course he can say directly that he doesn't believe in constitution. And minority institutions are protected by fundamental rights. And denying the fundamental right means denial of the constitution. And such is the intention of RSS and BJP. In fact, when constitution was at making stage and when it got completed, that time itself they opposed the constitution. And Hegdewar said that the constitution is a cut piece of different countries, and they slammed on Dr. Ambedkar also. So they don't believe in the constitution. They are looking for the opportunity when the complete autocracy and dictatorship will prevail in this country.
Heard the Congress there hitting back at Himanta Biswa Sarma over his madrasa remark. What essentially Himanta Biswa Sarma said was that the word madrasas should cease to exist, and reacting to that, we have the Congress now hitting out at Himanta Biswa Sarma after the NC and the AIMIM. Back-to-back news breaks coming in now, getting in first response of the Samajwadi Party after ally OP Rajbhar took a dig at the SP chief Akhilesh Yadav, advising him to meet more people from his constituencies than sitting in air-conditioned rooms. So that's the first response that is coming in from the Samajwadi Party after ally OP Rajbhar hit out at the SP Supremo Akhilesh Yadav, asking him to meet the members, people from his constituencies.
क्या ऐसा है क्या अखिलेश यादव जी बाहर नहीं निकल रहे हैं? क्यों आपके जो साथी दल के लोग हैं ऐसा क्यों?
माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी उत्तर प्रदेश में जब से ये सरकार आई है तब से जहां भी घटनाएं दुर्घटनाएं हुई हैं, अन्याय हुआ है, हर जगह माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी पहुंच रहे हैं।
क्या ऐसा है क्या अखिलेश यादव जी बाहर नहीं निकल रहे हैं? क्यों आपके जो साथी दल के लोग हैं ऐसा क्यों?
माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी उत्तर प्रदेश में जब से ये सरकार आई है तब से जहां भी घटनाएं दुर्घटनाएं हुई हैं, अन्याय हुआ है, हर जगह माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी पहुंच रहे हैं।
So that's the breaking news coming in right now. SP hitting back, saying that Akhilesh does not need advice. That's the word coming in by the Samajwadi Party to OP Rajbhar, saying Akhilesh is a great leader and that Akhilesh does not need advice. This after OP Rajbhar made a controversial remark, saying advising Akhilesh Yadav to meet people from his constituencies than sitting in air-conditioned rooms. So this which also shows the dissent that seems to be brewing within the Samajwadi Party after ally OP Rajbhar took a dig at the SP Supremo. So Samajwadi Party issuing a statement after OP Rajbhar took a dig at Akhilesh Yadav and advised him to meet more people from his constituencies than sitting in air-conditioned rooms. And replying to that statement that was made by OP Rajbhar, ally OP Rajbhar, the Samajwadi Party has said that Akhilesh is a great leader and that he does not need any advice. So that's another controversial video that has come to light of PFI allegedly using kids at a rally. The third video that we've accessed that shows how the PFI is allegedly using kids at their rally to push their agenda. We will go across to Ashwin as well to give us more information. We have Ashwin joining us. Ashwin, give us more details of this third video that we've accessed, and the latest what we're getting to know is that that BJP has also reacted strongly to this video that has been broken by Republic.
The issue that a child was used to create inflammatory and provocative slogans is something which is never seen in the society of Kerala. And what is even more shocking is the fact that there were hundreds of policemen who were gathered around during the time when these provocative statements were made by a minor. And that was being carried forward. We could clearly see that there was police van is also there, the policeman is standing there. And remember, this during this entire program that was organized by the PFI in Alapura, there were several petitions that were filed to stop both the rallies. In fact, there was a Bajrang Dal rally preceding this also in Alapura. So the situation was volatile in Alapura, and despite that, the government had given a go-ahead. And after giving go-ahead, even though there was several inputs saying that this rally should not take place, government went ahead and gave permission to hold this rally. And it was in this rally a child was used to lead a provocative and
Ashwin, I'm sorry I'm I'm interrupting you there. We are being joined by Priyank Kanugru, who is the chairperson of the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights. Sir, if I can ask your response to this shocking video that has emerged from the PFI rally, where we can see allegedly a kid was used by the PFI to propagate their agenda.
We have received a complaint on the incident of Indo-Pacific, where a child was being used by PFI in a rally. We have taken cognizance of that incident. It primarily attracts the provision of Juvenile Justice Act, especially Section 83, which prohibits use of children in any type of violent illegal activities. So currently we are in process of issuing notice to the concerned police department.
Okay. Yes, and sir, if I can ask you your response also to the kind of statements that are being made by the kids there, saying that, talking about raking the Gyanvapi issue, the Babri issue, and also hitting out at the Sanghis also for that matter. Your response to that?
It's a kind of child abuse. It's violence with child. So we are taking cognizance and issuing notice to the police department to take appropriate action against the perpetrators and lodge FIRs.
Okay. So, yes. So that was Priyank Kanugru, the chairman of the Child Rights Panel, talking to us and saying that the NCPCR has taken cognizance of this issue. The visuals on your screens as well of how the PFI allegedly used kid at their rally to propagate their agenda. This is the third video that we've accessed, 3 videos that we've accessed from this alleged rally that was held by the PFI, in which kids were used to tutor them and propagate their agenda. The kind of contentious, the kind of remarks also that were being made by the kids there, as was heard in the video. If I can go back to Ashwin, who continues to be with us. Ashwin, if you could give us more details as to what can be heard in these videos that we've accessed. Well, we have BJP Shehzad Poonawalla also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, if I can get your first response to this kind of, what we see in this video, PFI using kids at their rally. Your first response to that?
It is a shame that an open platform is being given to such kind of Islamist hate and bigotry, where children are being weaponized and radicalized by this extremist organization called PFI, and the left government is allowing this. Recently, the Kerala High Court had called NCPI PFI extremist groups. Why has the Kerala government not taken any action on this? And whether it's the Kerala government of the left parties, whether it's Congress party in Rajasthan which gives a free pass to the radical organizations to do a march, whether it's the Congress party in Karnataka had withdrawn cases against PFI, why do they have this soft corner and love for Islamist hatred? And what about this entire ecosystem, Islamophobia ecosystem? Will they come out and take a position today when hatred is being spilled against Hindus and Christians on the streets of Kerala? Today, where is that secular ecosystem? I would like to know.
Well, absolutely, sir. And this, as you rightly pointed out, so that was Shehzad Poonawalla, the BJP spokesperson. His reaction to this video that we've accessed, which shows how the PFI allegedly used kid at their rally to propagate their agenda. And the first visuals of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is visiting the Prime Minister's museum, we are told. This particular visual coming in from the national capital of Home Minister Amit Shah, who is currently visiting Prime Minister's museum in the national capital. So the visuals of Home Minister Amit Shah there, who is visiting this particular museum, which is the Prime Minister's museum in the national capital. We'll try and go across to our reporters also to give us more information, but this particular visual coming in from the national capital, from the National Prime Minister's Museum in the national capital, in which where we can see Home Minister is in this particular visit to inspect it, we are told, and this particular museum is in the national capital and Home Minister Amit Shah there in this. Cutting across to the live visuals we are getting of Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo, who's holding engagements in Tokyo. The live visuals we are getting to you right now. Back-to-back engagements of Prime Minister Modi there. The visuals on your screens of Prime Minister Modi meeting advisor, Suzuki Motor advisor there. So a lot of engagements are lined up for today when we talk about Prime Minister's visit to Tokyo. And currently he is holding meet with the advisor of Suzuki Motors. So that's the visual that is coming in. Remember, Prime Minister is slated to hold several such business engagements today while he is on a two-day visit to Tokyo. And 23 engagements we are told that are lined up, and this particular visual that is coming in of Prime Minister Modi holding meet with the Suzuki Motor Corporation advisor. And just a short while back, Prime Minister also held a meet with another business tycoon, and now another engagement that Prime Minister is currently having with the Suzuki Motor advisor at this point in time. And just a short while back, Prime Minister also interacted with the chairman of the president and CEO of Uniqlo as well. And we will continue to get you live coverage from Tokyo. Right now, Prime Minister Modi holding talks there with the Suzuki Motor advisor in Tokyo.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Prime Minister engages in the big ticket event of this visit, that is the Quad Leaders Meet, which is Tuesday morning, where he would be having summit talks with President Joe Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, and of course Prime Minister Albanese.
Newsbreak coming in right now from West Bengal, where TMC Birbhum President Anubrata Mondal has been summoned by the CBI in relation to the post-poll violence case. Tomorrow after, in fact, that's the latest what we are getting to know. TMC's Anubrata Mandal has been summoned by the CBI. Remember, he was summoned on Wednesday as well. He was summoned by CBI in a cattle smuggling case, and now he's been summoned in connection with the post-poll violence case. Remember, there have been a lot of protests as well that have been happening simultaneously by the BJP demanding justice for the victims of the post-poll violence that rocked the state of West Bengal. In the latest, what we are told is that TMC Birbhum President Anubrata Mandal is now under CBI scanner, and he has been summoned by the CBI in connection with the post-poll violence case. Well, we'll try and go across to our Bangla reporters as well, but the latest what we are told is that TMC Birbhum President Anubrata Mandal has been summoned by the CBI in connection with the post-poll violence case. In fact, those are the visuals we are getting to you right now, and this as the TMC MP has been summoned in connection with the post-poll violence case. We will go across to our Bangla reporters as well, but those are the visuals also that are coming in right now. TMC's Anubrata Mandal, who has been summoned in connection with the post-poll violence case. Remember, post-poll violence that rocked the state of West Bengal, that also claimed lives of people, and there have been protests as well that have been happening simultaneously in connection with the post-poll violence, with the BJP demanding justice for the victims of the post-poll violence. And now we have the TMC MP who is now under the CBI lens in connection with the post-poll violence case. We have Mayuk joining us on the phone line. Mayuk, what more details can you share with us with respect to the TMC MP who's now been summoned by the CBI?
Well, yes, TMC strongman and Birbhum leader Anubrata Mandal has been summoned in a post-poll violence case tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, that is on Wednesday. He has been summoned in the cattle case that is ongoing in Bengal, brought by CBI. So basically, Anubrata Mandal has been summoned in two different cases tomorrow and day after tomorrow. This is happening at a time when Anubrata Mandal has repeatedly informed CBI officers that he is not well. He has been under treatment, and earlier also we have seen that Anubrata Mandal went to SSK Woodburn Ward rather than entering the CBI headquarters in Nizam Palace. So right now, everything is under the scanner on what Anubrata Mandal is going to do, because earlier he said that he's not going to take the interrogation in, and right now also he's going to dodge the CBI probe. That is what we are getting in from our sources, as well as from the lawyers. And we are getting in information that his lawyers are going to send a mail informing about his medical history and his medical condition, and he's going to seek an excuse so that he can get a relief of at least a month for taking rest. So what we are getting in from our sources is that TMC Neta summoned by CBI once again at a time when Partha Chakti has also been summoned, at a time when Abhishek and Rujira Banerjee has also been summoned. So it's kind of a CBI versus Trinamool. That is what Trinamool leaders are trying to portray. And on the other hand, a lot of cases are pending in Bengal which are related to the political violence in Bengal, the cattle scam in Bengal, and most importantly, the gold scam in Bengal. Back to the studio.
Well, absolutely. Mayuk, if you could give us more details with respect to the probe in the post-poll violence case. And as you're pointing out, not just one, several TMC leaders are under the scanner for this post-poll violence case.
Well, absolutely, yes. More than 100 cases have already been filed. More than 100 FIRs have already been lodged in the post-poll violence case that is happening from the last 1 year. Mamata Banerjee came to power last year, and from then onwards, we have seen sporadic violence incidents in different parts of Bengal. We have seen incidents of arson. We have seen incidents of clashes, and in fact, we have seen incidents of alleged murder that have happened. We have seen the incident of the Abhijit Sarkar, one of the trained BJP workers, and Arjun Chaurasia case has also been a headline. Home Minister Amit Shah, he came to Arjun Chaurasia's house also, and a lot of cases that are pending have accused number one as TMC leaders. So in most of the cases, accused TMC leaders, TMC MPs and MLAs also. NHRC members had also come to Bengal, and they had also given a separate dossier regarding the post-poll violence and the amount of post-poll violence that has taken place in Bengal. And right now, Anubrata Mandal, who is known for his aggressive politics, who is known for his, according to BJP workers, he has a notorious way of dealing with things in Birbhum. He has been summoned, and this summon is going to be another summon. There are multiple times summon that has been issued against Anubrata Mandal, but every time he has got the summon, citing his illness, citing his medical history. And earlier also we have seen Anubrata Mandal, instead of going to the CBI headquarters, he straight went inside the Woodburn ward in SSKM hospital, that's the multi-speciality hospital facility in Bengal, and there he stayed for more than 2 weeks. And what we have gathered from our sources is that this time also Anubrata Mandal's lawyer, they are going to write to the CBI officers citing his medical condition and seeking an excuse from the entire summon that has been issued against Anubrata Mandal.
Well, thank you so much, Mayuk, who is the senior editor, getting us all the details of in connection with the probe into the post-violence case. So all eyes on the TMC MP who will be summoned tomorrow in connection with the post-poll violence case. And countdown to Quad Summit has begun as Republic gets you minute-by-minute updates live from Tokyo. Himanta's big takedown of madrasa system says the word madrasas should cease to exist.
As Prime Minister Narendra Modi travels to Japan to participate in the second only in-person Quad Leaders Summit, I, along with Rohit Vishwakarma, my video journalist, would bring to you all details in and around the top-billed diplomatic engagement from here in Tokyo, only on Republic Media Network. Keep watching.
The first on Republic TV. First on Republic TV, you can see that Arjun Singh is coming here. Arjun Singh is there with TMC leaders.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives in Tokyo, the capital city of Japan, for a 2-day big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad Leaders Meet, second in-person meeting of the grouping that is taking place, where apart from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Joe Biden of the United States, Prime Minister Kishida of Japan and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese of Australia would be participating.
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troop. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
And here are the top stories at 12 p.m. today. Viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi touched down in Japan to attend the Quad session next. "40 hours and 23 engagements. It's a jam-packed agenda for the Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo. Countdown to Quad Summit as new begin has now begun, in fact, and Republic gets you the minute-to-minute updates live from Tokyo. Hemanta's big takedown of Madrasa system, says the word Madrasa should cease to exist. Mega political controversy erupts over Madrasa comment, AIMIM and NC hit back. Back-to-back shocking videos emerged from Kerala. Did PFI allegedly use kit to issue a threat? And the crucial Gyanvapi hearing in district court today. Gyanvapi debate intensifies. Fresh plea filed in Supreme Court. Plea mentions places of worship cannot govern issue. Well, viewers, we're tracking a shocking development coming in from Kerala, where back-to-back videos are being accessed by your channel. And now in the latest one, it is seen that a child, in fact, has been used by the organization to issue a threat as well. In this rally that was being organized as well, we can see that children are being used by the organization, by the PFI, to, in fact, not just carry out this rally, but also tutor these children to carry out these kind of threats on a public forum as well. Let's listen in. Viewers, the videos that are being accessed by your channel Republic TV, where it is very clearly seen that there are now children that are being used in these rallies by these organizations to issue threats as well. For more on this, let me bring in my colleague Ashwin, who's been tracking this story very, very closely. Ashwin, tell us more about this videos that you've accessed for us, and also the kind of, will there be any cognizance taken of this kind of a brutality of children being used in rallies and issuing threats as well?
This rally was taken on 21st of May at Alapura as a response to a rally that was taken out by Bajrang Dal in Alapura district itself. Now, this rally was huge rally. There were like 10,000s of people who were participating in this rally. The video that has emerged is for, when there was a road show. As part of the road show, we could clearly see a child on the shoulders of an adult sitting and leading a chorus of people into very provocative and inflammatory chants, and these provocative the speech that is given says things which are quite inimical to the country's interest. It says that the child is clearly heard saying that let the Hindus family keep the death ritual, some of the rituals, some of the objects need for death rituals required, keep it ready, and even telling the Kundirikam, it's a term for amber in English. It's called amber. That is used traditionally by the Christian families when there's a death in their family. So telling things like keep all these things ready is a direct call. And what is more shocking and despicable is the fact that this was uttered by a minor, a very young child. So clearly it was not it was not something which was not unprepared. The child was taught clearly. The slogans were taught to the child. The words that he used were completely by heart. He was not referring to any paper. You can clearly see he has by-hearted it. So it clearly, definitely looks like that PFI has made this child learn these chants and learn these slogans and use it. And these slogans are nothing but preposterous. And you can clearly see that the police vehicle is also there. Policeman is also a mute spectator to it. But till now, what is shocking is the fact no case has been filed. This is a case that clearly invites section 153 of the IPC. Nobody has even taken cognizance of it. The law enforcement has not taken cognizance. Interestingly and ironically, when a politician had made some, very comment, like PC George had made a comment, there was a lot of enthusiasm for the State Department to take him under the same section. But such inflammatory speech given, no response yet from the police. We don't even know what is the state of this child. No response, official response has come from any of the lawmakers in the state. The legislation has not spoken. None of the MLAs has spoken. None of the people in power has spoken about this kind of monstrous display of hate that has come out not from an adult but from a minor, that too in the heart of the city in front of policemen. And that is what makes this video very shocking. The PFI has clearly tutored the child, and
well, there you have it, Ashwin, breaking down the details of what's really happening with respect to these videos. Viewers, we can see back-to-back videos that are accessed by your channel that shows kids, in fact, being used at the PFI rally. And of course, as Ashwin was also pointing out, that seems as though that the PFI has also trained these children to carry out these kind of rallies as well. Well, viewers, we're coming across to some massive breaking updates that we're getting for you. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad is in fact planning to undertake Ashtamangal Prashna, in fact, on 25th of May, a ritual to find a solution to the controversy that erupted after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali near the Ganjimut in Mangaluru. Now, a temple-like structure was allegedly discovered during work carried out at the Asayat Abdullah Hill Madani Juma Masjid in Malali. Now, the Hindu outfits in fact claimed that it was a temple. Meanwhile, the third additional civil judge and the JMFC court had issued a stay on the renovation work at the mosque as well. Now, remember, viewers, we have been seeing that the Gyanvapi mosque entire debate has gotten only bigger, and since then we have seen the repercussions of the same in the entire country. And now another such incident really coming out from Mangaluru as well. And for more details on this, let me go across to my colleague Sagar Raj, who's joining us from Bengaluru. Sagar, tell us more about these claims that are being made by these Hindu outfits as well, stating that there was in fact a temple there, and we're being told that the renovation work has also been put on hold. Put this into perspective for our viewers.
See, for benefit of the viewers, let me tell us that this particular renovation started a few months back in Malali area in Mangalore district, where the people were trying to renovate centuries old Madani Juma Masjid in Malali. While they were trying to renovate that particular masjid, they found out a temple kind of structure and things which was being found in that particular mosque. And immediately right-wing organization got into picture and put a stay order on that particular renovation of mosque. Ever since this particular incident has come to light, there are one or the other developments which was been happening in connection with this particular mosque. And in between, we have also noticed Gyanvapi thing which has made national headlines across the country. Now, the right-wing organization would like to take this forward. So what they are trying to do is, they are going to perform a ritual which is called Ashtamangala Prashne, which is a ritual which will help this right-wing organization group to find out whether there was a temple at the same place, whether the temple area was encroached and constructed a mosque. So they believe that when they do this particular ritual, there will be some kind of solution which will expose that probably if there was a temple, it will show that yes, there was a temple. If there was not a temple, and it will not show that there was not a temple in this particular ritual. So they have contacted some Kerala seer to perform this particular puja on 25th of May, that is day after tomorrow, in Malali, where they will be trying to do a puja very close to that particular mosque. There is a temple called Sri Rama Anjaneya temple. So they will perform this particular puja, and they will see and experiment whether there was a temple much before that. They believe that by performing this particular puja, they will get an answer, they will get a solution whether they have to go ahead with the case or not. So it will be an important puja for them, and ahead of this particular puja and announcement, there is also security which has been beefed up near that particular mosque, which is still under renovation, where after a stay order was been put out by a local court. So all eyes on this particular puja in Karnataka on 25th, where the right-wing organization is set to perform Ashtamangala Puja.
Well, Sage, put this into perspective for us. What really happens if this particular puja that the VHP really wants to carry out tells them that there was in fact a temple there? What will be the course of action that will be taken then? Because we're being told that the renovation work at the mosque had been given a stay by the local court, as you pointed out as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Probably they will go ahead and demand that there should be similar kind of survey which should be done.
इसके माध्यम से 46,47,000 किसानों को लाभान्वित करते हुए 40,159 करोड़ रुपए का भुगतान कराया गया। इसी अवधि में 280.09 मैट्रिक टन धान की कुल खरीद करते हुए 45,90,474 किसानों को न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य का लाभ दिलाया गया। इसके तहत किसानों को 50,420 करोड़ रुपए का भुगतान कराया गया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा किसानों को उपज लागत की 1.5 गुना MSP दिए जाने के लिए सरकार उनके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करती है। निराश्रित बेसहारा गोवंश के संरक्षण के लिए प्रदेश में कुल 6,195 गो आश्रय स्थान स्थापित, जिनमें 9,67,923 गोवंश संरक्षित किए गए। मुख्यमंत्री निराश्रित बेसहारा गोवंश सहभागिता योजना के अंतर्गत 1,71,000 से अधिक गोवंश इच्छुक पशुपालकों की सुपुर्दगी में दिए गए। पोषण मिशन के तहत कुपोषित परिवारों को 2050 गोवंश उपलब्ध कराए गए। बुंदेलखंड क्षेत्र में निराश्रित गोवंश को संरक्षित करने के उद्देश्य से इस क्षेत्र के प्रत्येक जनपद में 5 गो आश्रय केंद्र स्थापित किए गए। मेरी सरकार मत्स्य पालकों के आर्थिक एवं सामाजिक उत्थान हेतु प्रतिबद्ध है। मत्स्य उत्पादन में वृद्धि के दृष्टिगत भारत सरकार के सहयोग से प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा योजना प्रारंभ की गई है। सरकार द्वारा लगभग 98 लाख हेक्टेयर क्षेत्र में सिंचाई सुविधा उपलब्ध कराई गई। विगत 5 वर्षों में दशकों में लंबित चल रही बाण सागर, अर्जुन सहायक, सरयू नहर सहित कुल 20 सिंचाई परियोजनाएं पूर्ण की गई हैं, जिनसे 21.82 लाख हेक्टेयर अतिरिक्त सिंचन क्षमता का सृजन किया गया। इससे प्रदेश के 44.72 लाख कृषक लाभान्वित हुए। भारत सरकार द्वारा संचालित योजना पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप के अंतर्गत बुंदेलखंड क्षेत्र हेतु तृतीय पैकेज में फूल पहाड़ स्प्रिंकलर परियोजना, शहजाद बांध स्प्रिंकलर परियोजना एवं मसगांव चिल्ली स्प्रिंकलर प्रणाली की स्वीकृति प्रदान की गई है, जिसकी लागत 184.61 करोड़ रुपए है।
Well, moving on to some other breaking updates that we are tracking for you now, viewers. This one coming in from Assam now, where the mega controversy has broken out, in fact, over Hemanta's Madarsa remark. After NC and AIMIM, Congress has now hit back at Himanta Biswa Sarma. In fact, this comes after the Assam Chief Minister has stated that the word madrasas should cease to exist altogether. Now, this is something that he had stated as well in a public forum, and to which we have seen several repercussions and several counter statements also coming to light from the NC and the AIMIM, hitting back at Himanta Biswa Sarma, in fact, who had stated that madrasas should not exist, and they are also a violation of these minors, in fact, who go there to study as well. Let's listen into what Himanta Biswa Sarma, in fact, actually had to say about madrasas.
हो जाना चाहिए। जब तक ये मद्रासा दिमाग में घूमते रहेगा तब तक बच्चा को भी डॉक्टर इंजीनियर नहीं बन सकता है। अगर बच्चा को आप स्कूल में जाने का समय आप पूछ लेता है कि बेटा तुम मद्रासा जा रहा है, तुम जुनाब बनेगा, इस रास्ते से तुम डॉक्टर नहीं बनेगा, तो कोई बच्चा मद्रासा नहीं जाएगा। मद्रासा में तो दाखिल किया जाता है वायलेटिंग ह्यूमन राइट्स, किसलिए वो रास्ता बंद हो जाता है। तो आप जरूर कुरान पढ़ाइए, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा पढ़ाइए साइंस, मैथ्स, बायोलॉजी, बोटानी, जियोलॉजी। तो इसीलिए मद्रासा सब विलुप्त हो जाना चाहिए, नॉर्मल एजुकेशन होना चाहिए। और घर में आप खूब आपका धर्म पुथी पढ़ाइए, पूरा 2 to 3 घंटा धर्म पुथी पढ़ाइए, लेकिन स्कूल में ऐसा ही शिक्षा दीजिए जो शिक्षा से आपका बेटा डॉक्टर और इंजीनियर बन सकता है, प्रोफेसर बन सकता है, साइंटिस्ट बन सकता है। जी। और भाई साहब और एक बात है, मैं आपको बताता हूं, कोई जो आप बोल रहे हैं मुसलमान लोग कुरान कंठस्थ कर रहा है तो इसलिए उनमें बहुत ज्यादा मेरिट होता है, ये सारा मुसलमान भाई हिंदू था। कोई एज ए मुसलमान ये धरती में नहीं आया, भारत का धरती में सब हिंदू ही था। तो आई विल गिव क्रेडिट, अगर कोई मुसलमान बच्चा बहुत ज्यादा मेरिटेरियस है, आई विल ऑल्सो गिव ए पार्ट ऑफ क्रेडिट टू हिज हिंदू पास्ट।
What do you say on the statement of Mr. Hemanta Biswa Sarma, as he's saying he has been always advocating for non-existence of madrasas?
Then of course he can say directly that he doesn't believe in constitution, and minority institutions are protected by fundamental rights, and denying the fundamental right means denial of the constitution.
And we are tracking all that is happening in the recent controversy, in fact, but we are getting several reactions of this statement that has been made by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Badruddin Ajmal AIUDF के हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। बदरुद्दीन जी, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है, हेमंता बिस्वा शर्मा कहते हैं कि मदरसा को एग्जिस्ट जी हेमंता बिस्वा शर्मा कहते हैं कि मदरसा को एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं होना चाहिए, वो ह्यूमन राइट्स वायलेशन है। आपके पहले क्या इस पे विचार?
इसमें मेरा विचार इतना ही है कि हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा पहले कांग्रेस में थे तो मदरसे की एडवोकेसी करते थे, मदरसों के प्रोग्राम में जाते थे, 10-10, 20-20 लाख रुपया देते थे, मदरसों को जमीनें अलॉट किया इन्होंने। अब चूंकि बीजेपी में आ गए तो उनकी फैमिली बदल गई। अब फैमिली के जो हेड लोग हैं, जो बोलेंगे, जो सिखाएंगे, उनको बोलना ही पड़ेगा। अगर उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर रहना है तो आरएसएस के एजेंडे पे काम करना ही पड़ेगा, उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर रहना है तो नागपुर पे एजेंडे पे काम करना ही पड़ेगा। नागपुर की बोली जो वहां से सिखा के देंगे वो उनको बोलना पड़ेगा। इसलिए ये पूरा एजेंडा आरएसएस का है और ये पूरा एजेंडा जो है वो नागपुर का है, इसलिए उसके ऊपर एजेंडे के ऊपर वो बोल रहे हैं।
अजमल साहब उन्होंने ऐसा भी कहा है कि सारे जो लोग हैं उनके हिंदू एंसेस्टर्स हैं।
हाँ, मैंने सुना है। इससे ही पता चलता है, देखिए कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान के जो हिंदू लोग हैं या मुसलमान हैं, उनके फोर फादर कोई 1000 साल पहले मुसलमान हुआ होगा, कोई 800 साल पहले हुआ होगा, 600 साल पहले होगा, उसको भी वो उखाड़ रहे हैं। ये सारे के सारे हिंदू थे। हम भी कहते हैं हमारे बाप दादा हिंदू थे, इसका मतलब क्या है? आज लाखों लोग हिंदुस्तान में कन्वर्ट हो रहे हैं क्रिश्चियनिज्म के ऊपर, पूरा का पूरा हिल्स क्रिश्चियनिज्म ले लिया, तो क्या उसको जाके वो बोलेंगे? उनकी हिम्मत नहीं है, क्योंकि क्रिश्चियनों के पीछे अमेरिका है, उनके खिलाफ नहीं बोल सकते। इस्लाम मुसलमानों के खिलाफ उनके पीछे कोई बैकिंग के लिए नहीं है, इसलिए उनका बोलना है कि मदरसा। और ये इशू कब उठता है मैडम, मैं आपको बताऊं कि लास्ट टाइम पे आप आसाम के इलेक्शन का देखिए, जब आसाम का इलेक्शन शुरू हुआ तो उनको इस एजेंडे को गर्म करना था, उन्होंने मदरसों को बंद कर दिया, जो सरकारी मदरसे हैं। फिर उसके बाद हाईकोर्ट से भी उन्होंने फैसला दिला दिया कि मदरसे बंद हो जाएंगे, लेकिन दैट वाज ओनली सरकारी मदरसा। अब इन्होंने
अजमल साहब अगर मैं आपसे ये सवाल रख पाऊं, क्योंकि कई बार इन्होंने ऐसा भी कहा है कि खाली रिलीजियस स्टडीज नहीं बट साइंस और मैथ्स भी सिखाना चाहिए बच्चों को, और ये कहते हैं कि जो बच्चे वहां पर मदरसा में पढ़ते हैं उनका ह्यूमन राइट्स वायलेशन हो रहा है, उस पर आपका क्या विचार?
मेरा ये कहना है कि सारा का सारा मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि सच्चर कमेटी ने जो रिपोर्ट दिया था कि उसमें 4% बच्चे हिंदुस्तान के जो मदरसों में पढ़ते हैं, मैं कहता हूँ ओनली 2% से ज्यादा नहीं है। 98% हेमंत विश्व शर्मा के स्टेट से मैं आता हूँ, मैं वहाँ के धुबरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ, MP हूँ आज 3 मरतबा से, उससे पहले मैं 2 मरतबा MLA था। और मेरा ये कहना है मेरे क्षेत्र में आज 100% मुस्लिम इलाकों के अंदर वो अगर माइनॉरिटी की इतनी फिक्र कर रहे हैं तो 98% बच्चों की फिक्र करें ना, हम उनको वेलकम करेंगे। 98% स्कूलों में जहाँ 5 टीचर होना चाहिए, 6 टीचर होना चाहिए, वहाँ 1 टीचर कभी 2 टीचर, उसके बाद जाने के लिए रास्ता नहीं है। आज तक 60-70 साल में सड़कें नहीं बना के दी, हेमंत विश्व शर्मा साहब की सरकार ने भी नहीं बनाई, टॉयलेट्स नहीं है। ये बच्चे वहां जाके कभी कभी छत के नीचे, डायरेक्ट बरसात आता है तो ऊपर छत भी नहीं है, ऐसे स्कूल्स के मैं फोटो आपको भेज सकता हूँ, जो मैं वहां से 3 मरतबा रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ, इसलिए तो
जी, so that was Patruddin Ajmal of the AIUDF, the first reaction of the AIUDF, in fact, that we've gotten of Hemanta Biswa Sarma's statements. I want to thank Mr. Ajmal for joining us on the broadcast, and viewers, we move on to some other stories. And now, viewers, tracking all that is happening in the Quad meet where the Prime Minister has gone. Now, the NEC chairman met with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Tokyo and discussed ways to contribute to smart cities in India. And now the NEC has plans to contribute to India in the field of education. Hailing the Prime Minister, the NEC chairman said that the Prime Minister Modi has strong intention to build and enhance capabilities as well. Let's listen into what he really had to say about the Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
We are talking about how to implement the DX and how to contribute to the smart city as well. And currently, President has quite a lot of the plans in the area of the educations and the logistics, and also there are some other areas. He has quite a strong intention to develop and enhance the DX capability in India in order to improve the DX capability in India. So we are very happy to contribute to those areas. Such kind of discussion we have.
Taking a short break now, viewers, bringing you details on the other side that it is a countdown to the Quad Summit as in fact now begin, and Republic gets you the minute-to-minute updates from live from Tokyo. And Gyanvapi debate intensifies, fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court. Plea mentions places of worships cannot govern the issue. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troop. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
agenda is jam-packed with meetings. Today essentially is focused on the economic aspect of the India-Japan partnership. Couple of hours from now, President Joe Biden along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Kishida would be inaugurating the IPEF, and that's a big one, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Come live with those pictures to you.
Viewers, we're cutting across to some breaking updates this time now coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the Deputy Commissioner Ramban in fact has asked the SP of Ramban, Superintendent of Police of Ramban, to verify the sources of funding of journalists linked with illegal news portals and initiate strict action against fake news portals, reiterating that they can create a law and order situation if remains unchecked. Now remember, we had seen a massive crackdown on these kind of fake websites and portals that were being issued as well, and that were being taken into cognizance by the local authorities in J&K, claiming that these kind of portals can create a law and order situation as well, and that's why it needs to be checked. Gursimran, my colleague, bringing us more details. Gursimran, tell us more about what's really happening as far as the investigation is concerned, and how really will this process of checking these portals will take place?
See, this is a very valid point that has been pointed out by the Deputy Commissioner of the Ramban, Masaratul Islam, and he has written to the police department to initiate the action against this and also to verify the source of funding of these journalists who are linked with the illegal news portals. And what they are resorting to is running a propaganda and anti-government stand. We have already seen that in Kashmir Valley there have been number of portals that were being operated from Pakistan, getting funding from Pakistan, and even the State Investigation Agency of Jammu and Kashmir Police has also unearthed a racket where Pakistan was planning to install journalists in the Indian system so that they can run their propaganda, and that's why, taking cognizance into all the aspects, the Deputy Commissioner has written to the police, and police has been asked to take strict action. And this is really very important, keeping in view the mushroom growth of unregistered news websites, news portals in Jammu and Kashmir, which have only one agenda, that is to tarnish the image of the government and resorting to anti-government stories. This is what they have been up to, and now the Deputy Commissioner has also written to the
right. Gursimran, they're getting us some very important breaking updates from Jammu, in fact, where the Deputy Commissioner of Ramban has asked the Superintendent of Police of Ramban to verify the sources of funding for such journalists as well. Gursimran, I want to thank you for joining us on the broadcast with those details.
Watch how this defiant youth tries to scale the wall of Srinivasasagara Dam in Chikkaballapur. He tried scaling the wall without any safety harness and repeated warnings from his peers not to attempt the dangerous feat. Minutes later, after climbing over halfway, he loses balance, falling 30 feet to the ground. Sustaining serious injuries, he was then lifted from the spot by locals and rushed to Bengaluru Hospital for treatment. Incidentally, there has been instructions from the local administration not to climb the walls of the Srinivasasagara Dam. But in spite of this, many dangerous attempts have been made in the past to scale the walls of the dams. The police has now registered a case against the youth who attempted this dangerous feat. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Taking a short commercial break now, viewers, bringing you details on the other side of how it has been 40 hours and 23 engagements. It's a jam-packed agenda for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Tokyo. And back-to-back shocking videos emerged from Kerala. Did PFI allegedly use kit to issue a threat? Find out on the other side.
Prime Minister engages in the big ticket event of this visit, that is the Quad Leaders Meet, which is Tuesday morning, where he would be having summit talks with President Joe Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, and of course Prime Minister Albanese. After which there are bilateral talks also lined up with the same leaders, and that's how the visit really pans out and ends for the Prime Minister, after which he really flies down back to New Delhi. Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Content of the slogans is so dangerous. As you rightly said, it is anti-national because we can hear the Intifada salute, and that too people echoing the same sentiments. The Intifada salute has been done openly on the street where police was also there controlling the mob.
Top headlines this hour after Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in Japan. All eyes on Quad session next. 40 hours and 23 engagements. It's a jam-packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo. Countdown to Quad Summit has begun. Republic gets you minute-by-minute updates live from Tokyo. Himanta's big takedown of madrasa system, says the word madrasas should cease to exist. Mega political controversy erupts over madrasa comment. AIMIM and NC hit back. Back-to-back shocking videos emerged from Kerala. Did PFI allegedly use kid to issue threat? Crucial Gyanvapi hearing in District Court today. Gyanvapi debate intensifies. Fresh plea filed in Supreme Court. Plea mentions places of worship cannot govern issue. Temple-like structure seen during mosque demolition. BHP says temple-like structure spotted under mosque. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Our big story this hour coming in from Bihar, where Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has said that a decision on caste census only after an all-party meeting. So that's a statement coming in by the Bihar Chief Minister with respect to the caste-based census. Remember, caste-based census has been a raging debate for quite some time now, and now we have Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar calling for an all-party meet, saying that all-party meet will be held to discuss the caste-based census.
हम लोगों ने पूर्व से ही कहा है और आप सबको मालूम है कि बिहार विधानसभा ने 2 बार इसको पारित किया है और इस बार सभी पार्टियों की बैठक करके और तब इसका निर्णय लेकर के कैबिनेट के माध्यम से इसको स्वीकृत करके इस पर काम शुरू किया जाएगा, यही उसका तरीका। तो उसी के लिए ये बात हो रही है और सभी दल के लोगों के साथ चर्चा हो रही है, तो उसकी मीटिंग हो जाए तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। एक बार मीटिंग हो जाएगा, तब मीटिंग हो जाने के बाद सबकी राय हो जाएगी कि कैसे और खूब अच्छे ढंग से किया जाए जातीय जनगणना। तो उसके लिए सबकी राय ले करके और फिर उसके बारे में सरकार अंतिम रूप से निर्णय ले करके, और सरकार में भी हम लोगों ने इसके लिए पूरी तैयारी की है, लेकिन सबकी राय हो जाएगी और मिल करके तब कैबिनेट में प्रस्ताव जाएगा, यही है। और जब एक बार हो जाने के बाद फिर इस पर काम शुरू किया जाएगा।
27 की तिथि जो है
27 के लिए अभी अनेक दलों से बातचीत हुई है, तो लोगों की सहमति है, अभी सब लोगों की सहमति है।
More news break coming in with respect to the Gyanvapi case. Now the VHP, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, is planning to undertake an Ashtamangala Prashne on 25th of May, a ritual to find a solution to the controversy that erupted after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali near the Ganji Mutt in Mangaluru. A temple-like structure was allegedly discovered during work carried out at the Asayed Abdullahil Madani Juma Masjid in Malali. And we have BHP MLA from Mangaluru, BJP, beg your pardon, BJP MLA from Mangaluru City North, Dr. Bharat Shetty, joining us. Sir, if I can get your response on the VHP that is now planning to undertake an Ashwamangala Prashne on 25th of May.
Hello?
Yes, sir, if you can hear us, your response.
Yeah, I can.
Yes. Sir,
I can
your
hear
response
you.
to the VHP. Please go ahead.
My response, there are two issues here. One is the local area. Those people want this Tambula Prashne to be done. It's a local belief. Okay. Whether to go forward with the issue or not, whether to go for a legal fight or not, they want to do that. From the administration part, as an MLA, we have appealed to the district administration that this matter, whatever the apprehensions people are having, to sort it out, we have to refer this issue to the archaeological department, let them do a survey, let them do whatever tests or whatever investigations they have to do, and come out with a proper report. That is what we have asked the district administration.
Well, absolutely. Sir, also if you would want to talk to us with respect to this, the VHP now that is planning to undertake this Ashwamangala Prashne, because now we have the Hindu outfits who are claiming that it was a temple.
Yeah. Yes, they are claiming it looks like a temple, the architecture looks like a temple, everything looks like a temple. And local people are also telling there used to be a Jaina Basadi or a few temples also in that locality. A proper investigation has to be done.
All right. So that was Dr. Bharat who was speaking to us, the BJP MLA from the Mangaluru city on the controversy. And onto a big story this morning, Prime Minister Modi, who is in Tokyo as part of the Quad Summit. Remember, there were chants that were heard of Bharat Mata Ki Jai on his two-day visit to attend the Quad Summit. The meeting of the Quad leaders, remember, will take place tomorrow and is aimed at further bolstering the cooperation among the member nations of the influential grouping, as well as to discuss developments in the Indo-Pacific region. We have our senior executive editor, Abhishek, who's reporting live from Tokyo. Abhishek, it's a jam-packed day as we are talking about here for Prime Minister Modi. Take us through the latest that is happening, because we understand right now Prime Minister Modi is engaging with a lot of business leaders in Tokyo.
Well, yes, Samiksha, just to give you an update on what's happening here, we are at the lobby entrance from where Prime Minister is going to come out. His carcade is ready. You can see all the people who are accompanying him, from External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar to National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. They would be getting in a while from now, and then Prime Minister, who's just finishing the last of his business one-on-ones with the top corporate honchos of Japan, would be coming in, and he goes from here to the Izumo Gardens Galleria, where the IPEF is to be announced by US President Joe Biden. That's Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. It's a new platform announced by the Americans. They believe that this should be seen as a counter of the free world to the BRI, which the Chinese use as a debt trap diplomacy tool as well. This is going to be different. So the Prime Minister there going to participate in the IPF in a while from now. He has been closeted in these meetings for more than 3 hours now, if I could tell you. and back-to-back meetings have gone on during this time, some of which we have been bringing into our viewers through the sound bites that these top corporate guns have been giving after engaging with the Prime Minister, including the heads of the Suzuki Motor Corporation, the SoftBank, the NEC, and Uniqlo, among others. So I think if you look at the pictures, some dignitary movement happening there, some VIP movement happening there, and we can see National Security Advisor there at the back, and essentially preparations on for the Prime Minister to leave. But coming back to what's on the agenda from here on, Prime Minister goes for the IPEF, comes back, and then he again has a business summit lined up where he would be engaging in a broad conversation with the Japanese corporate sector about opportunities in India, about the role the government plays as a facilitator, about the recent policies and the framework that has been put in place to dovetail their objectives of enterprise with the Government of India objectives like the Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, how the corporations here can benefit from those enablers, including the PLI. So all those things are there. And again, we keep to the pictures just to give you an idea of where we are. That's the new Otani hotel where Prime Minister and his delegation is put up, and the carcade is ready for the Prime Minister to arrive anytime now, because he has to leave for the IPEF, which is of course a big ticket showcase event of this trip, apart from the Quad Summit, which is happening tomorrow. And as I said, the Americans believe that IPEF is sort of an alternative for rest of the world to engage with the Quad nations in this part of the globe. And that's where this event in itself becomes important. Prime Minister participating it underscores the fact that India is integral to it. Remember, in the Obama administration, there was this deal that was coming up called Trans-Pacific Partnership. It included China. So that kind of benevolence no more exists in terms of indulging with the Chinese after whatever they have done over the last half decade or so with every neighbor in this region, including India and Ladakh. And that's why I think this framework is evolving as a possible alternative to engage with all the nations in this part of the world, minus the Chinese, because of their belligerence, because of their aggression, because of their absolutely in-your-face debt-trap diplomacy that they have practiced, even with small nations like Sri Lanka, like Maldives. And that's why I think this is an evolving response, evolving global response to Chinese unilateralism, to Chinese aggression. And we are going to see Prime Minister coming out in a while from now for participating in the IPEF, that's Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Apart from that, of course, he has been busy engaging with the corporate sector of Japan, and he will again come back, as I said, for the business summit for another 1 hour before he goes back and addresses the Indian diaspora. That's at about 7:30 p.m. Tokyo time. That should be roughly about 3 p.m. India time. Samiksha.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. And as you rightly pointed out, all eyes will be on that Quad Summit, which will take place tomorrow. If you could briefly touch upon the past Quad Summit as well. What has come out of the past Quad Summit when we talk about what can be expected in the Quad Summit that will take place tomorrow?
All right. So, yes, Samiksha. So, this is the fourth Quad summit or engagement that's taking place between the leaders, but second only in person. The last one was in September in Washington, D.C., and this one happening tomorrow in Tokyo. And I believe this would happen in turn at other locations of partner countries. So, in New Delhi, perhaps, and then, of course, in Canberra, in Australia. What is important is that Quad has come up essentially as a security response, though of course nobody talks about it like that. So whether in this summit, Quad is going to become little open about the fact that it is essentially a grouping to take care of each other's security in the face of increased Chinese aggression. That's where everyone is focused on, given the kind of build-up we have seen. So for example, India had a very clear stated position underscored or outlined by Prime Minister himself in 2018 Shangri-La dialogue, where he said that Quad has nothing to do with security. It is essentially a grouping of democracies aimed at peace and development. Today, in the op-ed piece that he has written for a Japanese online platform, he has made it very clear that, for the first time perhaps mentioned, that security is also integral to Quad. So I think slowly the Quad nations are becoming open to the idea that at some stage, if not immediately, a defense cooperation element also has to come in. Apart from that, of course, the Quad keeps discussing safety and security of evolving technology tools like 5G. There also we have seen the Chinese trying to manipulate things given their prowess. But now pictures coming in. Prime Minister there, coming out, going for the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework meeting at Izumo Gardens, where he would be participating along with President Joe Biden of the United States, and Prime Minister there taking his seat in the carcade, which is leaving for IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, of which, of course, India is part, because it's a Quad initiative conceived by President Joe Biden, agreed to by all participating nations, essentially giving a platform to other nations in the region to join in with the Quad agenda of making sure that the region remains free from monopoly of one particular country, one particular nation. That's what we are seeing, and Prime Minister they are leaving for IPEF framework inaugural, after which he will come back and have the business summit here back at the hotel where he's put up with this delegation. Samiksha.
Well, Abhishek, also I wanted you to touch upon the Russia-Ukraine war as well. Do you think that would also feature in the talks that will happen tomorrow in the Quad summit?
I missed that question, Samiksha, if you can come again.
Sir, Abhishek, if you could give us more details, if we talk about the Quad summit tomorrow, do you think Russia-Ukraine war could also be one of the topic of discussions among the Quad leaders?
Samiksha, again, there was distraction from the PCR. Can you come with the question again?
Abhishek, if you could briefly touch upon, well, I'm told we have to slip into a very short break. Abhishek, we'll come back to you. Well, I'm sorry, there seems to be a confusion there. Abhishek, please take us through some of the issues that will be taken up tomorrow in the Quad summit.
Well, yes. So, Samiksha, I got your question now. For the benefit of our Hindi viewers as well, कल जो क्वाड की समिट होगी, अभी प्रधानमंत्री, वैसे मैं दर्शकों को बता दूं कि गए हैं आईपीईएफ का हिस्सा बनने, जो एक नया इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन के लिए अमेरिका के द्वारा प्लान किया गया प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिसमें कोशिश की जाएगी कि इकोनॉमी और ट्रेड पे कोई देश, कोई सत्ता अपनी ताकत का इस्तेमाल करके ट्रेड पर सब कब्जा ना कर ले। ये इशारा चीन की तरफ है, तो मैं समझता हूं जैसे चीन का एक प्लेटफॉर्म है BRI, ऐसे ही आईपीईएफ बन रहा है, जिसमें भारत, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, जापान, अमेरिका मिलके और देशों को जोड़ेंगे और एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाएंगे जो सबको एक साथ लेकर चले, उनको डेट ट्रैप में न फंसाए, जिस तरह से हमने देखा चीन ने किस तरह से श्रीलंका के साथ किया हुआ है। उसके अलावा कल क्वाड का एजेंडा जो है वो ये है कि एक तो आपने पिछले साल और पिछली मीटिंग जो सितंबर में हुई थी उसके बाद से अब तक क्या क्या किया है, जैसे कोविड के बारे में बहुत कुछ क्वाड देशों ने मिलकर किया है, भारत की वैक्सीन बनाने में जो मदद की थी उसके बारे में। उसके अलावा हमने देखा किस तरह से क्वाड ने जो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है, 5G जैसे इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है, उस पर किसी एक देश का कब्जा ना हो जाए, उसके लिए ग्रुप्स बनाए थे, तो उनके जो रिपोर्ट्स हैं उनको साझा किया जाएगा। और मैं समझता हूं ये बात कही नहीं जाती है, पर ये बात सच है कि क्वाड जो है ये 4 देशों का आना इसलिए है कि चीन जो है दादागिरी जो इस क्षेत्र में कर रहा है, जापान के साथ, फिलीपाइंस के साथ, इंडोनेशिया के साथ, वियतनाम के साथ, ताइवान के साथ, भारत के साथ, उसको नकेल करने के लिए, उसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए, उसको रोकने के लिए एक दूसरे के साथ सुरक्षा के जो मुद्दे हैं उन पर आपस में चर्चा विचारणा की जाए और एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया जाए। तो वो सब चर्चा जो है कल क्वाड में होगी। और अभी प्रधानमंत्री IPEF के लिए गए हैं, वापस आएंगे और यहाँ पे एक बिजनेस समिट जापान के जो टॉप कॉरपोरेशन है उनके साथ होगी, जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री बताएंगे कि भारत में जो आमूलचूल बदलाव आ रहे हैं पॉलिसी के क्षेत्र में, नीति के क्षेत्र में, जिससे बिजनेस इंप्रूवमेंट हो है और माहौल बढ़िया हो रहा है, और उसमें किस तरह से जापान अपनी साझेदारी निभा सकता है। देखिए, बुलेट ट्रेन बन रही है, द बुलेट ट्रेन दैट इज कमिंग अप इन इंडिया, वो जापान के सहयोग से आ रही है। जो अभी बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स हमारे यूनिकॉर्न बने हैं, यानी कि जिनका जो मार्केट वैल्यू है वो करीब $1 बिलियन यानी 7-8 हज़ार करोड़ रुपए का है, वो आधे से ज़्यादा ऐसे हैं जिनकी इनिशियल फंडिंग जापान की कुछ कंपनीज ने करी थी। वो अपने आप में दिखाता है कि किस तरह से जापान और भारत एक दूसरे से सरकारों के अलावा प्राइवेट सेक्टर में भी सहयोग कर रहे हैं। उसकी और ज़्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी क्या है, उस सब के बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक ब्रॉड कम्युनिकेशन आउटरीच करके उनके साथ यहाँ पे अभी साझा करेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे। 1 घंटे से ज़्यादा का यहाँ कार्यक्रम फिर से होने वाला है। प्रधानमंत्री जब वापस आएंगे IPEF से, और उसके बाद शाम को 7:30 बजे हम देखेंगे किस तरह से जो एक इंपीरियल होटल है वहाँ पे भारतीय समुदाय जो टोक्यो में रहता है उनके साथ संबोधित होंगे। और जिस तरह से हम देखा कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जाते हैं कहीं भी विदेश यात्रा पर, तो भारतीय समुदाय से मिलकर उनको बताते हैं देश में क्या हो रहा है और कैसे वो एक भारतीय अपने देश का राजनयिक राजदूत हो सकता है अपने कंडक्ट के द्वारा। इस तरह का संवाद शाम को 7:30 बजे एट अराउंड 7:30 PM इन द इवनिंग इट इज गोइंग टू हैपन एट द इंपीरियल होटल इन टोक्यो।
Well, Abhishek, stay with us. Tell us more about the visuals, the scenes that we saw earlier in the morning as well when Prime Minister reached Tokyo, because the rich visuals that came in only go on to point the kind of outreach, the kind of connect that Prime Minister has with the Indian diaspora in Tokyo as well.
Well, those pictures, Samiksha, are from the time when the Prime Minister arrived at the hotel from airport after landing in Tokyo. And he was given a warm welcome by the Indian community present and who came so early in the morning just to have a look at the Prime Minister, welcome him, engage with him. And the Prime Minister also, despite that long 8-hour flight, spent about 20 minutes with the Indian community, engaged with the children, spoke to the women present, listened to a prayer that the community brought in and presented before the Prime Minister. He was all ears, very attentive all through that interaction. So that was earlier in the day. After that, he immediately went in for briefings by officials. Remember, he is leading a high-powered delegation. Apart from that, there has been the mission here which has prepared the itinerary and all the engagements for the Prime Minister. So he was briefed about those for an hour and a half or so, and then subsequently the corporates came in and the meetings started one-on-one with Suzuki, with Uniqlo, with NEC and with SoftBank, about which we have been reporting. So that's how his day has really panned out. It's continuing. He has just left the hotel for the IPEF, which is again a big ticket event. You will get the pictures in about 10 minutes time from now between Prime Minister and President Joe Biden there in the presence of Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Albanese of Australia, announcing the IPEF, which is seen as an alternative to the BRI for the free world, for the democracies to come together, minus coercive element that the Chinese are known to practice by way of their soft loans, which has now become a trademark. We have seen it in the case of Pakistan, although the Pakistanis won't admit it. We have seen in the case of Sri Lanka. We have seen in the case of Myanmar. We have seen in the case of many African countries of how the Chinese start with soft loans and then slowly capture the infrastructure and capture the resources as well. So IPEF is essentially being seen as TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership minus China, or an alternative to BRI. That's what you are going to see in the pictures being announced just in a while from now.
Well, yes, Abhishek, also for our audience, if you could give us some information as to what role does IPEF really play in securing the Indo-Pacific region, that is also going to be one of the top agendas of this Quad Summit.
Yes, Samiksha, so IPEF is essentially the economic arm of the Quad. Quad per se though it began as a security dialogue between these nations, somehow midway lost steam and fizzled out, partly because the Australians did a balancing act between China and Quad, partly because our earlier government of the Congress party of the UPA, led by Dr. Manmohan Singh, was not very keen to get into a situation where we might offend China, despite the fact that China does not care. We have seen it happening in the case of Doklam. We have seen it happening in the case of Ladakh over the last 2 years. So I think ultimately it so happens that Quad willy-nilly would become a security grouping as well, a movement in the direction of which is already happening by way of joint exercises in which Australia is back, for example, part of the Malabar exercises that take place between India and the Quad nations. So that security aspect is something on which everybody is focused on as the leaders meet for the Quad summit tomorrow. But for now, we will take a short break and we continue and come back to the coverage from Tokyo, where Prime Minister is headed to IPF and would be back for a business summit. Be right back.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
Police station which has been completely gutted in fire, and many important case diaries and documents which were related to various cases has been completely gutted down. The area where this incident has taken place has a very high crime record, and given that into consideration, the
Prime Minister Modi is in Tokyo as part of his 2-day visit to Japan. Prime Minister, remember, received a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora in the country. The Indian diaspora in Tokyo welcomed Prime Minister by chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram as the Indian Premier entered the hotel in Tokyo.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत टोक्यो में करने भारतीय समाज के समुदाय के ये लोग यहाँ न्यू ओटानी होटल टोक्यो में इकट्ठा हुए। प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आपका थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्शन हुआ, थोड़ा सा बताएं उसके बारे में, फिर बताएं।
प्रधानमंत्री आने से हम लोग 10 दिन पहले से एक्साइटेड हैं। वी ऑल आर अ ग्रुप ऑफ ए मेंबर ऑफ HSS एंड वी आर सो एक्साइटेड।
भारतीय समुदाय में एनर्जी आई है प्रधानमंत्री,
बहुत एनर्जी आ गई है। जब मोदी जी आते हैं तो एक ऑरा बन जाता है, और जो ऊर्जा जो उनके अंदर है वो ऊर्जा सब भारतीयों में, ये विदेशों में सबके अंदर आ जाती है, और वो जो ऊर्जा है हम सब जगह फैलाने चाहते हैं।
महिलाएं भी हैं यहाँ पे। आप मोदी जी आए, आप उनको हेलो कर पाए?
बिल्कुल, मोदी जी आए, इस बार सबसे मिलके गए हैं। उस तरफ आए, हमें लगा शायद हम नहीं मिल पाएंगे, बट हमें इतनी अच्छा लगा। मोदी जी फिर लास्ट में आते आते हमसे मिलके गए, छोटी बच्ची से भी मिले, उससे उसका नाम पूछा और हाथ मिलाया। इनसे मिले।
क्या बात हुई आपकी मोदी जी से?
मोदी नाम पूछा इससे उन्होंने।
क्या बोले मोदी?
मोदी जी ने मुझे कुछ बोला नहीं, बट आके हाथ मिलाया, वो बहुत बड़ी बात हुई। और मोदी को मैंने आशीर्वाद, वो बहुत अच्छा लगा। एक्चुअली वो फीलिंग ना प्राइम मिनिस्टर से वैसे मिलने का, आई कांट एक्सप्रेस।
मोदी जी पर्सनली मिलके आए,
मोदी जी
बोला हाथ लगा बेटा,
दिया,
बहुत अच्छा लगा। मतलब मोदी जी से वंदे मातरम हम बोलेंगे, मोदी जी की जय हो, ही इज द बेस्ट पीएम ऑफ द वर्ल्ड।
आपने क्या किया? आपने क्या, आपका नाम क्या है?
शिवान।
आपने क्या किया जब मोदी जी आए?
उन्होंने वो इसलिए बोला कि द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड।
उनको
बोलने दीजिए। बोलो बेटा, आपने जो बोला।
मैंने बोला था यू आर द बेस्ट पीएम इन द होल वर्ल्ड, और उन्होंने फिर मुझे आशीर्वाद दिया। मोदी जी से बेहतर पीएम कोई हो ही नहीं सकता है।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी अपने होटल पहुंचे हैं अपने 2 दिवसीय जापानी दौरे पर, और उनका स्वागत भारतीय समुदाय ने यहाँ सुबह सुबह आकर किया है।
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में, काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
Viewers, here are the top stories at 1 p.m. after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's touchdown in Japan. All eyes on the Quad session next. "40 hours and 23 engagements. It's a jam-packed agenda for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Tokyo. Countdown to Quad Summit has now begun, and Republic gets you the minute-to-minute update live from Tokyo. Himanta's big takedown of the Madarsa system says the word Madarsa should cease to exist. Mega political controversy erupts over the Madarsa comment. AIMIM and NC hit back. Back-to-back shocking videos emerged from Kerala. Did PFI allegedly use kit to issue a threat? And the crucial Gyanvapi hearing in the district court to be held today. Gyanvapi debate intensifies. Fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court. Plea mentions places of worships cannot govern the issue. Temple-like structures seen during the mosque demolition. BHP says temple-like structures spotted under the mosque. Viewers, we're straight away cutting across to some breaking updates of a controversial remark that was made by a Hindu seer, Sant Dinesh Bharti, asking Hindus to arm themselves with weapons. He said that each household must have at least 10 weapons itself. Now adding that the villages defense committees forces have given a befitting reply to terrorism because of the weapons. He was speaking at Doda during a Shraddhanjali Sabha organized yesterday as well. Let's listen into what really the Hindu seer was trying to achieve by the remarks he made.
फिर ये आगे बढ़नी चाहिए। हमारे घरों के अंदर एक नहीं हिंदुओं 10 हथियार होने चाहिए। हथियारों के बल पर वीडीसी ने आतंकवाद सुरक्षा बलों के साथ में का मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है। हमने कारगर है। ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਬੱਚੇ ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਹਰਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਦੇ ਆਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਪਾਲਣਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਸ਼ਸਤਰਧਾਰੀ ਹੋਈਏ, ਗੱਤਕੇਬਾਜ਼ੀ, ਤਲਵਾਰਬਾਜ਼ੀ, ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨੇਬਾਜ਼ੀ, ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਲਾਵਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੁਸਿੱਖਿਅਤ ਹੋਈਏ ਔਰ ਹਰ ਸਿੱਖ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਡਰਨ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਨੇ ਲੀਗਲ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਰੱਖਣ ਦਾ ਹਰ ਸਿੱਖ ਯਤਨ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਮਾਂ
ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਹਾਲਾਤ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਣ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹਰ ਸਿੱਖ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ, ਨਾਮ ਜਪ ਕੇ, ਭਜਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਲਵਾਨ ਬਣਾਵੇ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਤੰਦਰੁਸਤ ਹੋਵੇ।
Well, there you have it, viewers. We heard the controversial remarks that were made by the seer as well. In fact, asking for all of the Hindus to have their weapons, at least 10 weapons in each household is what we heard. The Hindu seer also say. Amandeep and Gursimran join us on the broadcast. Gursimran, to you first. You know, we are seeing these kind of a controversial remark.
झालेला आहे, पण ॲज ए आणि पोलीस होऊ नये त्याची काळजी मी घेणार आहे, कारण हे माझ्यासोबत झालं, कोणासोबतही होऊ नये म्हणून मी आज प्रिव्हिलेज समोर जे एक शब्द जे अत्याचार माझ्यावर झालेला आहे आणि रवीजींवर झालेला आहे, पण ॲज ए मेंबर ऑफ पार्लमेंट मला जे अधिकार आहे त्याच्या अधिकाराचा मी वापर आज करणार आहे. आणि कमिशनर ऑफ पोलीस पांडेजीपासनं जेवढेही पोलीस डिपार्टमेंटला जे आदेश वर्तून होते, पण त्यांनी संविधानाचं हत्या करून त्यांनी सगळी चुकीच्या माध्यमातून त्यांनी आमच्यासोबत अत्याचार केला, त्याचं उत्तर त्यांना प्रिव्हिलेज कमिटी समोर द्यावं लागणार.
राज्य सरकार किंवा मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या विरोधात तुम्ही काय तक्रार करणार आहात?
माझे लेखी याच्यामध्ये सगळी मी पूर्ण त्यांना दिलेलं आहे आणि जेवढेही स्टेटमेंटमध्ये आहे ते स्टेटमेंट सुद्धा सांगणार आहे. आणि ज्यांनी केले, ज्यांनी आदेश दिले त्यांच्यासोबतही ते विचारपूछ नहीं प्रिविलेज कमेटी
बयान आया है, उन्होंने कहा आप
आज मैं प्रिविलेज के बारे में बात करूंगी, जहां पे मैं स्टेटमेंट देने जा रही हूं, और मुझे जो अधिकार दिया है लोकसभा एज ए मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट उसका हक में।
मैम बीएमसी आपको लगातार नोटिस भेज रही है, इस पे क्या कहना?
उस पर बात करूंगी बाद में। आज
Well, there you have Navneet Rana addressing the media. You know, remember the Ranas, in fact, have been in the middle of the controversy when it comes to the Hanuman Chalisa and the loudspeakers as well. Anuj, my colleague, is also joining us on the broadcast. Anuj, tell us more about where really we are with the Ranas, because we have seen the controversy only getting bigger, and then the controversy around Hanuman Chalisa and loudspeakers as well. What more are you picking up, Navneet Rana, just now addressing the media?
मैम आपने जो आरोप लगाया,
मैं जिन्होंने मेरे में अत्याचार किए हैं उनको सभी को उत्तर इस पे देना पड़ेगा।
तो बिल्कुल चलिए, ठीक है छोड़ो। कमेटी के बैठक के लिए घर से निकले ही
Viewers, we're getting across to some more breaking updates that we're getting now. Wading into the Yasin Malik debate, the Pakistan Prime Minister has now said that the world should take note of Indian government's mistreatment of the political prisoners in the IIOJK. Now, the conviction of the prominent Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik on fake terrorism charges is futile effort to silence voices critical of India's blatant human rights abuses. He's also stated that Narendra Modi regime must be held to account. Now, this is the newly elected Pakistan Prime Minister who has waded into the entire controversy of Yasin Malik. In fact, calling out Yasin Malik as a political prisoner and also saying that these are fake terrorism charges that have been leveled against Yasin Malik as well. And we are seeing that this is a tweet, in fact, that had also been sent out by the Pakistan Prime Minister, in fact, targeting Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, and stating that he himself should be held to account for the blatant human rights abuses that have been meted out. Now, of course, remember, we have seen that there were several reactions that were coming into Yasin Malik's conviction as well. And now we are seeing that the Pakistan Prime Minister, the new Pakistan Prime Minister himself, also wading into the controversy of Yasin Malik and stating, calling Yasin Malik, trying to hold some kind of a sympathy for Yasin Malik and stating that he was in fact wrongly accused, in fact was a political prisoner, and there were fake terrorism charges that had been leveled against Yasin Malik as well. Not just that, the Pakistan Prime Minister has also stated that India in fact carries out blatant human rights violations as well. G.D. Bakshi, Major General G.D. Bakshi is also joining us on the broadcast. Major General, if I could come to you about the new Pakistan Prime Minister's statements where he has called India as somebody who keeps political prisoners and has also tried to create sympathy for Yasin Malik, calling him a political prisoner and fake terrorism charges.
Look, Yasin Malik is a murderer with blood on his hands. He should have gone to the gallows long ago. It has been justice which has been badly delayed. Thank God it has not been denied. And Pakistan has no business interfering in the internal affairs of India. India has an excellent judicial system. He has pleaded guilty, absolutely guilty to all the charges that have been levied against him, and the court has duly sentenced him. So it is an internal matter of India. It is a matter of delivery of justice. Pakistan has no locus standi, no business to interfere in India's internal affairs. Their country is in a terrible mess, and they might as well focus on getting things right in their own land. Their economy is in shambles. The country is going down, being flushed down the tube of history as an economic pariah state. I think they have enough on their plate to deal with, rather than poking their nose in Kashmir and on the matter of Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik has been duly sentenced. This should have been done 30 years back. And was for some very strange reason that he has managed to play the system and survive so far and make money, both from the Indian and the Pakistani intelligences. It's about time that the Macabre joke has been called. And he has been, he should really, his place is at the end of a rope. He should be hanging. It is a mercy that he is been given prison sentence. This man deserves to hang. He's killed 4.
Absolutely. Major General G.D. Bakshi there, you're making a very important point when it comes to the locus standi of Pakistan as well. I want to take that question to Major Gaurav Arya as well. Major Gaurav Arya, we have seen Pakistan trying to, meddle in the entire issues of India, and also now trying to create sympathy for Yasin Malik, calling him a political prisoner, and also saying that India carries out the abuse of these political prisoners as well.
See, the real story is that Shahbaz Sharif, Imran Khan is doing rally after rally, and lakhs of people are showing up for the rally. And Shahbaz Sharif fears that any day he might be sacked as the Prime Minister of the country he may go if Imran Khan's pressure gets too much. So how does he curry public opinion and public favor? Pakistani society is highly radicalized. It's full of radicals. You see, which is why most of the terrorists find a home in Pakistan. They feel very comfortable in Pakistan. It's a highly radicalized society. So how does he curry favor with the people of Pakistan? He does it by saying that, like for example, some Prime Minister would say that, Burhan Wani is a great guy. Somebody say, no, Yasin Malik is a great guy. That is how, you see, they don't talk about the progress of their people. They talk about Kashmir because that is the only thing that will make their people happy. This is simply Shahbaz Sharif, this is survival for Shahbaz Sharif. He has to say that we will not talk to India unless 370 and 35A is, revoked, or that Yasin Malik is a political prisoner, etc., etc. This need not be taken seriously. Don't take this seriously. This is just one tired old politician fighting for his chair. That's all. It's got nothing to do with India's foreign policy.
Absolutely. Major Gaurav Arya and Major General G.D. Bakshi, I want to thank both of you for joining us on the broadcast with your perspectives on what's really happening with Pakistan Prime Minister calling out India on Yasin Malik, on saying that India in fact carries out blatant human rights abuses. Thank you both for joining us. Viewers, we're cutting across to some heartbreaking news updates where a 29-year-old widow was allegedly gang raped, beaten up and robbed by 4 men. Now, they have also made a video of the whole incident as well. The woman registered a complaint stating that she was with her friend near Visanam Lake on May 19th when 4 men surrounded them and robbed her. She was wearing a 12-gram gold chain. The victim mentioned that she was attacked and taken to a secluded area where she was allegedly gang raped for several hours brutally. Now, the gang also attacked her friend brutally, robbed him and took his phone to record the crime as well. A shocking incident that is really coming to light where we are seeing that 4 men in fact have robbed these 2 people, one friend and a girl, a 29-year-old widow, in fact, who had been allegedly gang raped, beaten up and robbed by these 4 men as well. Not just that, they have also made a video of the entire incident that was stolen from these from the widow's person as well. And now we are seeing that there are at least videos that were also made by these gangs, by these 4 people, in fact, who carried out this gruesome incident on the 29-year-old widow who had allegedly been gang raped as well. Now, we're being told that, of course, she was also robbed of this 12-gram gold chain that she was also wearing. Not just that, after the gold chain had been snatched by these people, she was taken to a secluded area and raped for several hours brutally, is something that the 29-year-old widow has also claimed, that the gang had attacked her friend brutally, robbed him, and had also used his phone itself for carrying out the entire gruesome crime and record the crime as well. Back-to-back breaking updates, viewers, getting in on Himanta Biswa Sarma's statements on madrasas. Now, mega controversy has erupted after Himanta Biswa Sarma's statements on madrasa had come to light, and NC and AIMIM Congress have also now hit back. This comes after the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma had stated that the word madrasas should cease to exist altogether. He had also stated that there are human rights violations that are being carried out against the minors who are made to study inside of the madrasas as well. Not just that, he had also made several statements claiming that all the children who are studying inside of the madrasas, whoever tries to achieve anything, their ancestors are of Hindu religion as well. And we are also seeing that Himanta Biswa Sarma making several statements claiming that they do not have a problem with religious studies.
To the sleeper cells a year back, and since then these people have been looking for the special targets, and finally they zero in Patan area where they killed Manzoor Ahmad. They are the hybrid terrorists as per SSP Baramulla, and one of them is working in madrasa locally here where he used to teach the kids, but now they all have been arrested as per SSP Baramulla. The case is still being investigating. The dots are being connected so that more such arrests are likely in the case of Sarpanch killing in Patan. With Vijay Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic in Patan, Baramulla.
That is my colleague Zina getting us the ground updates of the 3 hybrid terrorists, in fact, involved in the Sarpanch killing, who had been arrested as well. The visuals of the accused, in fact, are on your screens right now. And so is the visual of the arms and the ammunition that was recovered from.
83 का उल्लंघन है, और जो कोई भी बच्चे को एक्चुअल चार्ज में अपने पोजीशन में रख के, अपने साथ रख के इस तरीके के काम करवाता है, वो भी जेजे एक्ट की धारा 75 में अपराध है। हम कंसर्न डिस्ट्रिक्ट के डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटीज़ को लिख रहे हैं इस मामले में FIR दर्ज करने के लिए, और निश्चित रूप से बच्चों के इस तरीके से उपयोग पर सख्त कानूनी कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
जी सर, जो आपने आर्टिकल्स बताए हैं तो उसके तहत क्या पनिशमेंट रहेगी, क्या फाइन रहता है?
ये कॉग्निजेबल ऑफेंस है और इसमें FIR दर्ज होगी। उन लोगों को फिर न्यायिक प्रक्रिया का सामना करना पड़ेगा।
जी सर,
Well, there you have it. We are tracking the latest when it comes to the shocking videos that have come to light, viewers, from Kerala, where a child is seen allegedly who was trained by the PFI as well to carry out these threats on a public forum in a public rally, where it is very obvious from the videos that your channel has also accessed, where this child can be seen very clearly in those videos leading a mob as well, and also carrying out a direct threat when it comes to the PFI's agenda as well, that was being propagated by this child who was present at the rally. And now what we heard was another statement coming to light, calling this a cognizable offense and stating that there will be action that will be taken. As of now, we are learning that officially we have not seen any action taken by the authorities, but we are expecting that something will be done as well. Let's listen into those videos of the child leading this entire rally as well.
President Biden of the United States of America and distinguished leaders, I sincerely welcome and strongly support the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, proposed by President Biden today. Announcing the launch of IPEF here is a clear demonstration of the United States' strong commitment to the region. I commend wholeheartedly President Biden for his strong leadership. Japan will join IPEF and work closely with the United States, ASEAN countries, and other regional partners to help create a new framework. In order for IPEF to be a meaningful framework for the regional economic order, it is important to address what we can among areas that are critical in participating countries, and to have concrete outcomes. IPEF's focus on supply chain resilience, decarbonization, and clean energy, as well as the digital economy, is timely in the current strong commitment to the region. I commend wholeheartedly President Biden for his strong leadership. Japan will join IPEF and work closely with the United States, ASEAN countries, and other regional partners to help create a new framework. In order for IPEF to be a meaningful framework for the regional economic order, it is important to address what we can among areas that are critical in participating countries, and to have concrete outcomes. IPEF's focus on supply chain resilience, decarbonization, and clean. Japan respects the unity and centrality of ASEAN and will actively participate in the discussions in cooperation with the United States and other partners who are here today. We look forward to working together to build a more prosperous Indo-Pacific region by bringing together the initiatives and wisdoms of countries in the region, including the U.S.'s Indo-Pacific strategy, Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific, the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, and India's Act East policy. IPEF is an inclusive and open framework that will remain open to the participation of new partners following its inception today. We welcome more partner countries to join IPEF discussions in the future. And through IPEF, we will work together to create an economic order that will ensure sustainable growth, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region in the years ahead. I look forward to the opportunity to work with our many partners in the region. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Prime Minister Kishida, thank you very, very much. And to everyone, we'd like to give everyone participating an opportunity to speak to this initiative, starting with Prime Minister Modi. Mr. Prime Minister.
Yeah. Rashtrapati Biden.
President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida and all the leaders who are with us today online. Excellencies, I am very pleased to be with all of you at this important event. The Indo-Pacific Framework is the announcement of our collective desire to make this region the engine of global economic growth. I thank President Biden for taking the initiative to organize this important event. The Indo-Pacific region is the center for manufacturing, economic activities, global trade, and investment. History bears witness to the fact that India has for centuries been a very important center for trade flows in this region. It is therefore significant that the most ancient commercial port is located in my home state in Gujarat, in Lothal, and therefore it is necessary that we find shared solutions to the economic challenges of the region and that we make creative arrangements. Excellencies, India will work with all of you to build an inclusive and resilient Indo-Pacific economic framework. I believe that the three key pillars for resilient supply chains between us are trust, transparency, and timelines. I am sure that this framework will be helpful in strengthening these three pillars and will encourage development, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. It's a pleasure now to call on the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Prime Minister Ardern.
Kia ora koutou katoa na mihi nui kia koutou, and my warmest greetings to you all. As my fellow leaders gather for today's announcement, I'm en route to the United States for my first visit since the pandemic, but my third as Prime Minister. I'm very much looking forward to my visit to the US and supporting the businesses travelling with me as we reconnect with the world after a long period of disruption. New Zealand warmly welcomes the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework as a strong signal of US investment in the economic future of our wider home region. Our region is open for trade, investment, and movement of people to support prosperity and open supply chains. The post-COVID world will be a new era. Our goal has to be to make it a better era. And if the Indo-Pacific is to successfully rise to the many challenges it faces, governments need to recommit to supporting an open and rules-based regional order, one that's more sustainable and resilient for all. The Indo-Pacific Initiative has the potential to boost growth and support the regional economic recovery as the world moves on from the pandemic. In the post-COVID recovery, greater economic engagement will be necessary. And now is the time to open doors, not close them. This initiative, as a non-traditional agreement, will provide new channels of collaboration in ways not just limited to trade. In particular, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework will support collaboration on climate action and will be designed with a focus on sustainability and inclusivity, principles that are fundamental for New Zealanders. This initiative comes at a time of challenge to our region's security and prosperity, but together we can and will design a future that benefits all of our peoples. New Zealand ultimately aspires for the Indo-Pacific region to become freer and more open as the region emerges from the pandemic.
barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। सीआईएसएफ की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics.
This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain.
Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
After Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in Japan, all eyes on Quad session next. "40 hours and 23 engagements. It's a jam-packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo. Countdown to Quad Summit has now begun. And Republic gets you minute-to-minute updates live from Tokyo. Himanta's big takedown of Madrasa system, says the word Madrasa should cease to exist. Mega political controversy erupts over Madrasa comment. AIMIM and NC hit back. Back-to-back shocking videos emerge from Kerala. Did PFI allegedly use kid to issue threat? Crucial Gyanvapi hearing in district court today. Gyanvapi debate intensifies. Fresh plea filed in Supreme Court. Plea mentions places of worship cannot govern issue. Temple-like structure seen during mosque demolition. VHP says temple-like structure spotted under the mosque. And in a top story at this hour, the BJP has now responded to the back-to-back PFI videos that have emerged from Kerala. Hitting out, the BJP has now said that they call themselves PFI, CPI, and they changed their name. This is time for radical action. Should be brought to book. There is huge danger. What will happen in Kerala and the rest of the country, says the BJP. The BJP hitting out at what has emerged to be the hate-spewing videos, back-to-back videos of the PFI in Kerala, spouting hatred and speaking about the god of death, for example, showing a child leading the sloganeering. raising serious questions. Ashwin, joining us now. Well, this clearly looks to be developing into a major row now. The BJP hitting out, saying that this is radical action. Clearly, there has to be some action now.
Absolutely. Even now, it's been more than 24 hours after the incident, after this particular rally has taken place. And what's more important is that there were like hundreds of police and law enforcement present to ensure that no untoward incident takes place, and who are also monitoring the situation. Despite that, in front of this police, this young child was leading a chorus of people saying inflammatory and provocative slogans, which clearly, the content of the slogan clearly defines that it's inimical to the interest of the nation. And in such a context, no action has been taken by the law enforcement. Is something that definitely needs to be questioned, that is definitely being questioned by the BJP in the state. However, with also looking very closely at the situation to know whether the state government will make a comment on it, as the event itself is questionable. At the same time, it was just 1 week ago when the Honorable High Court itself had stated that the PFI and SDPI are no doubt extremist organizations. So when High Court
Ashwin, we have with us various reactions to this video and to what it means. Let's listen in to some comments.
I mean, I've seen the video. I think it's absolutely disgusting, but it's also shocking. But I'm not really shocked because I've seen this kind of things, happening over the past 10-15 years in Kerala. Like Kerala is today the biggest laboratory for recruitment of IS. You look at the number of people who have gone to Syria and to Iraq to be fighting members of the IS. The radicalization of Kerala has happened over the last 10-15 years. Both the ruling fronts, the LDF as well as the Congress, the Communists as well as the Congress, both the fronts have been cultivating these people very hard, because now today Muslims constitute about 27%.
And breaking news now, amid the Gyanvapi mosque row, the MNS has claimed that 2 dargahs were built on the Puneshwar temple land in Maharashtra's Pune city. MNS General Secretary Ajay Shinde on Sunday said that they have launched the Puneshwar Mukti Free the Temple Land campaign and appealed to people to support the Raj Thackeray-led party's fight in restoring the temple land. And Anisha, correspondent, joins us with more on this on the phone line. Anisha, tell us more about this new controversy that has emerged over claims made by the MNS.
Moscow row, where the MNS has claimed that 2 dargahs have been built on the Puneshwar temple land in Maharashtra's Pune city. This statement coming from MNS General Secretary Ajay Shinde, who stated that they have launched the Puneshwar Mukti, which means Free the Temple Land campaign, and also appeal to people to support Raj Thackeray party in fight in restoring the temple land. Even citing the recent survey of the Gyanvapi mosque, Ajay Shinde has said that government has started waking up in the wake of Raj Thackera's stand on Hindutva. The sentence that he used, he clearly said that like Gyanvapi, we are also fighting for the Puneshwar temple in Pune. So this claim that clearly coming in from Manse now, they have been started, they had already launched the Puneshwar Mukti, which means the Free Temple Land campaign. And whether the fact, even we know that yesterday when Raj Thackeray has clearly stated that he won't be able to go to Ayodhya as of now, because there is some surgery that is going to be done in the month of June. But yes, whether it is loudspeaker raw, but now even MNS has also come up with in the Gyanvapi mosque raw also, where they are stating that there are 2 dargahs that has been built on a Puneshwari land, for which MNA has launched Puneshwar Mukti, which is the Free the Temple Land campaign.
So MNS's Free the Temple Land campaign begins. Many thanks, Alisha, for joining us there. And now for some more national stories. Delhi's Kollam Additional Sessions Court has found government employee Kiran Kumar guilty under various sections of Dowry Prohibition Act. His wife had died by suicide in August last year upon being tortured by him for dowry. He was working in the motor vehicle department and was found guilty in a departmental inquiry. Congress leader Navjot Singh Sidhu brought to Rajindra Hospital, Patiala for medical checkup after he complains of sickness. He was lodged in Patiala Central Jail on the 20th, since the 20th of May after Supreme Court imposed 1 year's rigorous imprisonment on him in the 1988 road rage case. Samajwadi Party leaders Azam Khan and Abdullah Azam Khan take oath as MLAs in the Uttar Pradesh Assembly. Azam Khan took oath 3 days after he was released on bail following the SC verdict. Youth who tried to scale wall of Srinivasa Sagara Dam in Chikkabalapur loses his balance, falls 30 feet below to the ground. He is seriously injured and has been rushed to Bangalore for treatment. Police have registered a case against him. Massive fire in Ballarpur paper mill depot. 3 wooden depots burned to ashes while 1 petrol pump is also on fire. Reason for the fire is not clear yet. It began around 3 p.m. yesterday and work of extinguishing it is still on. 25 fire tenders are at the spot. And strong winds and rains pound